What's up guys, Chaos Shinobi here. This is What If Naruto Has Evolved Dojutsu. Summary: on the night of the new moon, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Satsuki find themselves face to face with one Otsutsuki Kaguya, who gives them the tools to break free from their chains, along with the means to gain their justice on those who have wronged them. Chapter 1. Within an endless void stood a woman. The woman possessed a regal beauty, having long flowing white hair going past her feet, pale skin, her eyebrows cut low and round, a symbol of nobility, red lipstick, clear white eyes, a slit on the center of her forehead, wearing a high-collared hime kimono which has tomos running down the center and edges of the gown adorned with intricate gold and purple lines. The most noticeable feature were the two horns sprouting from her head. This woman is Kaguya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of Chakra, rabbit goddess and mother of the Sage of Six Paths. Currently Kaguya was watching as one of the fragments of her power, the Kyubi no Kitsune, Katsumi she believed her name was, attacked the village Konohagakure, a village founded by the previous transmigrants of her grandsons Indra and Asura. Despite being sealed within the moon by her traitorous sons, Hagoromo and Hamura, she was still able to view the events happening in the elemental countries. It made Kaguya want to laugh at Hagoromo's face, the people he had so much faith in turning his precious ninchu into weapons of war, and sealing the tailed beasts away. But it also angered her that these lowly humans still have access to her chakra. It should never have been given to them, as the reason was for her clan to not find her and kill her for betraying a member when she only wanted to start fresh in peace. Are you watching, my foolish son? Because I can sense your consciousness and chakra lingering, watching how these people use the power you gave them to lie, cheat, steal, and kill each other, imprisoning your own creations. You could have lived long but chose to die as a lowly human, Kaguya thought to herself. Just then, Kaguya saw a blonde man and red-haired woman appear on the battlefield with three infant boys. From what Kaguya's seen, the man was Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, and the woman was Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death, while the three babies were their newborn sons Arashi, Menma, and Naruto. So, that's Asura's newest transmigrant, Kaguya thought, focusing on baby Naruto. Kaguya watched as Minato summoned the Shinigami to seal Katsumi's yin and yang chakra within Arashi and Menma respectively, while sealing the soul inside Naruto, before surprisingly the Shinigami let the man live rather than take his soul. Now interested, Kaguya watched as the family returned to Konoha, where Minato announced his sons Arashi and Menma as heroes for containing the Kyubi's chakra, everyone cheering for the newly titled twin princes of Konoha. It made Kaguya shake her head, and her sons wondered why she kept most of the humans imprisoned in the infinite Tsukuyomi. As the villagers celebrated their new heroes, the Namikaze family returned to the Hokage's office, meeting with Tsunade Senju, a member of the Senju clan, Asura's descendants, and Jiraiya of the Sannin, the latter of whom made Kaguya growl, glaring at the man. After being trapped within the moon, Kaguya eventually learned it was the Grand Toad Sage Gamamaru who told her sons of the humans she kept imprisoned in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Since then she's had a burning hatred for all toads and anyone who summons them, swearing once she was free that she'd hunt down and slaughter those worthless creatures and their summoners by taking their chakra one by one. Kaguya watched and listened as Jiraiya told the new parents of a prophecy he received from the toads, of a child who bring peace to the elemental countries, making Kaguya groan in resignation when they all instantly decided Menma or Arashi was the prophecy child. Yes, because interpreting a prophecy is always smart, Kaguya thought sarcastically before frowning, changing the view where she saw Naruto in a room alone. They basically forgot their third son, instead focusing on the other two. While Kaguya would admit she wasn't the best mother, hardly even seeing her sons due to the paranoia of her clan coming for her, she at least never favored one over the other and treating them the same amount of attention. So, to see two parents, people who preached about the bonds of family and friends, to ignore one of their own children just because of some prophecy told by a senile old toad with one foot in the grave, was truly sickening. And people called me the demon, Kaguya thought, though maybe this could be used to her advantage. Changing the image again, this time to a clan compound, specifically the Uchiha clan, Indra's descendants. Going to a specific room, Kaguya saw a sleeping baby girl, Satsuki Uchiha, the newborn daughter of the clan head, and Indra's newest transmigrant. Yes, this could work out wonderfully, thought Kaguya, smirking, activating her Byakugan. A little known fact about the Byakugan, well hers at least, was it truly lived up to its name of the all-seeing eye. After her imprisonment, Kaguya discovered another power of her eyes. They could show her glimpses of the past, present, future, and possible futures. It's how she knew what would happen after being sealed away. Hagoromo's ninchu, sharing chakra blindly, his sons turning against each other, all of it. Kaguya also saw Zetsu's plan to revive her, A plan so convoluted she wondered if he even considered all the things that could go wrong with it because he only cared about himself, as shown by him causing chaos behind the scene like the typical Otsutsuki clan member, destroying life without thinking of the consequences whatsoever. This is why she hates her childish clan, boasting the fact of having incredible power by destroying planets and calling themselves so-called gods who lord over any lesser species, that when they are on the losing end of a fight they throw a temper tantrum worthy of an angry toddler and then start whining and repeat their previous actions. But now she'll make her own plans, ones that will have revived in a matter of a few years rather than the centuries Zetsu's plan is taking. Yes, soon I shall return, and all will fear me. And rejoice. Kaguya thought. Time skip 9 years. Konoha. Well done, Menma. Arashi, you're coming along nicely, you'll be as strong as your old man in no time. Minato congratulated his sons who stood on a branch. Hey, don't forget me, Minato, they'll be badass just like their Kachan, shouted Kushina, crossing her arms, Minato chuckling sheepishly. Please, we won't be strong as you two, we're going the strongest in the world, right Nisan? Said Menma, smirking, looking to his brother. Oh yeah, no one will be strongest than us, Arashi agreed, as both parents smiled at their children. Unknown to the family, they were being watched by someone, another boy looking at the family with cold detached eyes from his perch in a tree. The boy was Naruto Uzumaki, Minato and Kushina's third son and Arashi and Menma's younger brother, or as the latter two refer to him, their personal punching bag. Naruto sneered at his brothers' egos were inflated further. Like most male Uchiha gaining their Sharingan, they managed to master tree walking. Big deal. Naruto had already mastered it when he was 6, did anyone praise him for it? No, because in the minds of his family and the rest of the village he was a talentless weakling, who would never compare to his brothers, with Menma and Arashi feeling the need to remind him of the fact every day. What no one but 2 other people knew, was that Naruto was stronger than he let on. While his brothers were trained by their parents, Naruto trained on his own and occasionally with his best friend, preferring it that way as then he could keep his skills a secret. It also wouldn't do no good for the villagers to hate him more. See, while Naruto's brothers were seen as heroes for containing the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto was seen as the Kyuubi itself for containing the soul. For the first 5 years of his life Naruto had to live in fear of the villagers, constantly looking over his shoulder, not that it helped as they always seemed to find him, and that's when the beatings began. Naruto lost count of how many times he was beaten to near death, then having to drag his broken body back home. He tried telling his parents what was happening, but they didn't believe him even when they saw him covered in his own blood. To his parents he was just a troublemaker that pranks people and gets in trouble, when really, it's Menma and Arashi that are the troublemakers who blame Naruto. He remembered when they were 4, Naruto had drawn a picture of the entire family and planned to show his parents in hope of them praising him for something. Though, he had gone to get some water and when he came back he saw Arashi showing their parents the drawing, saying he made it for them. When Naruto said he was a liar and that the picture was his parents yelled at him for trying to take credit for his brother's hard work and sent him to his room. That was the day Naruto began to resent his family. Another incident happened when they were 5. Menma had been running in the house bumping into a standing holding their mother's favorite vase, knocking it down, breaking it. When Kushina saw it, Menma blamed Naruto, even though he wasn't even home at the time, too busy running from a mob, since the people of the world hated more the Kyuubi than the other tailed beasts, since is by far the only one so far who can actually use natural energy instantly, sense emotions, uses its cunning, and is the strongest at full power, can beat the other 8 without breaking a sweat. When he got home Kushina yelled at him for what Menma did, sending him to his room telling him not come out until the next day. When Naruto tried arguing that he didn't do it, his mother Mad actually hit him. Flashback. Naruto stared at his mother in shock, holding his face when her hand had connected, still processing that she had just hit him. Even if Naruto, who is half Uzumaki by genetics, he still follows the Uzumaki clan's creed by heart, family above all. As an Uzumaki would do anything to defend and protect their family even with their own life, and neglecting one is like treason. Don't talk back to your Kasan. Now go to your room and don't think to come down, shouted Kushina, glaring at Naruto. She hit me, she actually hit me. Naruto thought briefly that his parent had yelled at him before but never actually hit him. Naruto's eyes soon went icy cold, and his face going blank. Yes, Kasama, Naruto said coldly, startling Kushina a little. Walking up the stairs Naruto caught sight of Menma smirking smugly at him, making him narrow his eyes. Enjoy while you can, dear brother, but one day I will have you at my feet begging for mercy. Mercy that I won't give. Naruto thought darkly as his eyes turned red with black sclera. End flashback. Since then Naruto has only ever talked to his parents when he needed to, only saying the bare minimum, and referring to them as Kasama and Tosama, even though he's long stopped considering them his parents. It was also after that Naruto began training on his own, refusing to even try asking his parents to train him as well. He had become colder to everyone, except 2 people, no longer caring about the villagers' opinion of him or earning his family's affection. It was another thing that set him apart from his brothers. While Arashi and Menma were loud and brash, preferring to be the center of attention, wearing bright clothes, Naruto was cold, aloof, and stayed in the shadows, wearing dark clothing. The 3 boys were also different in not just attitude but appearance. While Menma was a carbon copy of Minato with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes, Arashi had red hair like Kushina and lighter blue eyes. Naruto on the other hand had spiky black hair and dark blue eyes that bordered on black. His hair used to be blonde, but he dyes it black wanting to distance himself from his family. The only thing the 3 had in common were their whisker marks. Suddenly Naruto heard footsteps approaching. Looking, Naruto smiled warmly at the person, a 6-year-old girl, with long crimson red hair tied in pigtails and bright purple eyes, wearing a white sundress. The girl looked a little before spotting Naruto in the tree smiling brightly. "Nissan!" the girl shouted. Jumping down from his perch, Naruto landed in front of the girl who instantly wrapped her arms around him. "Hey there Rumi-chan," Naruto said, rubbing the girl's head. This was Narumi Namikaze, Naruto's little sister, along with one of the 2 people he cares about. When Naruto had first learned he was going to have another sibling, he was angry, thinking he was once again going to be passed off. But when he first laid eyes on Narumi, this small tiny little thing, any anger he would have had for her faded away, and he swore that no matter what he would always be there for his precious Imoto. "Can we go play Nissan?" asked Narumi, tilting her head cutely, though Naruto smiled sadly. "Sorry Rumi-chan, I have to go meet Satsuki soon," Naruto said, Narumi looking down sadly. Narumi then yelped, feeling Naruto poke her forehead, smiling at her. "Maybe next time Narumi-chan," said Naruto, Narumi nodding before hugging Naruto again. "Happy birthday Nissan," Narumi said before running off. "Oh right, it's my birthday," Naruto thought. It was his, Arashi, and Menma's 10th birthday, meaning he had to get gone soon, as this night was always guaranteed that he'll be attacked by a mob. That, and he just didn't want to be around sheep kissing his brothers' asses. Later, Naruto sat in a clearing behind the Hokage monument looking up at the full moon. Soon he heard the bushes rustling. Looking, Naruto saw a girl his age coming out brushing and stray leaves off. The girl had long waist-length black hair with a blue tint, onyx-colored eyes, pale skin, wearing white shorts, a navy blue high-collared shirt with the Uchiha symbol on the back, and blue kunoichi sandals. "Satsuki-chan," Naruto greeted, giving a 2-finger salute. "Oh, you're here already, sorry if I kept you waiting," said Satsuki, Naruto waving it off. "It's fine, I haven't been waiting that long," Naruto replied, a small smile as he looked at the girl. Satsuki Uchiha, Naruto's first and best friend. They had met each other 3 years ago, when she had caught him training alone. After that, they always trained with each other whenever they could, Satsuki even inviting him over to her home a few times. Her mother Mikoto was a nice woman, always asking him how he was and even supervising his and Satsuki's training. Naruto would even say she was more of a mother to him than Kushina ever was. Her father Fugaku was fine, but Naruto sensed his emotions that included mostly disappointment and regret, even if he doesn't show it, while her brother Itachi was alright, if a tad creepy, along with Naruto not really trusting him considering he was in Anbu and reported to Minato. Though 2 years later, a tragedy struck, the entire Uchiha clan, besides Satsuki, was massacred by Itachi. Something was suspicious about the massacre, that how only one person could kill the majority of the clan even with their guard down on one night. Not even Itachi could have killed a police force that some were twice his age, and how could the Hokage and the elders would accept it when there were more peaceful options to avoid a coup? Even Danzo would have kidnapped the children to turn them into his emotionless rootinins. After that, Satsuki shut out everyone, except Naruto, who refused to leave her side the entire time. Though she didn't show it, Satsuki was grateful for Naruto staying by her side. It also didn't help that everyone began treating her the same as Naruto's brothers, only she had it worst, being a girl, with several people trying to get control of her, being the heiress of the Uchiha clan, and even some people on the council wanting to turn her into breeding stock to repopulate the Uchiha clan. She'd sooner go rogue than let that happen. Besides, she's only interested in one guy, Satsuki idly thought, glancing at Naruto. Sitting beside Naruto, they both looked up at the moon, nothing needing to be said. "So, how are they?" asked Satsuki after a while. "The same. I heard the pervert and the hag were going to let them sign the Toad and Slug contracts," Naruto responded, Satsuki nodding, aware of Naruto's less than stellar relationship with his family. Just then they both noticed something strange. "Naruto-kun, is it just me or is the moon turning red?" Satsuki said. "No, I see it too," said Naruto, suddenly feeling drowsy. "Oh, good eye. Though it was just me," Satsuki trailed off before she and Naruto fell asleep. While the full moon took on a completely red appearance with black concentric rings and 9 domos, 3 in each ring. Moon. Opening his eyes, Naruto groaned, rubbing his head, looking around, frowning, seeing he wasn't back where he was. It was in a large forest clearing, and it was daytime. His eyes then fell Satsuki waking up a short distance away. What just happened? Where are we? Satsuki said. I don't know, said Naruto, just as confused. I believe I can answer that. A female voice said, making Naruto and Satsuki whirl around to the source. They saw the person approaching them was Kaguya. Who are you and where are we? Demanded Naruto, moving in front of Satsuki. Well, that's rude making demands, but if you must know, I am Kaguya Otsutsuki. As to where you are, this is the moon. Or at least the inside of the moon. My prison, Kaguya said, getting skeptical looks from both children. Okay, then why are we here? Satsuki questioned, Kaguya walking around. That would be my doing. You see, I've watched you both, Naruto Uzumaki and Satsuki Uchiha, from the moments of your birth. You both have faced many hardships, Naruto being neglected by your family in favor of your brothers who treat you as less than dirt, and you Satsuki, who has lost your entire family to your own brother and seen as nothing but a tool by people who seek to take advantage of you, Kaguya said, shocking both of them at how much she knew. Well, if you know all that, but you still haven't told us why we're here, said Naruto. To tell you that, I'd have to start at the beginning, from when I first arrived on this planet, began Kaguya. Kaguya then proceeded to tell Naruto and Satsuki everything that happened from when she first landed on the planet with Ishiki, betrayed him, devouring the Shinju fruit, her sons, merging with the Shinju, everything she witnessed from her prison, Indra and Asura's endless conflict and transmigrants, all the way up to the Kyuubi attack. When she finished, Naruto summed up both their thoughts. No offense, but your son is a dumbass. Naruto deadpanned. Who gives people power to basically do anything, and not expect them to use it to kill each other better? Hagoromo basically everyone weapons and told them not to kill each other with them, Naruto said. Kaguya smiled at that, not taking any offense, knowing it's true her sons were both naive in their thinking. None taken. I know my son was foolish to give humanity chakra, he thought it would help bring peace, when really he helped set the seeds of war. A path his sons, my grandsons, followed. That also brings me to why I wanted to speak with you both, and you see, you two are the newest transmigrants of Asura and Indra. Kaguya revealed, surprising them both. You mean to tell us, we have your grandsons inside us? Satsuki said, not at all pleased to learn some guy's soul was inside her. Yes and no, since you only have their chakras, because if you were actually them you would have stopped fighting long ago. Responded Kaguya. Then how come we don't act like them? From what you've told us, all of Asura's transmigrants wanted to bring peace, while Indra's wanted rule. And they all hated each other? Naruto questioned. You can thank me for that. You see, while I am trapped here, I can still influence certain things, such as channeling small portions of my chakra into you both throughout your lives, suppressing both Indra and Asura. If I had not done this, you Naruto would have been a forgiving fool who forgave every bad thing done to you and obsessed with peace, while you Satsuki, a revenge-driven person only caring about completing your own goals and gaining more power, said Kaguya, both grimacing at the metal images conjured while looking at their dominant arms. Well, thanks for that, but you still haven't told us the reason you wanted to meet us, said Naruto. I'm getting to that. You see, I have watched as my world has been torn apart, all because of my son's foolish decisions, and I'm tired of it, and seeing my chakra used by those unworthy. What I want is for you both to join me, free me, and help reclaim all my chakra. In exchange, you both shall be allowed to keep your chakra. I will also awaken both Indra and Asura's dormant powers within you, along with removing any influence they could have over you both. In addition, I can make you two into pure-blooded Otsutsuki like me as well. Think about it, you both would finally be the ones with the power, and make those who mocked you or seek to use you pay in the worst way possible, taking away their power. Even gaining immortality as a bonus, Kaguya said. Both thought about it, Naruto picturing his family defeated at his feet, powerless without their chakra, crushing everyone in Konoha, while Satsuki imagined being even closer to finally killing Itachi and avenging her clan. Especially to never die under normal circumstances and to start fresh at the same time. Narumi gets to keep her chakra, said Naruto, refusing to hurt his sister in any way. Done, Kaguya agreed. You'll evolve my Sharingan into the Mangekyo. Satsuki added, not willing to risk killing or seeing Naruto dying to awaken the Mangekyo, especially since it would have led her to blindness. Of course, said Kaguya. And we will be equals in this, we won't be anyone's servants or underlings, said Naruto. Yes. So, do we have an agreement? Kaguya said. Naruto and Satsuki looked at each other, nodding. Good, now hold out your dominant arms, said Kaguya. Doing so, Naruto held up his right while Satsuki held up her left. Grabbing both their hands, Naruto and Satsuki felt power surging through them, while also feeling something being erased, Asura and Indra. Then as quickly as it came, it stopped. I have awakened your powers. You Satsuki now have access to your Mangekyou Sharingan despite that you already unlocked it, and like Indra you will not have to worry of going blind from overuse, and possess the 6 paths yin power. You Naruto will be able to access 6 paths Sage Mode, the Wood-style Kekkei Genkai, and the 6 paths Yang power. Kaguya explained. Naruto and Satsuki audit the new power they now have. What now? Asked Naruto, eager to test his new powers. Now we talk with your tenant Naruto, Kaguya said as the surroundings changed to a sewer with a giant cage. Behind the cage were 2 giant blood-red eyes looking down at the 3 people. Naruto and Satsuki both knew this was the Kyuubi's soul, Naruto having always known and having told Satsuki. Hello Katsumi, Kaguya said to the tailed beast that holds half of the Kyuubi's power. Katsumi stepped out of the shadows showing her full glory, though being noticeably smaller and malnourished due to losing all her chakra, before shrinking down transforming into a teenage girl. The girl had long crimson red hair that went to her hips, matching red eyes, a curvaceous figure that was enhanced by the tight-fitting black robes with a cape that extends to the floor she was wearing, matching thigh-high length boots, and fingerless black gloves that extend to just below her elbows. Kaguya. Katsumi growled. Now is that any way to talk to your Kasan? Kaguya said mockingly, much to Naruto and Satsuki's surprise. Don't flatter yourself you psychotic bitch, scoffed Katsumi turning away. Oh, pity, and here I was going to offer to restore your chakra, but if you don't want to listen then I'll just reabsorb you. Kaguya stepping forward, Katsumi now shaking her head fearfully. Wait. Let's not do anything rash, I'll hear you out. Alright, said Katsumi, not wanting to be absorbed back into Kaguya. She never wanted to become part of the Kyuubi again. She enjoyed being alive, aside from being sealed away 3 times and controlled twice. Good girl. Now my offer is that I'll restore you to full power, free you from the seal, and make it so you can never be sealed again. In exchange you will stay with Naruto and Satsuki to help them in my resurrection, Kaguya said, Katsumi narrowing her eyes. And what about my siblings? Questioned Katsumi. While they may not always get along, they're still family, even if she was arrogant due to boasting about having more tails means more powerful, but they are the only family she has left. They will be sealed within the demonic statue of the outer path, to become part of me once again, Kaguya said as if it was obvious. No way. Unless you agree to leave them alone, I'm not helping, Katsumi said, Kaguya feeling her eye twitch. Fine, I will make a compromise as I'll take the majority of your siblings' chakra, leaving behind small portions so they may replenish it over time, letting them live, said Kaguya, since all she really needed was the tailed beast's chakra, not their souls. Katsumi nodded reluctantly. It was better than all of them simply becoming the Kyuubi again. And what about me? Am I just supposed to hand over my chakra after I get it back? Katsumi said, Kaguya raising a delicate brow. I never said I'd get you your chakra back, I said I'd restore it. The chakra sealed in those 2 fools will be absorbed into the statue, said Kaguya. Katsumi nodding slowly, thinking it's better than just losing her chakra again, even if she blames herself in secret due to her arrogance and pride. Though still, the old man did everything he could to seal Kaguya away. Could she really turn her back on the man who created her, her own father? Kaguya noticed Katsumi's hesitant, and knew it was due to her loyalty to her son, but Kaguya knew how to break that loyalty. If you're worried about betraying my son, tell me, would it not be fair after all the times he betrayed you and the other tailed beasts, said Kaguya. Katsumi growling at her, wishing she wasn't locked behind the cage. The old man never betrayed us, he's the one who freed us from you and the Kyuubi. Katsumi growled. Really, are you sure his intentions were pure? That you didn't trade one cage for another? Countered Kaguya. Think about it, Katsumi. Hagoromo kept the Kyuubi sealed inside him until the end of his life, after he had already given everyone chakra, after both Asura and Indra were grown men strong enough with the 2 abilities to control the tailed beasts, the Sharingan and Wood style. Now look at you, all trapped and treated as nothing but objects and weapons, all by the same people Hagoromo saw fit to give chakra to. Then there's Indra and Asura. I believe you knew their previous transmigrants Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Madara treated you as his pet while controlling you with his eyes, while Hashirama captured you and your siblings, selling you off to the other villagers and then having his wife seal you away. Then Indra's other descendant who controlled you a second. Now tell me, if that is not betrayal, then what is? You know what else? That he has been watching us the entire time and did nothing to help because he chose to die as a human when Otsutsuki, even a half-breed, can live for centuries like you and your siblings, Katsumi, Kaguya said, as Katsumi fell to her knees clutching her head. Stop, please just stop, Katsumi said pleadingly. As much as she wanted to deny it, everything Kaguya said made sense. Hagoromo could have found a way to prevent them from being sealed away, but instead he taught humans how to use chakra before releasing them, then his sons having the power to control them, and their transmigrants controlling them and turning them into weapons. Kaguya entered the cage kneeling down, putting her hands on Katsumi's shoulders. "Join us, Katsumi, and none of the tailed beasts will ever have to fear being sealed away again or controlled. They will be free. No one will have chakra to use against you ever again," said Kaguya. Katsumi nodded, looking, "Yes, I'll help free you, Kaguya. Though one more thing, the masked man who controlled me, I get to kill him," said Katsumi. "Get in line, sweetheart. If anyone's ripping that bastard apart, it's going to be me," said Naruto, reminding them of his and Satsuki's presence. "Both of you, when the times come, will be able to take revenge on the masked fool. But for now, I will restore you to your full power, Katsumi," Kaguya said, channeling her chakra into Katsumi. Instantly Katsumi felt her power returning, making her grin viciously at being back to full power. While the seal keeping her locked away melted away. "It's done, you're now free and all your chakra has been restored," said Kaguya, standing up. "So, what do we do now?" asked Satsuki, crossing her arms. "Now, you return to your bodies and train in your new powers. Collect the tailed beast chakra, and it has to be willingly, just in case. Seal it within the demonic statue, then we will achieve our plan to stripping humans of chakra," Kaguya said, as Naruto and Satsuki began fading, showing they were returning to consciousness. "Also, don't tell anyone about this meeting or your new powers to no one," said Kaguya seriously, knowing the wrong people would eventually find out. Nodding, both Naruto and Satsuki faded away. While in the shadows, two pair of red eyes with black sclera watched Kaguya, but the minute she sensed it, disappeared into the shadows. "Maybe staying inside Naruto is better than being inside the moon," Kaguya said, smirking. "Real world." Opening his eyes, Naruto sat up, finding him and Satsuki back in the clearing. "Was it just a dream?" Naruto wondered. "I wouldn't too sure about that," said Satsuki, looking at her hand. "Why is that?" questioned Naruto. In response, Satsuki showed him her left palm, where a black crescent moon was located, along with channeling chakra into her eyes, activating her Sharingan, which had 3 tomos, before it evolved into 3 intersecting ellipses. Shocked, Naruto looked at his right hand, seeing a white sun symbol. "I wonder," Naruto thought, remembering Kaguya said she awakened the wood style in him. Placing his hand on the ground, Naruto channeled chakra through it, causing several flowers to grow. "Okay, now that's cool," said Naruto with a smirk. He wished he could rub it in his family's faces that he is the bloodline of the Shodaime Hokage, before using it to lock Arashi and Menma in a cage. But knew he couldn't unless wanted to answer questions he'd rather not. "Don't get a swelled head, boy." A female voice, getting both their attention. Looking, they saw a fox kid sitting nearby, a fox with red eyes. "Katsumi?" Naruto said, Katsumi rolling her eyes. "Who else would it be?" "Yes, it's me, boy," said Katsumi, jumping on Naruto's shoulder. "Don't get any ideas, boy. I just prefer you to the Uchiha until you prove yourself to gain my trust," Katsumi said, growling at Satsuki. She didn't care if she was friends with the boy. She's been controlled by 2 Uchiha before, and she'll be damned if a third time happens. "So, I guess now we train in our new powers," said Satsuki. "Yeah, I just wish I could show Arashi and Menma, just to see the fear in their eyes when they see I have the power now," Naruto said, a sadistic gleam in his dark blue eyes. "Well, try to control yourself. You'll get your chance eventually. For now, just be patient," Satsuki said, Naruto nodding reluctantly. "Fine, though we should probably get going. Though tomorrow we'll start training," said Naruto, Satsuki nodding in agreement. No one in the elemental countries could be aware of the consequences of what happened that night. For that one meeting marked the beginning of the end. The end of the shinobi era. 4 years have passed since Naruto and Satsuki's meeting with Kaguya, since they have trained in secret to master their new abilities. For Satsuki it was easy, as she had access to the Uchiha clan's jutsu library, along with the scrolls on the Mangekyo Sharingan to learn what abilities it granted her. Though she could only get so far with scrolls, and the only people she knew who awakened the Mangekyo were her cousin Shisui Uchiha and her brother Itachi, the former of whom was dead while the latter Satsuki intended to kill. It didn't help that while she wouldn't go blind from overuse of her Mangekyo, it still put a strain on her eyes that temporarily rendered her disoriented. Naruto meanwhile had it harder, as he couldn't risk going to his own family's jutsu library, along with it not having any scrolls on the wood style. Luckily that was easily solved by breaking into the Senju compound, with the only living Senju, Tsunade, not staying in the compound. But Naruto learned quickly before he could learn wood style. He first had to master water and earth style, the 2 elements that made up wood style. On top of training, they also had to track down the other Jinchuriki and the demonic statue, which apparently was no longer in the moon, meaning someone possessing the Rinnegan managed to summon it. Now one would think with so much to do it'd take several years to even come close to learning to master all these abilities. If not for something Naruto learned during his escapade into the Senju compound, a handy little jutsu invented by the Nidaime Hokage, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A jutsu Tobirama created after witnessing his brother's wood clone jutsu. The jutsu itself creates physical copies of the user with each clone having an equal amount of chakra from the original. The clones are able to perform jutsu and fight, though one good hit will cause them to dispel. But what really had Naruto's attention was the Shadow Clone Jutsu's other ability. Anything a clone learns, or experiences was transferred back to the original. So, if someone created a single clone and both the clone and original train for an hour, then the clone dispels, the person would feel like they trained for 2 hours. With shadow clones, Naruto and Satsuki would be able to cut years worth of training into only a few months. It took them a few hours before they could successfully perform the Shadow Clone Jutsu, though while they could now create clones to assist in their training, they soon learned there was a limit to how many they could create. Naruto, already possessing large chakra pools thanks to his Uzumaki heritage, and held Katsumi as he could create over 1,000 clones. Combined with the power Kaguya gave him, boosted that number to 2,500 clones. Satsuki, on the other hand, while having larger than average chakra pools, was only able to create 10 clones, while with the boost she got from Kaguya the amount went up to 50. So, every day Naruto and Satsuki both went to their training ground making as many shadow clones as possible and set them to work. For Naruto, he had 500 clones work on taijutsu, another 500 worked on chakra control, another 500 worked on calligraphy and fuinjutsu, another 500 worked on awakening the Six Paths Sage mode, 300 were assigned to begin mastering Naruto's 3 basic elements of water, earth, and wind, while the final 200 clones Naruto sent out into the elemental countries to locate the other Jinchuriki and the demonic statue. Satsuki meanwhile divides her clones in 5 groups of 10. The first group worked on increasing her chakra pools, the second worked on taijutsu, the third worked on refining the fujutsu she already knew, the fourth worked on mastering her 2 elements of fire and lightning, while the final 10 worked on mastering her Sharingan, as even though she has it fully unlocked didn't mean she knew how to use it. She knew Itachi had mastered the Sharingan to the point he could put someone in a genjutsu just by pointing at them. The real Naruto and Satsuki worked on increasing their strength, speed, and agility, as while the shadow clones transfer back everything they learn and experience that didn't include physical attributes. Once his clones have come far enough in fuinjutsu, Naruto places gravity seals on both himself and Satsuki, both set at 5 times gravity, so that when they came off they'd get a major speed boost, while increasing the seals by ×1 whenever they started getting used to them. Naruto also made progress in his 6 Paths Sage mode, being able to call on it, though he couldn't hold the cloak long as it put a strain on his body. While Satsuki made progress in Mangekyo abilities, having a special affinity for Amaterasu which she could shape and control in her own unique blaze style, being able to shape the black flames in a variety of ways, whether as a shield, a weapon, usually a blade, or arrows, combining them with hers and Naruto's techniques. She could also summon Susanoo rib cage and an arm, but still had trouble fully manifesting it. Satsuki even managed to copy a jutsu from someone neither she nor Naruto particularly liked, Kakashi Hitake, Naruto because of being his father's student, and Satsuki because the man shamelessly reads smut in public and he had something that didn't belong. The jutsu she copied was one she very much enjoyed, the Chidori, an S-rank assassination jutsu that she has already made different variations for it. Even Naruto could learn the Chidori due to being a natural sensor and won't suffer from tunnel vision. Even Satsuki found out that she is also a sensor too. Though with Satsuki gaining her own signature jutsu with the Chidori, Naruto wanted one for himself and thus stole his father's Rasengan scroll, not only learning and mastering the Rasengan in a week but creating a stronger version he calls Spiraling Ring. He also added his wind affinity to the Rasengan, something Minato, Jiraiya, and Kakashi have never managed, thus creating his second original jutsu wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Naruto even awoke his adamantine sealing chains during the time he saved Hinata from bullies from his torso, and has also started to develop it to release from his limbs and to turn his own chakra into armor and weapons. Naruto himself particularly enjoyed showcasing his new strength during academy spars, brutally taking his opponents in sadistically. Given he's always been on the receiving end of the beatings, it was nice to be the beater for once. Especially when the parents of the children he brutalizes try seeking retribution only to be sent to the hospital. Satsuki had to intervene a few times before Naruto accidentally revealed too much about his skills. Being one of the only 3 people that can successfully calm him down, the other 2 being Narumi and Katsumi. Though while Naruto's love of battle could get out of hand, he could still keep his cool, which Satsuki was thankful for, not wanting Naruto's trigger-happy personality to interfere with their plans. Currently Naruto laid asleep in bed with Satsuki and Katsumi pressed against him, though as soon Naruto woke up. Opening his eyes, Naruto smiled at the red and black hair splayed across his chest, A year ago he and Satsuki finally came out to each other about their feelings, quickly followed by a heated makeout session. A few months later Katsumi revealed she had developed feelings for Naruto, and both she and Satsuki had agreed to share him after much arguing with Naruto, making sure they didn't kill each other. They've never gone farther than making out and some groping, wanting to wait until they're older before going any farther. Running his hands along their sides, eliciting moans from both beauties, Naruto would love nothing more than to stay where he was, but knew he and Satsuki had to get up for the graduation exam at the academy. As Naruto was concentrating, he vanished from where he is, appearing beside the bed. That was another of his techniques, Shunpo, a technique allowing him to teleport short distances instantaneously. It was like the Hiraishin but didn't require a marker. Heading to the bathroom, Naruto took a quick shower before getting dressed. His attire consisted of a sleeveless dark gray gi, a long-sleeved black undershirt with a turtleneck, a red sash, black pants, and white boots. Physically he looked the same in that he lacks the whisker marks due to Katsumi being freed from the seal, only standing taller and more muscular. His hair still colored black, only looking darker ever since meeting Kaguya, spiked up more with a single lock of hair hanging over the right side of his face. Heading into the kitchen, Naruto began cooking breakfast, knowing Satsuki and Katsumi will be up soon. A year after meeting Kaguya, Naruto had moved in with Satsuki in her apartment, which was big enough for all three of them. Only Narumi knew Naruto lived there, occasionally visiting her brother there. It hadn't really surprised Naruto. His family hadn't even noticed his absence, having long since accepted that they'll always care about Menma and Arashi because they held Katsumi's chakra. Naruto still looked forward to the day he gets to tear the chakra out of them all and having them powerless at his feet. Soon Naruto heard both Satsuki and Katsumi waking up, just in time as he finished. Looking, Naruto smirked at what they were wearing, or lack thereof. Satsuki had thrown on a shirt 2 sizes too small as it strained against her deep breasts, while showing her lacy black panties and smooth pale legs. Katsumi meanwhile hadn't bothered putting a shirt on, wearing only matching crimson lace underwear. Katsumi, seeing Naruto staring, smirked, leaning forward pushing her breasts up. "Like what you see, Naruto-kun," Katsumi purred. "Very," replied Naruto, as Satsuki smiled, wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck, pecking him on the lips. "Yes, well, just a few more years then you'll get see what's underneath," Satsuki whispered in his ear. As much as I'd love to continue, we still have to get to the academy," reminded Naruto. Satsuki groaned at the reminder. 4 years stuck in the academy, surrounded by fangirls who only cared about finding Prince Charming to save them, and boys that had fantasies of what being a shinobi. The worst part for Satsuki were the fanboys though. She lost count of how many times she had to resist using Amaterasu on them. The two worst were Arashi and Menma, both believing she belonged to them. The only thing stopping her from killing them was that Naruto already called dibs on ending their lives, which he was finding more tempting each day he saw either of them go near Satsuki. "Hey, you think I want to be surrounded by annoying brats that think being a ninja means rescuing princesses and saving the world? I don't, but look at this way, after today we're one step closer to never seeing this village again," said Naruto. Satsuki nodded before going to dress. Her attire consisted of a dark gray jacket with violet lining and dark blue edging, unzipped halfway to show a dark blue crop top. The coat has darker gray short sleeves, a thick collar that completely encircles her neck, and 2 long dark blue trimmed rectangular tails which are detachable, form-fitting black pants. Around her hips and over the tails of her coat is a gray belt, which has 2 pieces of dark gray material trimmed in blue attached to it. The first covers from her left hip to the back of the belt and is folded over the belt, and the second is attached from the right hip and almost around to the other piece of material. Knee-high black boots with metal caps on the heel and toe, with a heel cap attaching to a violet strap across the front of her ankle, and a gold zipper on the upper half of the front of the boots. A single small buckled strap is on the upper outside of her boots, and a purple bandana tied around her left knee. A pair of black fingerless gloves with long dark blue cuffs reaching to mid-forearm complete the outfit. Her waist-length hair was done up in a ponytail with her bangs curving to the left side of her face. In short, Naruto could die happy knowing he's seen this vision of beauty. With that, all three ate breakfast before heading to the academy, Katsumi transforming into her fox form and jumping on Naruto's shoulder. When they arrived, they took their seats at the back of the class, blocking out the noisy students. It wasn't long until the door opened again and walking in like they owned the place was none other than Menma and Arashi, both wearing matching arrogant smirks. Naruto shook his head when he saw they were wearing blindingly bright blue and neon orange jumpsuits. The only thing missing was bright flashing signs saying, "Here I am, please kill me," above their heads. "I swear how am/is I/ Naruto-kun related to those idiots?" Naruto and Satsuki both thought, though they were pulled from their thoughts when they heard what sounded like a stampede coming down the hall, making Satsuki groan. Soon the door was slammed open and 2 blurs, one pink and one blonde, burst into the room. "Ha, I win forehead," shouted the blonde. "As if pig, my foot went through the door first." The pink shouted. Bang! Naruto patted Satsuki comfortingly as she repeatedly banged her head on the desk. The reason being the two girls that just entered, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, two of the worst fangirls for Arashi and Menma, and insults to real kunoichi. Whenever Satsuki saw them, she would be reminded of when her mother would come home ranting about how fangirls are the reason real kunoichi aren't taken seriously, and the injustice of them being allowed to become ninja. Safe to say Satsuki developed the same hatred. "No way I'm sitting with Arashi-kun and Menma-kun, Ino pig," screeched Sakura. "Yeah right, like they want that huge forehead blocking their view of me," Ino shouted. The first chance I get, those two will die." Satsuki thought, determination burning in her eyes to end the wretched fangirls. Eventually the sensei, Iruka Umino, entered the classroom, with Naruto smirking dangerously. They used to have another teacher, Mizuki, shame that he had an unfortunate accident. Said accident being Naruto impaling him on a truth-seeking ball when he caught the team staring at Satsuki. Luckily, Naruto didn't have to worry about disposing of the body, as anything hit by the truth-seeking balls is reduced to ash. "Alright, everyone settle down," said Iruka, gaining a tick mark when no one listened. "I said shut up, you little brats," Iruka shouted using his big head no jutsu. Instantly everyone quieted down, making Iruka nod. "Alright, as you all know, the graduation exam is today. First is the written test, then the practical test where you'll show your mastery of the substitution, transformation, and clone jutsus. We will begin the written test now," said Iruka before passing out the tests. The test lasted an hour, with Naruto and Satsuki finishing at the same time, followed shortly by Sakura. Once the test was finished, Iruka collected the papers and started the practical test. "When I call your name, come into the back room and demonstrate the 3 jutsu and receive your forehead protector if you pass." "Shino Aburame," called Iruka, said boy going into the room, coming out shortly with a headband around his forehead. On it went Iruka called students, some coming out with headbands, some not, looking down sadly at failing, a few even running out crying. "Satsuki Uchiha," Iruka called. "Good luck," said Naruto smiling at her, which Satsuki returned. "You too," Satsuki said walking down the steps. "Hope we're on the same team, Satsuki-chan," said Menma as he and Arashi leered at her figure, both sporting forehead protectors tied around their heads, sending shivers up her spine, and not the pleasurable ones Naruto gives her, the kind where she needs a shower. Naruto glared at his brothers, mentally counting to 1,000 to resist ripping their throat out, while Katsumi nuzzled his cheek to calm him down, Naruto nodding in thanks. Satsuki entered the room seeing Iruka behind a table with multiple headbands and a clipboard in hand. "Alright Satsuki, perform the substitution, transformation, and finally create 3 clones," Iruka said. Crossing her arms, Satsuki wordlessly switched places with a chair and switched back. Next she transformed into her mother, Mikado Uchiha, in her kunoichi gear. Finally, she made a half-ram seal, creating 3 shadow clones. Iruka stared shock. Not only had she performed the substitution and transformation without hand seals, something not even Menma or Arashi could do, even trained by some of the strongest ninja in Konoha, but then demonstrated B-rank forbidden jutsu with ease. "So, do I pass?" Satsuki said rhetorically. "Oh, why yes of course Satsuki, here's your headband," said Iruka, handing Satsuki a headband missing the sneer she gave it before tying it loosely around her neck. "Naruto Uzumaki," Iruka called once Satsuki exited the room. Naruto walked past Satsuki to the room, hearing Arashi say something. "Good luck at Toto," sneered Arashi. Naruto ignored the comment, angering his brothers, hoping to get a rise from him, knowing neither could touch him. Entering the room, Iruka told Naruto the same thing as the others. Once again, Iruka was shocked when Naruto performed the substitution and transformation without seals before making 3 shadow clones. Could Naruto and Satsuki have trained together? Iruka wondered, handing Naruto a headband that he tied around his left arm. Later, Naruto and Satsuki walked out of the academy after all the students had been tested. Moving there through the crowd of parents either congratulating the children who passed or comforting the ones who failed. Though Naruto stopped short of the gate when he saw his parents congratulating Menma and Arashi for graduating. While Naruto no longer cares for earning the Namikaze family or the rest of their ilk's affection, he supposed now he just found them pathetic. Pathetic in that they're so focused on fulfilling some half-baked prophecy spoken by a senile toad about some miracle child that'd bring peace to the world. "Hey, are you alright?" asked Satsuki, shaking him a little. "Yeah, just contemplating how delusional they all are," Naruto replied. Suddenly Naruto was tackled by a red blur, nearly knocking him down. "Nii-san. You passed, I knew you would. I just knew it," cheered Narumi, as Naruto smiled, patting his sister's back. "Of course, I passed. Did you expect anything less?" Naruto said. What about me Narumi-chan? I passed too, said Satsuki, as Narumi let go of Naruto and hugged Satsuki. I knew you'd pass to Satsuki-ne, Narumi said looking up grinning widely, which Satsuki returned. When Satsuki had first met the little girl she already knew she was hooked. Narumi was a breath of fresh air in a rather grim life. It helped that she now knew Naruto was good with children. After their first meeting, Narumi had taken to calling her Satsuki-ne, which warmed the Uchiha's heart. Ni-san, now that you and Satsuki-ne are ninja, does that mean you're going to be going on missions now? Asked Narumi as the 10-year-old jumped on Naruto's back, arms wrapped around his neck, Katsumi jumping on Naruto's head. Yep, but only after we're assigned a team, then we'll be going on missions, answered Naruto. That means I won't get to see you as much anymore, Narumi muttered sadly. You know Narumi, me and Naruto were going to go out and celebrate graduating. Would you like to come? Satsuki offered, making Narumi's face light up and nod rapidly. With that the four, including Katsumi still in disguise, left the academy. Next day. And back here again, Naruto thought, tapping on the desk, his eyes closed, while Satsuki leaned backboard. While they've both graduated, they now had to be put on a team with a third member under a Jonin instructor, which sadly mean they had to endure the academy for one last day. Katsumi had chosen to stay home rather than join them. Iruka had already showed up and begun listing off the different teams. Now both were just waiting to see what team they were on. Team 7, Menma Namikaze, Arashi Namikaze, and Sakura Haruno under Kakashi Hitake, said Iruka. Yeah, true love conquers all. In your face, Ino pig! Shrieked Sakura, much to Naruto and Satsuki annoyance. Don't, Naruto whispered to Satsuki without opening his eyes. One word, that's all it'd take, and I'd have ended that howler monkey, hissed Satsuki, her Mangekyo Sharingan already activated, ready to unleash black flames on the fangirl. As much as I'd love to see that, you do realize we'd be forced to make a quick escape for murder. So, just hold yourself back, and when the chance presents itself you can incinerate as many fangirls as you want, said Naruto, Satsuki smiling sadistically at the thought. Team 13 Naruto Uzumaki, and Satsuki Uchiha under Kushina Uzumaki, said Iruka. Naruto's eyes snap open. What? Growled Naruto, not expecting this. While he likes being on a team with Satsuki, his mother being his instructor though wasn't something he could tolerate. Now your senseis will be here soon, so for now relax and wait. And once congratulations on becoming ninja of Konoha, said Iruka, leaving the classroom. It didn't take long before Kushina walked in with two other Jonin instructors. Team 8 with me, said the red-eyed woman. Team 10 with me, the man said. Team 13 meet me at training ground 13. Kushina said before sunshining away. Naruto and Satsuki followed in a shunpo and a lightning sunshine respectively, surprising Kushina that they knew how to teleport. Naruto, I didn't know you could use sunshine, said Kushina looking at her son. Yeah, there's a lot about me you don't know, Naruto said with more bite than intended, making Kushina flinch a little. Anyway, let's start off by introducing each, your likes, dislikes, and hobbies. I'll start. My likes are ramen, pranking, training, and my family. Naruto scoffed at that. My dislikes are traitors, a certain masked team, and boring people. My hobbies include training, pranking, and spending time with my family. Alright Naruto, you go next, said Kushina. My likes are training, Satsuki-chan, Narumi-chan, and Katsumi-chan. My dislikes are a masked team, weaklings, and two annoying pests. My hobbies include training, and spending time with Satsuki-chan, Katsumi-chan, and Narumi-chan, said Naruto. Kushina nodding. Okay Satsuki, you next, Kushina said. My likes are the same as Naruto-kun's. My dislikes are a certain man, loudmouth losers, the color orange, and weaklings. My hobbies are training, said Satsuki. Alright, now then, usually this is the part where I'd say you aren't really Jonin and you'd have to pass a secret test, and blah, blah, blah. That all sounds rather boring, so instead, congratulations, we're officially Team 13, said Kushina. Satsuki sweat dropping while Naruto's eye twitched. This is the woman Ka-san told me was one of the deadliest kunoichi alive. Satsuki thought. I see where Menma and Arashi get their childish personality. Does that mean they got their overinflated egos from Namikaze? Naruto wondered mentally. Alright Team 13, let's go get our first mission, said Kushina, snapping them from their thoughts as all three walked to the Hokage's office. Time skipped 3 weeks. 3 weeks have passed since Naruto and Satsuki were put on Team 13 under Kushina. Since then they have done several missions. One thing both could be thankful of with Kushina as their sensei is that she absolutely refused to do D-rank missions, or as they called them, chores people are too lazy to do themselves. Seriously, they're ninja, trained to kill, not babysit children or walk dogs. So, they They mostly did C-rank missions, usually escort or eliminating bandits, and when they weren't doing missions they had to train or spar with Kushina. Neither Naruto nor Satsuki enjoyed training with Kushina as it meant they had held back from their full power, as to not reveal what they could really do. Currently they were heading to the Hokage's office to get another mission. After knocking, they entered seeing Minato with piles of paperwork on his desk. "Ready for another mission, Minato-kun," said Kushina. "Ah, Team 13, I was just about to call you anyway. Recently Team 7 has taken their first C-rank mission to the Land of Waves. Unfortunately the client lied about the mission's rank, though they chose to continue the mission. During the journey they ran into Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi was able to defeat him before a hunter nin showed up and took the body, but Kakashi believed it was Zabuza's accomplice and so has requested another team be sent as backup. So, Team 13, your mission to travel to the Land of Waves and assist Team 7 in protecting the bridge builder Tazuna," ordered Minato. "Hi, we'll head out immediately," Kushina said before turning to her students. "Alright team, meet at the gates in an hour after packing all the supplies you'll need for this mission," said Kushina, Naruto and Satsuki nodding before teleporting away to pack. However, Naruto made a quick stop at Anbu headquarters, sneaking into where they keep records of all the Anbu members and their completed missions. "Let's see Anbu Weasel, where are? Aha, there you are," thought Naruto, grabbing the file. Opening, Naruto flipped through the different reports before stopping on the last one. The last mission Anbu Weasel aka Itachi Uchiha took before going rogue. The elimination of the Uchiha clan. With each word Naruto's eyes widened further. The Uchiha clan were planning coup to take over the village, with Itachi acting as the Hokage's spy and eventually agreeing to be the one to eliminate the Uchiha clan, on the condition that Satsuki wasn't to be harmed. Itachi sacrificed everything to prevent Konoha from being plunged into a civil war, one that would very likely lead to the Fourth Shinobi War, and to protect his little sister. Naruto sealed the file away, knowing he'd have to show Satsuki she deserved to know the real reason why her family was taken from her. Later gates. Naruto and Satsuki arrived at the gate seeing Kushina already waiting for them. "Alright team, let's move out," said Kushina. Instantly all three took off running towards Wave Country, Naruto and Satsuki sharing a look, nodding, knowing now was the perfect chance to enact their plan. Naruto and Satsuki looked around the Land of Waves seeing the disrepair the town was in, with several people being on the streets. "It's sad, isn't it? Seeing these people suffering like this because some tyrant," Kushina stated, Satsuki humming in thought with her arms crossed behind her back while Naruto remained silent. After a while, they arrived at the bridge builder Tazuna's house where Team 7 should be. Knocking on the door, the three waited a few moments before it was opened. A middle-aged woman. "Yes?" the woman asked. "Hi, we're the backup team sent to assist Team 7. Kushina introduced, the woman gaining a look of realization. "Oh. Right, Kakashi did mention another team would be showing up. Please come in. I'm Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter," Tsunami said, stepping aside to let them. "I'm Kushina Uzumaki, these are my students Satsuki Uchiha and my son Naruto Uzumaki," said Kushina, Naruto scoffing when she called him her son. "Let's get this over with," Naruto muttered, brushing past both Kushina and Tsunami. Entering the living room, Naruto saw Menma, Arashi, Sakura, and Kakashi sitting around. "Oh, how the mighty have fallen," Naruto commented, seeing the crutches next to Kakashi and Menma and Arashi looking a little worse for wear. His comment had their attention turned to him, his brothers and Sakura glaring at him, while Kakashi merely glanced at him before going back to his book. "What are you doing here, loser?" demanded Menma, as Kushina and Satsuki entered. "We're the team sent to assist you, Sochi," said Kushina, the two scoffing and sneering at Naruto. "Well, you'll be able to help Kasan, but the loser will just get in the way. And don't worry, Tsuki-chan, we'll protect you," Arashi said, shamelessly looking Satsuki up and down. Naruto bristled at them, blatantly eyeing his girlfriend. While he could care less about what they think of him, that didn't stop Naruto's anger at being looked down on by this pathetic weaklings that will only depend on Katsumi's old chakra. "And yet you're the ones that needed another team to back you up. So much for the sons of the great Yondaime, guess all that training amount to nothing," Naruto taunted, Menma and Arashi's faces turning red at the insult. "Naruto, stop antagonizing your brothers this instant," Kushina scolded. Glaring at her from the corner of his eye, Naruto turned on his heel and left the house, a worried Satsuki going after him, knowing nothing good would happen of Naruto going off on his own. Satsuki found Naruto in the forest knocking trees down, throwing them into the air and destroying them. Throwing another one into the air, Naruto's hand was surrounded by purple chakra surrounded his right hand before a purple blade made of pure chakra shot out of his hand and impaled the tree, slicing through it. Though just as quickly the blade vanished and Naruto fell to his knees, gripping his now burned and shaking hand. "You idiot," Satsuki said, running over to him. "What were you thinking? You know you can't handle creating an energy blade like that as you are now." Satsuki admonished. I was thinking I've had to restrain myself for 4 years from just tearing those worthless insects apart. Naruto snarled with a murderous glare, one that actually made Satsuki flinch. She knew Naruto held nothing but hatred for his brothers. It was different than her hatred for Itachi. She once loved and looked up to Itachi, then he murdered their parents, particularly their mother Mikado, and massacred their clan, and any love or respect she had for her brother turned into a burning hatred and need for revenge. But for Naruto, he had always been second to his brothers and treated as a punching bag by them. There was never any sibling love between the three, only pure hatred. Satsuki wouldn't admit out loud, but she had always been terrified of what Naruto would become if his hatred consumed him with no one around to keep him in check. I don't think anyone would be able to stop him, Satsuki thought grimly. Looking at his hand, Naruto saw it was fully healed, but a few tremors still went through it. Clenching his fist, Naruto breathed deeply, willing it to stop. I'm good now, said Naruto, standing, but Satsuki stopped him and grabbed his hand. No, let me see, Satsuki said. I said I'm fine. Naruto was cut off when Satsuki looked at him warningly. You're lucky you can even still feel your hand. You know it's dangerous when you use the advanced version of the God Split Cut, Satsuki said as her hands gained a soft green glow. The God Split Cut is another of Naruto's original techniques, one that was pure shape transformation. The idea was to coat his hand in a field of chakra to act as a powerful blade. It took months for Naruto to get it down, and when he did, it was sharp enough to slice clean through a boulder. He even taught it to Satsuki to see if she could make her own improvements. But Naruto didn't stop there, wanting to create more powerful versions. So far he's only been able to create a blade of pure energy that was more powerful than the God Split Cut and used to keep his opponents at more of distance. He called it Violent Fierce God Slicer. Of course, whenever Naruto tries using it, he damages his hand and runs the risk of permanently damaging the nerves in his hand, only able to use it safely when using the aura he creates with his 6-path Sage Mode. His body just can't handle the power, so Satsuki made him swear to use it as a last resort, at least until he can find a way to use without damaging his hand. Satsuki soon finished healing his hand. She had learned basic medical ninjutsu, knowing it'd be good for one of them to learn it. There, luckily it wasn't anything permanent, Satsuki said. Naruto didn't say anything, merely looking at Satsuki intensely. Looking up, Satsuki locked eyes with Naruto. For several moments, both of them just looked at each other. After a few moments, Naruto raised his hand, grabbing a strand of Satsuki's hair that fell in front of her face and brushed it behind her ear. Satsuki said, a faint blush not used to Naruto doing anything like that. Before we left Konoha, I found something that you should know about, said Naruto suddenly while pulling out the file he took. Looking at the file, Satsuki felt a sense of dread wash over her when she saw it was Anbu Weasel's, her brother's Anbu name, mission file. Turning back to Naruto, Satsuki's feeling of dread wasn't helped when she saw his expression. Time skip 5 days. Naruto blitzed past several thugs with his God Split Cut activated. Turning to them, Naruto smirked cruelly when blood exploded out of their chests before falling over dead. All around Naruto were dozens of bodies, all with similar injuries. These were Gado's hired help, all of whom Naruto has taken care of while Satsuki went to deal with Zabuza, his accomplice, Gado, and anyone else that got in her way. After Satsuki had read the file Naruto gave her, she had turned scarily calm, Naruto having expected her to get angry or sad learning the truth of her family's massacre. Instead, she just became calm, not reacting to anything that happened around her. Until that little brat had to open his big mouth, thought Naruto with frown. Flashback. Everyone was gathered at the table in Kazuna's house, after taking turns guarding Kazuna and the bridge and his family. Menma and Arashi were talking animatedly with their mother, Sakura was fawning over the former two, Kakashi was reading his smut while somehow eating without removing his mask, and Naruto and Satsuki simply ate silently. Why do you bother? Inari asked, looking at the ninja. Said Kakashi, glancing up from his book. Why do you bother? You can't beat Gado, no one can. You all come here, act like you know anything about suffering, but you don't. You all live cushy and comfortable lives in your village, none of you know anything about suffering. So why don't you all just leave before you die? Inari shouted. Suddenly, before anyone could react or say anything, Satsuki suddenly had Inari by his throat, slamming him against the wall. She glared at him with her Mangekyou Sharingan blazing in her eyes. Little brats like you should learn to keep their mouths shut. Genjutsu, endless nightmare, Satsuki said, casting the Genjutsu. Not even a second later, the boy screamed in agony before slumping unconscious. Dropping the boy carelessly, Satsuki turned her glare to Tsunami and Kazuna, freezing them in place. Learn to teach your brat to keep his mouth shut, otherwise I'll do worse than simply trap him in a nightmare world, Satsuki said, vanishing in a flash of lightning before anyone could say anything. End flashback. The genjutsu she had used wasn't anything too dangerous, it just trapped Inari in a nightmare world where he experienced all the pain and suffering Naruto and Satsuki went through in their lives. A sort of downgraded version of Tsukuyomi, where it feels like years in the genjutsu but only a second passes in the real world, but it doesn't leave the victim in a coma, just unresponsive for a few days and probably some lasting mental scarring depending on what Satsuki does to them in the genjutsu. Shaking those thoughts for now, Naruto grabbed 2 semi-intact bodies and pulled out 2 sealing tags. Placing the tags on the back of the bodies' necks as the Naruto watched the corpses began transforming before his eyes. In a matter of minutes gone were the bodies of 2 of Gado's thugs and in their place was his own dead body along with Satsuki's. They were completely identical down to their clothing, and the best part was any tests performed on the bodies would come up as matches that they were in fact him and Satsuki. "I see you're finished," Satsuki said, walking up to him, dragging Zabuza behind her and carrying his sword. "Just finished." "He's not dead," stated Naruto upon seeing Zabuza not having a single wound on him. "Physically he's alive, mentally however." Satsuki trailed off with a shrug, Naruto nodding when he finally noticed the glassy look in Zabuza's eyes. "His partner?" Naruto asked her. "I'm sure I left them in enough pieces to be recognizable," replied Satsuki neutrally. Unlike Naruto, Satsuki didn't find a sadistic pleasure in killing her opponents. The only people she'll enjoy killing are Itachi and everyone else involved with her clan's near extinction. While Satsuki now knew the truth behind why Itachi massacred their clan, that didn't lessen her hatred for him, it only increased, along with now being directed at those who gave the order. Did Satsuki understand why Itachi did it? Yes, she did. If the Uchiha staged a coup that would have led to conflict in all of Konoha that could have potentially started the Fourth Shinobi War. But that didn't mean she didn't think that there could have been a better way. Instead they killed all of her clan members, including the ones that had nothing to do with the coup, like the children, elderly, and all the others not involved. The only thing Satsuki wanted from Itachi was look him in the eye and know who it was that helped him massacre their clan. Then she'll drive a Chidori through his heart and burn his body and eyes if someone tried to revive him. Nodding, Naruto pulled out another seal, this one a modified explosive seal, and placed it on Zabuza's chest. Satsuki meanwhile slashed at the disguised corpses with Kubi Karabucho, make it as if they died at Zabuza's hand. "Ready?" Naruto asked, Satsuki nodding as she stabbed the Zanbato in the ground. With that, Naruto wrapped an arm around Satsuki's waist and shot up into the sky. While he might not be able to access Six Paths Sage Mode, he still had access to several of its abilities, such as flight. When the two were high enough in the air, they both looked at Gado's compound. Without a word, Naruto made a half-ram seal, detonating the explosive tag he put on Zabuza. The effect was instant as the entire compound and all the bodies were consumed in a massive fiery explosion, consuming everything it came in contact with. "That should get their attention," said Naruto, speaking of the Konoha ninja. "Let's get going. We have a lot to do. Locating the other Jinchuriki, finding the person who summoned the Geto Mazo, and whoever has the Rinnegan to keep summoning it." Satsuki listed. "One problem at a time. How about finding a way to seal the tailed beasts into something until we can locate the statue?" said Naruto, wanting to focus on one thing at a time. "Very well. I believe it'd also be prudent to capture the Jinchuriki that aren't well liked in their villages. If they aren't liked, it'll be easier to take them and not worry about repercussions," Satsuki added. "Then your best bet would be the Jinchuriki in Tsuna, Iwa, and Taki. Those villages either only use their Jinchuriki as weapons or don't care about them. It'd be best to avoid the Jinchuriki in Kumo, as they're not only liked, but the Hachibi's Jinchuriki is the Raikage's brother and can access a full-tailed beast transformation." Katsumi said from within the seal. While she was free, she could still freely enter and exit Naruto's mind, having learned the living conditions from eavesdropping on conversations between Kushina and Minato. Even she is Kaguya inside Naruto for company. Even with her pride, she knows that Naruto can become stronger than her and Kaguya combined eventually. Sometimes it was useful her previous host was the wife of a Kage. You never know what you'll learn. Grunting in annoyance, Naruto frowned at the last part. He would have loved to go against a fully realized Jinchuriki. However, he knew his limits and wasn't about to go against an opponent that could crush him. It'd be best to go after the Tsuna and Taki Jinchurikis, since those villages only have one each, while Iwa has two, said Satsuki after a moment. "All right. But first, what about something to keep the tailed beasts sealed in when we extract them?" Naruto reminded. While they'd be able to seal Kaede into an object, the Nanabi needed something stronger to hold it, or that the Jinchuriki willingly join us. "I may have a solution." Katsumi spoke up. "What is it?" Naruto thought. "The amber purifying pot. It's one of the treasured tools the sage left behind. It's able to record the voice of anyone that responds to the wielder, If you're able to get the Jinchuriki or my siblings to respond to you, you can seal them in the pot until you get the Getomazo. Katsumi explained. Great, where is it? Asked Naruto. Kumo. Replied Katsumi while looking off to the side and began whistling innocently. Naruto's face went blank while his eye twitched. Of course it is. Naruto thought. Naruto relayed what Katsumi told him to Satsuki, who cursed silently that one of the possibly best ways to capture the tailed beasts was in the one village they wanted to avoid until they were stronger. How about for now we focus on increasing our own strength, and if we come across a Jinchuriki then we'll capture them and figure out things from there. Naruto suggested. That'd probably be best for now, agreed Satsuki. While they're both strong, compared to people who are cage level or higher they're still weak. Naruto could only hold his 6-path Sage mode for a few moments before he had to release it. He still needed to practice more mastering wood style before it was strong enough to restrain a tailed beast, not to mention he's still working on a few jutsu he want to improve on, namely adding his other elements to his Rasen Shuriken and Chakra chains, and a more powerful version of Spiraling Ring. Satsuki meanwhile needed more practice with her Mangekyo as while she didn't need to worry about going blind, they still put a strain on her eyes. She could only really use Amaterasu effortlessly being able to summon, extinguish, and manipulate the black flames. But Susanoo was still difficult to summon fully, so far she's only to summon the basic upper skeleton. If she wanted any hope of facing larger opponents she'd need to work on creating a full-body Susanoo but to also make it move and react faster as a full-body Susanoo is powerful but lacks the speed and once she completes it she can use it without the Mankeiyu. She's also working on different for her Chidori, even working on a way to using natural lightning. They both realized they had a lot of work to do. Time skip 4 days. Konoha. Minato looked up when the door to his office opened showing Kushina, Menma, and Arashi. The Hokage noticed that Kushina looked to have been crying recently. Kushina, you're back already. Why are you with Menma and Arashi, shouldn't they with their own team? And where are your students? Minato asked with a frown, Kushina looking ready to cry again while Menma and Arashi scoffed. The idiot got himself blown up trying to fight Zabuza, sneered Menma. And he had to drag Satsuki along with him, Arashi said with a scowl that the loser got Satsuki killed. What? Said a quiet voice getting the four's attention. Looking they saw Narumi standing in the doorway. And Naruto ni and Sasatsuki ne, are dead? Narumi said looking at her Kasan pleadingly that it wasn't true. Unfortunately her other brothers did take hope from her. That's right brat, the loser finally did us all the favor and got himself killed, Arashi said cruelly. Yeah, now we don't have to put up with that waste of space anymore. Added Menma, neither of the two caring if they hurt their sister with their words as both boys didn't like their sister for taking away attention that should rightfully be theirs. Narumi felt tears gather in her eyes at every word her mean brothers said. Naruto and Satsuki were dead, gone, she'd never be able to see them again. Menma and Arashi continuing to mock Naruto didn't help, as Narumi covered her ears trying to block them out but it was no use, as she couldn't block out what she just heard. Menma and Arashi's taunting of Naruto was suddenly cut off when Narumi let loose a loud piercing scream, while dozens of golden chains shot out of her back. The chains instantly shot out towards the shocked Menma and Arashi, and impaled into their arms, legs, sides, and every other non-lethal area of their bodies, while 2 chains stabbed both boys right between their legs cutting away what made them both male. Both boys screamed in agony at being impaled by the chains and at the loss of their manhoods, though their screams were cut off when more chains wrapped around their throats strangling them. Meanwhile Minato and Kushina snapped out of their shock seeing their daughter activate her adamantine sealing chains and prepared to stop but soon found themselves restrained by the chains as well, though thankfully not impaling them like with Menma and Arashi. They couldn't escape as their chakra was quickly suppressed and they knew it was hopeless to try breaking the chains that are strong enough to hold the Kyuubi. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Narumi screamed glaring at them all through tear-filled eyes. This is your fault, Narumi said to her parents. If you had just trained Nisan then he wouldn't be gone. But you didn't, you only cared about them, said Narumi venomously towards Menma and Arashi who both started turning blue from lack of air. All because of some stupid prophecy by some stupid old toad that smokes all the time, Narumi said remembering Naruto telling her the reason why their parents focused so much on Menma and Arashi. And now he's gone. My brother's gone and it's all your fault, screamed Narumi, her chains lashing out wildly. And Narumi sweetie just calm down, Minato started only to be cut off. No. You aren't my parents anymore and they were never my brothers. I only have one brother and a sister, and they're gone because of you. I hate you, Narumi shouted running out of the office, her chains releasing the Namikaze family. Menma and Arashi hit the ground unconscious from lack of air and blood loss from their injuries. Minato quickly went to check on his sons and get them to the hospital. Kushina meanwhile curled up into herself crying, as not only she lost a son, a son she's neglected, but also her only daughter. And it was all her fault. Chapter 4. With Narumi. As she left the office, she went into the forest of death to calm herself down as she was crying to herself. How dare they, her former brothers, not care about Naruto and Satsuki being dead? She asked herself after showing her family what she can actually do. Hey! What is a girl like you doing in this forest at night? Anko asked Narumi. Just trying to cool off. Narumi answered her. Why? Anko asked her. As Narumi explained to Anko about Naruto and Satsuki's deaths and that she disowned her family. Even the physical abuses they did to him just for having the Kyuubi soul inside him. Her brothers saying that they were grateful that Naruto died but angry that Satsuki did. This made Anko very angry that she unknowingly changed into her level 2 curse seal mode, which scared Narumi a bit until she saw her scaly hands, and suppressed it until she became normal again. Calm yourself, Anko. Don't give in, she said to herself as she saw Narumi crying that her family would do that, and she knows the Uzumaki creed of family above all as she falls to the ground in sadness. There Narumi, Anko said, trying to comfort Narumi despite not having experience with children due to being Orochimaru's former apprentice. She picks up Narumi, who fell asleep, and carry her to her home to rest. Next day morning, Narumi woke up on an unfamiliar bed and smelled breakfast that Anko was cooking. Finally, you woke up since you were crying in your sleep, Anko said as she gave Narumi a plate for breakfast as she ate it. Sorry for the trouble and thanks for letting me sleep here. Narumi told her. It's no problem at all, brat. Anko told her as Narumi kept eating. When you finish eating, I'll walk you to the academy, okay? Anko said, which Narumi nodded. Luckily, she had her personal belongings in a storage seal just in case. The academy. Anko drops off Narumi and waved goodbye to her. As she composes herself as she enters the classroom and sits next to Alexis, the granddaughter of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the former third Hokage. As her grandfather has been training her to become the Sarutobi clan head, as her former goal was to become Hokage, but Hiruzen gave her a very brutal speech of what it means to actually be Hokage, and he even learned that she is scorched style. Hey Narumi. Alexis greets her friend along with Akiza and T. Oh hey Alexis. Narumi told her. As she looks towards the door, she saw Menma, Arashi and Sakura with Kakashi going to the Hokage's office for another mission. She scoffed until Kushina saw Narumi. Narumi, where were you? We were looking all over for you. Kushina said to her worryingly. I was at a friend's house. She blankly stated, annoyed by her mere presence. Come on Narumi, we're having sushi, your favorite food, Kushina said to her daughter. No. She stared blankly again at Kushina. What? Kushina asked. What part of disowning you guys you didn't understand? Because the only ones who I had as a family are dead and I want nothing to do with you ever again, you shitty mother. Narumi shouted at Kushina, whose hair was standing like nine tails menacingly. How dare you say I am a shitty mother? Kushina yelled until Narumi used her sealing chains on her to suppress her chakra. Of course you are. What kind of mother would hit her child for something he never did while his other brother gets away scot-free? What kind of mother would neglect their other child for a fucking prophecy that was told by a pervert whose fan reads porn in front of children? You are a disgrace to the Uzumaki clan. Don't you remember the creed, Kushina? What was it again? Oh, right. Family above all else. Now Naruto and Satsuki are dead because you never trained them. She told Kushina in anger as she threw Kushina out of the classroom while Iruka and her classmates were looking at her in fear except three particular kids while Kushina ran away crying. I think I'm in love, Hanabi said while looking and blushing towards Narumi, while Akiza, who was surprised that Hanabi was bisexual, and T stared at her as Alexis was making the give me gesture because he made a bet with T, who lost the bet, while Hanabi was fingering herself and using her Byakugan to see under Narumi's clothing with a perverted look. Now I understand why One Izan had a crush on Naruto, Hanabi said to herself as Hanabi had gained a crush on Narumi, but she kept it to herself and not even Hinata knew because they would ostracize her from the clan just for having a crush on a girl as well, with the excuse of maintaining the Hyuga bloodline pure and the elders telling that girls love boys and vice versa. Especially when she remembered the incident when Arashi and Menma insulted Naruto's name again because the new bridge in Wave Country was dubbed the Great Naruto and Satsuki Bridge in honor of the two heroes who stopped Gato and his goons as they sacrificed their lives. She finally understood that Hinata was sabotaging her own potential for her so she doesn't get the caged bird seal, as she becomes more resentful towards her own clan, not knowing that there were more secrets that not even her and Hinata know about. Hinata had watched Naruto when they were younger, whenever she could. She wished that she could have helped him. She wished she could have watched him without having to worry about the consequences, but she is the heir of the Hyuga and he was the pariah. Her love for Naruto that had started from a small crush on the day when he intervened in a bullying attempt on that snowy day, and it kept on growing as she saw him struggle and lived his life in this harsh world. She felt connected to him, as they were both so similar. She is hated by her own family. It became worse after her mom died, and he was alone even among his own family until he met Satsuki and his sister Narumi. She even began to gain a crush on Satsuki as well, as she was a strong female who never took shit from anybody, unlike her. The family that provided warmth and happiness to others brought her despair. For her sister, she sacrificed her future and sabotaged her potential. The curse of being a Hyuga meant that her sister had to become a slave, but her gentle heart could never allow it. She had promised her mother that she would protect Hanabi, and for that, she sacrificed it all. She held on and kept that secret even when everything beat her down. Her own father cursed her as a worthless and incompetent. Her sister that she loved more than life saw her as an incompetent trash just like the rest of the clan. The sister that would hold her hands and follow her around with her bright eyes, with her lovely voice asking questions, had now turned into one of them. Seeing Naruto fight on and suffer, her love and her despair whispered words that had her question everything. Naruto needs you. Let that little bitch understand where she stands. Show her what you can really do. Show her the cruel reality of the world. A mature voice spoke to Hinata. Why do you need to suffer? Why? Why? For what reason? What have they done to deserve such loyalty from us? The mother that only existed for 4 years, are you going to suffer for eternity? Hinata's darkness spoke to her. They don't deserve it. Go on, take the step and extend your hand towards him. Her darkness said to persuade her light. He will be ours. He is no one. He cannot deny us. Show him the world, show him the way, and he will brighten our world. Her darkness continued. Break through this imaginary cage and ignore others. Your desires take priority. Hinata had been tempted, but she chose Hanabi over Naruto and stepped back. With her weak presence, if she had interacted with Naruto, both of them would have been in trouble. Just like that day, when Naruto tried to save her, those children that tried to bully her had their families destroyed for daring affront the noble Hyuga clan. In this world, the powerful rule the world, and the Hyuga were one of the ruling clans of Konohagakure. It didn't matter if they were kids or adults, as it was basic knowledge to never mess with the clan children, especially the heir of the clan. The clans protected the village, and in return, they had authority beyond the normal citizens and ninja. Hinata could choose to abandon Hanabi and become the heir she was meant to be and extend her hand to Naruto, but she didn't. Something that she regretted to tell Naruto and her sister. And with the poor standing in the clan, she would have led to Naruto's increase in suffering. Hinata can't live if Naruto and Satsuki aren't alive, but she will honor them because they never want her to kill herself by becoming more confident and assertive woman who can and will kill anyone who slanders Naruto and Satsuki's names. As she became Anko's first student, as Hinata needed to be broken down before rebuilding her from scratch, as she began to wear more provocative clothes. Her RTN design, that showed she is G-cup chest. Everybody that tried to flirt with her and even Nelly in the clan are scared of the new her, as her heart belongs to only Naruto and Satsuki, and that she made friends with Sakura's cousin Flare, who loves Naruto as well and could feel that he and Satsuki are alive somewhere away from this cesspool of a village. If they only knew. Meanwhile, with Naruto, Satsuki and Katsumi. Lime alert. Katsumi, Satsuki and Naruto went to celebrate. After what they did in Wave, they did decide to drink some alcoholic beverages, and after some beer and wine bottle they start to feel a bit frisky. Naruto and Satsuki, I love both of you with all my heart, and I don't care if you are human, because you're the second Uzumaki and Uchiha that I have met to actually love me for who I am. Katsumi starts to speak after their drinking celebration started with some little drunk in her words, but Naruto and Satsuki's eyes bulged briefly when she said second, as if she met another pair before, but both became intoxicated quickly. Satsuki-chan, you are so sexy that I don't know what I will do without you, Naruto said to Satsuki, who blushed. And you, Katsumi-chan, you are so strong, that gives you an appeal and aura of a very powerful woman, and I love beautiful and powerful women, Naruto said to Katsumi, who giggled. Oh Naruto-kun, please tell me more. Katsumi asks him as she sensed Naruto's words are truthful. Well, your hair is so soft that it can't be compared with silk. Your body figure is one that most females will kill for. It has the right proportions. Naruto answer with sincerity with how their drunk state is letting them go of their inhibitions. I believe that we are overclothed for what is to follow, Naruto said. At this, Katsumi start to undress Naruto by taking his shirt and kissing his pectorals with some love. Satsuki start to undress her pants with what she sees as making her hornier, and her pussy demands some attention. Oh. Satsuki starts to moan by viewing them as both Naruto Katsumi start to make out. Satsuki start to play with her pussy over her panties. The both of you are so sexy and horny that I don't know what could happen if we continue to go forward, Satsuki said. She stops for a moment after deciding to help Katsumi and to get her out of her clothes by taking her jacket and then her shirt. During this, Naruto starts to undress of his pants, and the girls are able to see the tent that starts to rise under Naruto boxers. Oh boy, the kunai that is in your boxers. Naruto-kun seems to want to go out at any moment, Katsumi said. After the three are horny as they are, They put little consideration and get their remaining clothes out of their bodies. Naruto decide to kiss Satsuki, going from simple kisses of mouth to French kisses. During this, Katsumi decide to play with Satsuki both breasts by groping them and pinching her nipples. Katsumi decide to play with Satsuki clit and pussy by using her tails to arouse Satsuki and use one of her tails to give a tail job to Naruto's cock. "That's it, you are doing a great job, Katsumi-chan," Naruto said. "I want to go all the way out, but we must wait for a more intimate moment. For the moment we will take this foreplay." Satsuki and Katsumi said at the same time, been coordinated. Naruto decide to use one of his hands to play with Katsumi by insert 2 fingers inside Katsumi pussy. Naruto use his fingers to move and arouse Katsumi near an orgasm, and he decide to take his fingers out. "The world is starting to spin all the way. I want to go to sleep," Naruto said. Because of how they have drank too much alcohol, they start to get drowsy and end falling asleep and cuddle between them. End of line. Meanwhile in Karagakoa, Mei Terumi Uzumaki, who is a full Uzumaki but had to hide her clan name after she was adopted into the Terumi clan as a child, leading the rebellion against Yagura Kuratachi, the 4th Mizukage and the pseudo Jinchuriki of the coral user Sanbi, the 3 shrimp-tailed crab-turtle hybrid. Ever since the Third War, no one has seen the Sanbi. Mei suddenly sneezed because someone was having the time of his life and heard Ow saying the typical "in my youth" shit. "Ow. Shut up or die," Mei told him sweetly as he screamed like a little girl. Elsewhere with Kaguya. Kaguya, who possessed a shadow clone of Naruto who has Byakugan eyes, was currently watching Naruto, Katsumi and Satsuki pleasure each other while feeling jealous and left out. It reminded her about looking at people who knew about real love from countless habituated planets before the land of that wanted to own her, and Tenji as the weak-minded man he was considered peace more important than the love of a would-have-been family. Kaguya has seen beings from other planets as their own civilizations crumble on their own, as a few were peaceful but also made them easier to be killed and to gain a chakra fruit faster. The more she have seen, the more she felt guilty, mainly due to her Rincharingan recording everything in extreme detail. The only option was to start fresh. That caused her to betray her own clan, but in actually they betrayed her because she questioned them of their goals, methods and having their powers go over their heads. Even if they gain godhood, what will they do next? Kaguya have always questioned herself every time, as the same answer was to be at the top of the food chain. Kaguya said, repeating Ishiki said during the first times of their harvesting with their 10 tails that she named Dadara before marking a person in the forehead while the victim smiled in pieces. Kaguya flew into Dadara's mouth and ate her as it burrows into the ground. Contrary to popular belief, Kaguya may have been the first Otsutsuki to eat a chakra fruit that actually had time to develop fully and bond with the 10 tails, making her powerful than her disowned sons Hagoromo and Hamura. However, she was a woman that needed love, as most of her direct Otsutsuki family members have willingly left because the clan deemed them too powerful, except for her father Otsutsuki no Miko, who she hasn't seen for more than 2 millenniums, as he was the former clan head before Ishiki's father beat him and made him exile her father, never to be seen again. "Mother, are you jealous of those 2 girls?" questioned a black plant wearing an Akatsuki robe who interrupted her thoughts. "Don't be foolish, Zetsu, and don't call me mother," Kaguya said, her usually voice cracking only slightly. However, this mystery figure caught it, as the figure's mother never actually shown this much of emotions before. "His dick is 3x bigger than Tenji's," she thought with a slight nosebleed as she composed herself. "Anything else, mother?" the figure said to Kaguya as she activated her Byakugan at the figure. "Zetsu, if you really want to do something for us, then do what Naruto and Satsuki always done. Prove it to us with your actions. That if Satsuki eventually forgives for how you indirectly caused her clan's demise. I know you're not even my son, just my corruption and paranoia in physical form," Kaguya said seriously, as she flew towards Naruto's location. "Wait a minute. You're not her son. Shut up, you. I don't know why Madara made me paired with you, you disgrace of a former father." "Do you, Tenji?" said Black Zetsu to the white half, being the former lover of Kaguya Otsutsuki, as he goes into the ground to going back to a certain orange masking wearing a chiha as he exits the scene, while the white half was looking in shame as it was the only white Zetsu to have a soul that was Tenji's, as a reminder of reminding him the consequences of his actions of regarding peace above everything. Meanwhile, as Black Zetsu was traveling through tree roots with his white half, he was thinking about his life choices. Sure, he may have been the mastermind of countless wars in the shadows, but he was doing it to free his creator. He mainly focused on Indra's descendants, as one of them has been the same gender until Satsuki. He did not regret that Ninshu was absurd, as true peace can never be achieved because it can't. Even Black Zetsu knew that life is like business, you have to give something to have something. Whenever he tried to remember about the stone tablet, since he is part of Kaguya, meaning that he is technically a pure-blooded Otsutsuki, to clearly read the text that only a user who has the Dojutsu of the Rincharingan line can, and since Hagoromo never turned off his Rinnegan, which made it impossible for any one of his descendants who doesn't have the Rinnegan to read and decipher it fully. He always had a hazy feeling as if someone suppressed the memory of the event since he wrote about needing to kill a close one to gain the Mangekyo despite that Indra gained it naturally. Maybe I could have also told Indra and Asura about Kaguya and would have helped me. The past is in the past. Maybe after helping Naruto and Satsuki free Kaguya physically I can pass on. But first, I need to redeem myself in front of Naruto and Satsuki for making them suffer even if it was indirectly. Black Zetsu said to himself while clenching his chest, not noticing gaining a heartbeat, somehow not noticing that his white half made a small smile. As he was feeling calmer all of a sudden as he made a few detours to Konohagakure and Mountain's graveyard to retrieve something that can help them on the long run with their awoken powers aside from Kaguya. Naruto's mindscape. After making her temporal home inside Naruto's mind as he gave her control to change the scenery to her old home of the land of the ancestors. While Kaguya appeared in a place that resembled her old bedroom as she was sleeping, as being with Naruto makes her feel safe while Naruto was looking around and amazed on how he helped Kaguya remodel the place from her memories. As Naruto meditated near a pond until he heard a voice calling him. "Listen to my voice, my king." The voice said to Naruto as he turned around, a dark figure with Mangekyo Sharingan eyes that resembles his clan's symbol of the Uzumaki but longer. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, confused and wary of who it was, and what it was doing in his mindscape since the only one present is Kaguya and sometimes Satsuki and Katsumi to train in secret, something that he respects. "Really Naruto, you may not know me but I have always watched you since birth as well," said the figure, circling Naruto, with the boy only being more confused at what the figure meant. "Hagoromo?" Naruto asked while the figure facepalmed. "Do not compare me with to that pathetic know-it-all that would listen to a pathetic disgrace of a toadling to his own family and thinks that he knows all when he knew nothing even when the biggest threat was looking at him right in the eyes." The figure ranted because it also hated Hagoromo as well when it heard about Kaguya's grandsons. "What are you talking about?" said Naruto, with the figure sighing in annoyance, before grabbing Naruto by the back of his head and forcing him to look at the water of the pond behind them, at his reflection, with the figure's head right next to Naruto's. "Think about it. Hated for something out of your control since birth despite that sealing Katsumi with the excuse of keeping balance between villages, but did we had a choice? No we didn't. Look at us. We were hated, despised, ostracized and neglected by our own family because a prophecy is more important than our needs. Those feelings don't go away, so where does it all go?" said the figure, with Naruto looking at their reflections as realization slowly dawned on him. "You," Naruto said, while turning his head to the figure, as it let him go. "Yes. Every dark thought and negative emotions you have suppressed before. I'm all of them given form when Katsumi tried to use me to free herself until Kaguya came into our lives. Or at least, a developing form. For simplicity's sake, call me Naruto. All the negative emotions you were feeling for years, they were too powerful and intense to suppress, but you actually embraced them the moment you had enough, leading to me getting an early wake-up call all those years ago, but I decided to explore until you awoke your emotion-sensing ability. Now being able to contact you and speak with you," said Naruto, which was also the reason of establishing a subconscious connection between them. "Well, why are you here now, Naruto? And why did you bring me here since I accepted my whole being already?" Naruto asked, looking at his dark half warily since Naruto wears his emotions of his sleeves, as it circled around and stood in front of him. "Simple Naruto, despite our similarities and how much I despise people having us as the scapegoat instead of taking the responsibility and fix it themselves, and for living in that ungrateful cesspool of hidden village that has caused our clan's demise. However, we are still the same being, and now you've seen the truth, that people, they never cared about you unless they gained something in return. To others, you're either an annoyance, a lost cause, or just something they can use to remember those they care about. They don't really see you for you, and they never cared," Naruto said as it put their hands on his shoulders. "But I care, I really care. I've been the one who was always there, even if you didn't know of me managing your emotions as well. I stayed by your side through the pain, loneliness, and hatred during childhood. And I'll always be with you and show everyone what truly happens when you mess with an Uzumaki. Besides, you also have Satsuki, Katsumi, and Kaguya. You even had more friends before but somehow they don't remember," said Naruto, with Naruto looking at his dark half for a few moments, before pulling it into a hug as it shed tears, stabilizing the connection between them. While Naruto was thinking on the last thing that Naruto said about having more friends before Satsuki, this also affecting Naruto's form, as it began stabilizing and fully forming, the darkness fading to reveal a human body. The one also very different from Naruto's own. When Naruto pulled back, he was surprised when he saw a girl his age, with pale skin, long white hair that went down to her waist, as well as black and red eyes. The latter feature showing this was indeed Naruto. "Why, are you a girl?" Naruto asked, having expected his dark half to look identical to him, and while they did have similar features, enough to be considered fraternal twins, he didn't think she'd be a girl, while Naruto shrugged at his question. "It was probably a 50-50 chance on how I developed. Since we formed a connection, before I was fully formed, I became female instead. Showing that I'm truly your dark half, the opposite of you in every way. It's likely, if we hadn't formed a connection, I would have developed as a male, being a complete copy of you, minus the eyes, as some form of default form," Naruto explained, before grabbing a strand of her white hair. "Though even I'm confused at where the white hair came from," said Naruto, having expected to be black. "That'd be due to the fact that Naruto gained darker hair due to me. It'd stand to reason that if you're his opposite, you'd take my hair color," said Kaguya, reminding the two of her presence that she woke up, with Naruto and Naruto being surprised and confused at this information. Naruto looked back at Naruto, with his eyes widening in shock and his face burning red, as he realized something else about her. She was completely naked, while sporting a surprisingly curvy body and E-cup breasts, showing she was an early bloomer. Not to the same extent as a certain Hyuga that Naruto knew, not that he was aware of this fact. Naruto soon noticed this as well, and how Naruto was unconsciously looking her up and down, making the white-haired girl smirk seductively and saunter up to him. "Lime alert. Do you like what you see, Naruto-kun tilde?" Naruto purred, with one of her hands going down and rubbing Naruto's crotch through his pants, making the boy yelp in surprise at her action since it was unexpected despite already had make-out sessions with Satsuki and Katsumi. Even more so, when Naruto pushed him into a sitting position on the grass and sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and grinding her bare cunt against him. From what I'm feeling, you really like what you see," said Naruto, grinning at the feel of something poking her, with Naruto's embarrassment growing at her words. "Just relax and let me help you," Naruto said while using her Mangekyo Sharingan to burn the memory so she doesn't forget it despite being on their own mind. "Naruto. We're the same person. We can't do this," Naruto said, find the situation strange and a little weird despite having gained the interest of a chakra construct and a Gilf who are way older than him, as he didn't care because he still has a big heart to give happiness to others that he can trust. Only to be cut off, while his mind temporarily short-circuited, when Naruto pulled him into a kiss and shoved her tongue into his mouth, with Naruto being too surprised to try and resist, but something told him to let it happen. When Naruto pulled back, she looked at her light half with lidded eyes and leaned in close to his ear. "That's technically true, but from the way I see things, we're different enough. I have my own consciousness and body, just as you have yours. Besides, don't forget that I am your dark half. I don't have the same moral compass, nor do I care about such taboos. In fact, I think it's really hot tilde. Even you agree with me," Naruto whispered seductively, before licking his ear, with Naruto groaning as his mind and body were at war, in regards to what to feel now. "But Kaguya is watching us, Naruto," Naruto told his dark half as Kaguya just stood there with her usual stoic face, but both Naruto and Naruto knows what she feels inside, envy that Naruto is direct with her feelings and sadness because Kaguya wanted to be loved again, to someone tell her that everything will be okay. "Why don't we give her a show, Naruto-kun?" Naruto said to her light half. Seeing this, Naruto began moving down and begun undoing Naruto's pants, eager to put her new body to use. Though before they could commit incest, or self-kissed, Naruto wasn't really sure at the moment. He gained a moment of clarity. Right as Naruto slipped off his pants and was about to suck him off, Naruto quickly pushed her off of him and pulled her up to eye level, with his hands on her shoulders. While Kaguya was trying to look away but watched them as she felt a wet spot forming inside her kimono as she pulled a hand inside to rub her pussy with a straight face. "I need better clothing than these baggy clothes," Kaguya thought to herself. End of line. "Naruto, please. Even if that's true, I can right now since we just properly met and I don't want bad blood between us since I need to sort things out if I have been neglecting you," said Naruto, since even if they weren't completely the same person, his heart wasn't in it right now. Naruto sighed in annoyance but understood his reluctance to keep going as she respects his choice. "Alright, fine. Not now," Naruto said as they stood up, before materializing a black mini kimono with red highlight and a red obi, while Naruto pulled his pants back on. However, Naruto did give Naruto a peck on the cheek and smiled at him. "But I meant what I said, I'll always be there for you and will never leave you. And if it comes down to it, we'll leave the elemental nations and find somewhere that will accept us," Naruto said, glad at being able to form a connection with Naruto this early, and her new maternal instincts of wanting to take care of him, as the light needs the darkness to shine bright. This made Naruto smile, as despite the circumstances, he was still glad at having another person that he could trust unconditionally just like Satsuki, Katsumi, and Kaguya. "Thank you Naruto," Naruto said, while hugging Naruto again, surprising the girl as she blushed at his gesture, before hastily pushing him back and looked away with her arms crossed. Shut up. I only mean that we shouldn't deal with the dumbasses of the elemental nations when we can just leave. Don't overthink it, Naruto shouted, refusing to let Naruto think she was going soft, while Naruto chuckled, seeing through her act, with even Kaguya laughing, finding some entertainment in this new development and actually laughing for the first time in more than a millennia. Maybe leaving the nations after gaining my original body doesn't sound bad since she will spare the ones that don't have too much chakra and leave the planet for another place to stay, Kaguya said to herself. While Naruto looked at a puddle to his reflection of having the Mangekyo Sharingan just like Naruto as he changed his eyes back to normal and realized that his pupils are slits now. They look better than before, Naruto said as the slits made him look like Katsumi in her fox form. Well, I'm going back to sleep. Good night you two, Naruto said as he left his mind as they waved goodbye at him. Are you draining our chakra into pure nature chakra? Naruto asked Kaguya, who nodded. Good, since I want them to be powerful to defend themselves as well, Naruto said. Even Katsumi will start to learn to use her siblings' abilities as well, Naruto. Kaguya answered. Don't worry Kaguya. Once we find them and restore your body, we take the chakra from the people and start fresh elsewhere without worrying yourself if you want to, Kaguya. Naruto told her. I would love that, but we need to destroy my clan first. Kaguya told her. Don't be scared Kaguya. Once we are strong, nothing can't stop us. Naruto assured her as Kaguya smiled. Real world. Naruto, Satsuki and Katsumi were sleeping peacefully until silver energy covered them while they were smiling of the feeling that was filling their chakra network as they felt stronger and calmer. More so Katsumi ever since she is freed but willingly stays with them since they are the first real family she has since her siblings that she needs to apologize for her arrogance towards them, especially Kaede. Meanwhile in Konoha, as a woman with silver hair and a girl with brown hair were sleeping and murmur about Naruto and Satsuki. Hinata, who is now living with Sakura's cousin Flare after leaving her clan compound and was dreaming about Naruto and Satsuki and she misses them. Ino was still sad that she never told Naruto that she loves him when she realized that when Sakura talked bad about him and Satsuki and says that she is glad that they are both dead. That is when she breaks off her fake rivalry because Ino was infatuated towards Arashi and Menma, but that changed when she used her mind jutsu on Menma and saw that chakra of the nine tails behind a cage, but something was weird that it didn't have a consistent physical appearance, just chakra shaped like the QB, that it sensed the fear out of Ino as she quickly left Menma's mind. Then Ino beats Sakura within an inch of her life for insulting Naruto and Satsuki's names that her dad tried to suppress parts of her memories but couldn't due to her heritage from her mother's side. It started to manifest. Meanwhile in a hideout, a woman sensed the calming chakra. Naruto-kun? The woman with yellow eyes asked and ordered her most valuable henchman to find Naruto while planning to get help from Suna to invade Konoha. Soon my Naruto-kun, you will be all mine and I will bear your children as well, the woman said to herself while drooling. Unknown place. The Uzumaki god and the Uchiha goddess are alive? The girl said, along with a black-haired girl and a white-haired girl with two red dots above her eyes with hopeful voices. Meanwhile in Suna, a girl carrying a big gourd was looking at the sky alone while inside her a tanuki made of sand was worried that she felt a familiar presence that she fears but at the same time cries. It can't be them. That's impossible? The tailed beast said. Yo Gaia, are you okay? Another voice said as the girl heard the voice and came inside to rest. Coming, Gaia said as she went inside. Meanwhile in Kusa, a girl with red hair and glasses was kneeling and crying to whoever God was listening to help her and her mom out of their misery. Whoever is listening my prayers, please help us, the girl said with tears while holding her sleeping mother. Meanwhile, Zetsu heard the girl's plead. Don't worry, Naruto will help you, Zetsu said as he left. Wave Country. As Naruto woke up inside a cozy tent until they have a more suitable place to stay. It looked big on the inside due to Naruto adding seals to expand the inside. As Naruto left a shadow clone in his place to begin hunting food for breakfast and another shadow clone to start preparing coffee for the girls as he left to find edible food, not knowing that a certain entity possessed that shadow clone that the eyes changed into red with black sclera, who was preparing coffee. Finally I'm outside. Thought I need my own body to actually be complete, Naruto said to herself while preparing coffee as Katsumi was the first to wake up. Morning Naruto, Katsumi said, thinking it was him until Katsumi sensed the clone's chakra, which was darker than hers like it was Madara and Indra's chakra but worse. Morning Katsumi-chan, Naruto said, slowly turning her head towards Katsumi as Naruto's eyes changes into the Mangekyo Sharingan, which made Katsumi in the defensive as they are the same design as Indra's Mangekyo Sharingan before she ate Indra centuries ago. Who the hell are you? Katsumi stated to Naruto until she kissed Katsumi on the lips passionately. At first, she was against it but felt compelled since she was also Naruto as well. Finally, Naruto deactivated her Mangekyo. Really Katsumi, you don't remember on trying to use my king's negative feelings in order to free yourself from the seal before Kaguya freed you, Naruto said to Katsumi, who gasped. You're his dark half, Katsumi said with regret that she didn't tell Naruto. Ding, 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 we have a winner, Naruto said to her. That doesn't make sense. How come you're still your own being despite that Naruto accepted his darkness already? Katsumi told her. Remember that Naruto is more powerful than he appears to be, Katsumi-chan, and that's with his own chakra, not Asura's, since it disappeared. We may have left the village that we all despise. However, the minute they suspect us being alive they will hunt us down and seal you into someone more subservient or someone that will abuse your power, Katsumi. Don't tell Satsuki that he has the Mangekyo until he tells her, as they will be equal to her in more ways than one, just like Kaguya said, Naruto said as she kissed Katsumi again as she puffed out. Later, let's see, the first place we have to go is Taki, Naruto said to Satsuki and Katsumi while Kaguya stayed inside Naruto's mind. Contrary to the popular belief about Katsumi is that even sealed she still can sense emotions from outside the seal, albeit limited. Especially from Naruto's grandmother Mito Uzumaki, also known as Hashirama Senju, the last transmigrant of Asura Otsutsuki's wife, who nearly succeeded into making peace with Indra Otsutsuki's transmigrant and Satsuki great-grandpa from Mikoto's side Madara Uchiha until Tobirama Senju ruined it. While Katsumi was sealed inside Mito, she could always hear from the outside when inside the seal as she was roaming while looking through her memories since birth to present, and it had its advantages, especially from when Mito was helping Tobirama create his most famous jutsus like the Flying Thunder God, Shadow Clones, Bringer of Darkness, and the most deadly and powerful of all, Impure World Resurrection, a technique that can revive people who did not die of natural causes, at first, and if you have some DNA of the person you want but need a body as a sacrifice, and the best part is that they are immune to genjutsu, except for the subtle mind control ones, have unlimited chakra due to them instantly replenishing it, no need to eat nor drink, and can be controllable even if they know the release hand seals. Tobirama and Mito may have created the jutsu, but you Naruto-kun can perfect it to bring anyone at full power in their prime and control them whenever you want. Katsumi said to Naruto, who actually smiled at Katsumi for showing that she has full trust in him. Moreover, Naruto knows on whom to revive. However, that's for later. On the road to Taki, as the Naruto, Satsuki and Katsumi traveled to Taki in search of Fubuki's Jinchuriki. I can't believe that Hashirama would do something so stupid and give a tailed beast to the village that wanted him killed, Naruto said in anger. It's like a tradition that every Hokage is worse than the last. The first hunted every tailed beast after Suna captured Kaede, then sold them to the other main villages without asking them first if they wanted to agree. However, it was forced in the name of promoting peace. He was so gullible to give powerful beings and not think about that they would use them against each other. Tobirama holding his grudge towards the Uchiha clan and made sure that they don't have a saying on anything. Hiruzen for letting Danzo live and other things. Dear Dad for using an Uzumaki exclusive seal, ruining my childhood. Neglected me and accepted the slaughter of the Uchiha clan when there was another way, Naruto continued to rant. For years I hated Madara Uchiha for using his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to control me, but then I realized that it was Tobirama who pushed him to read the stone tablet in the first place. When Indra and Asura's transmigrants nearly made amends until Tobirama had to ruin it because he never left the past, Katsumi said as her hatred is now directed to Tobirama more than ever. Satsuki tripped into something metallic. What the hell? Satsuki asked as she stumbles into a secret hideout. Satsuki, are you alright? You're not hurt, right? Naruto asked in concern as he was checking if she wasn't hurt. While she was blushing. He really does truly love me, Satsuki thought to herself while blushing at his concern for her. What is this place? Katsumi asked while looking at the secret lab as she saw a pod with a person inside. A woman with long blue hair with loops on the tips and pink streaks, and 2 beauty marks under her blue eyes. Wearing a white long-sleeved turtleneck shirt with bishop sleeves and dark shorts with blue stars and a moon, and a planet with a ring around it patterns, blue earrings, and black high-heeled shinobi sandals with 2 blue crescent moons and blue heels. In addition, wearing 2 blue bracelets on both of her wrists and matching rings on her ring finger and her pinky finger, and has pink nail polish on her fingernails and toenails. As they looked around, they saw some files about Project Kara. Project Kara, what is that? Katsumi asked. Let me ask Kaguya if she knows about this, Naruto said as he started to meditate to talk to Kaguya. Mindscape. Yes, Naruto-kun? Kaguya asked him while she was sitting in her throne. Hey Kaguya, do you know anything about Project Kara? Naruto asked her until she was silent and began to hyperventilate. No. It can't be him. "I thought I killed him," she shouted. "Calm down, Kaguya. I thought you said that you killed Ishiki?" he asked her worriedly. "Listen carefully, Naruto, to what I'm about to say." Kaguya composed herself. "Beware of Ishiki Otsutsuki, who was my former partner, as I don't know how he survived since I used my all-killing ash bones to take out his immortality from him, but what it concerns me is that he is still alive somehow and somewhere." Kaguya explained her origins and that Otsutsuki never betray each other. "I only betrayed my clan for how childish they are now. Do you know how is it to go from planet to kill people and nature just for a chakra fruit? Even when I had to mark different beings before being eaten by the Ten Tails as sacrifice for the clan? That is a tradition that I never wanted to do, Naruto, and I know is different from your shadow clones and transformation, but the feeling of taking someone's life and identity leaves you a bad taste every time. That's the reason why I never told those two disgrace of former sons, but I had to stop those humans because of them using chakra, and Otsutsuki never share powers to other beings blindly and made wide zetsus to fight back with an army, Naruto." Kaguya ranted as she calms down. Naruto just looked at her in surprise that she isn't the only one and that there are others more powerful than her. He suddenly hugged Kaguya to calm her down, as whenever he hugged her it soothes her. "Don't worry, Kaguya, if your clan comes then we make sure to pummel them to kingdom come if they don't listen to reason. Remember that you aren't alone now, Kaguya-chan," Naruto told her, as she was shocked to him saying that to her. Even with blood in her hands and learning his origins, he demonstrated her what a true Otsutsuki should actually be, loyal to their true family. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Kaguya said as she kissed him as their tongues wrestled each other for dominance, as Naruto was winning due to having practice. She kicks Naruto out of the mindscape. "When I have my physical body I will make Naruto defile me, violate me mercilessly and shoot your seed all over me like a whore," Kaguya said while masturbating and sucking a toy carrot like it was Naruto's penis. Secret lab. As Naruto woke up, as Satsuki and Katsumi were worried of him. "You took your time to talk to Kaguya, did you?" Satsuki asked. "We have to be careful with that woman since I sense them that she is dangerous," Naruto told them as the capsule's opening, revealing the woman known as Ada. Despite being a sadistic person that can kill anyone he wants, but even he has his limits, and this woman is way out of his league even if he gained access to Six Paths mode longer than before, so for now he will persuade her. As Ada was going to attack, but Naruto stopped. "What are you doing in here?" Ada said at Naruto while trying to use her charms on them and doesn't work at all, meaning that they are Otsutsuki like Ishiki but they look too human. "We mean no harm to you since we stumbled here on accident while we heading to a near village," he explained to Ada. Then Naruto created truth-seeking orbs to show that if she messes with them then she will turn into ashes, as Ada understood and nodded as he reprogrammed her with help of Katsumi so that Ada be loyal to Naruto and his cause. "Well, it's better than being with Naruto than with Ishiki. I hope that my brother Demon is alright," Ada said in concern, referring to her younger brother that Amato separated from her. "Just help me save my brother Demon," Ada said while Naruto can kill her now but he reprogrammed to be loyal to him, and she looks like she can beat a high-rank Otsutsuki in taijutsu like Kaguya told him, since most Otsutsuki don't train at all since they take the life of others through the Ten Tails. Unlike a certain Warhawk, Naruto knows potential when he sees it and would not suppress their emotions, since without emotions, there is no free will and consciousness. "Okay, I will spare you, but knows this, if you betray us you will not live longer," Naruto said as he coated his right arm with lightning chakra and it made bird chirping sounds, meaning that it was the Chidori/Reikiri, an assassination technique that Satsuki taught him when he taught her his god split cut. As they all left the lab, heading towards Taki, as Satsuki used genjutsu on a Taki nin to guide them to the village. Meanwhile in Konohagakure, after Narumi dealt with Kushina, she explained Anko that she left her former family and Anko decided that she will live with her because she sees potential in Narumi that reminded her of herself before gaining the curse mark. She now has an admirer by the name of Alexis, who was hiding inside a square box as it was a rock, which failed. "You can come out, Alexis," she blankly stated. "That is not me, Narumi," she said as she, Akiza and T appeared. "If you are here, then who is inside the box?" Narumi said as the person inside the box escaped swiftly. "A ninja has to be agile, vigilant and never show your full skills," she told them, just like her brother Naruto told her. Narumi sensed the three kids' chakra and saw their elementals' affinities, but what surprised her the most is that Alexis has wind and fire, Akiza had water and earth, and T has water and wind. However, what amazed her the most, their affinities are balanced with each other, meaning that they combined it to make Scorch, Wood and Ice style respectively. While Hanabi, who escaped, was blushing and scared of that they will not be her friends anymore due to liking Narumi. "Better go to the compound to train harder to impress Narumi then," Hanabi said in sadness. "If her father finds about her crush, or worse the elders will disown her." Meanwhile with Naruto, seeing a village near a huge tree with a waterfall around it was magnificent, but it will be short-lived, as they need to find the Jinchuriki of Fubuki, the happy-go-lucky seven-tailed beast. This is Takigakure, also known as the village hidden behind a waterfall and the only village to have never been invaded, Katsumi said in her human form while everyone looked at the calmed hidden village. As they are walking towards Taki, they hear screaming and they see a green-haired girl that was being attacked by 5 people who what appeared to be Chunin. Naruto, she is the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails Fubuki. Katsumi explained. I guess we're helping then. Let's get this over with. Naruto shunpo down behind the man and cuts his throat open, killing him instantly. He grabs 2 kunai and cuts down 2 more but was noticed by one of the Chunin attacking the poor girl. What the hell did you do to them? You're helping the demon whore, and for what? Now you have to die. The man said as he readied a kunai. The only one dying here is you. Naruto narrows his eyes upon hearing him call her a whore. The 2 men rush at Naruto as he blocks one man's kunai while knocking the other out of the other guy's hands. Naruto grabs onto his wrists, snaps it, breaking it, and embeds a kunai in the man's skull. The other man remains stupefied as he saw his friend get a kunai to his skull. Making use of moment hesitance, Naruto stabs a kunai in the man's gut and snaps his neck, killing him. Naruto looked over at the shocked girl and asks a simple question, not wanting to alert the girl that he knows she is the Jinchuriki 4 of the Seven Tails. What was that about? Naruto asked, feigning ignorance. Mountain's graveyard. Black Zetsu, who was alone, was looking for something or someone important for his mother's plan for freedom. Where is it now? I know that it's in here somewhere. Black Zetsu said, as he went to a particular room and found what he needed. Perfect, it's still here. Black Zetsu said as he took out a storage scroll to seal what he was looking for as he left the location. Kaguya and Naruto will be pleased for what I will bring them. Black Zetsu said to himself as he refers Naruto as father since his mother Kaguya has taken an interest to him. Chapter 5. Hey, are you alright? Naruto asked the girl. Why did you save me? She asked Naruto. Because I know what it feels like to be hated and shunned for something out of your control. So what is your name? He answered to her. The name's Fu. Holder of Lucky 7, Fu said sadly to Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, former holder of 9 tails, also known as Katsumi, Naruto said while pointing towards shoulder Katsumi, who waved at Fu. How could you bear it? Fu asked him. Because I have people that actually care and love me for who I am and they keep me sane from the madness. He answered her as the girls blushed at the statement as Satsuki and Katsumi hugged him while inside Naruto. Kaguya and Naruto blushed. I guess you are the lucky one, Fu said sadly. How about you join us, Fu? He asked her. Really? She said as they nodded. But what about Taki? Fu asked since she is a Taki nin and a Jinchuriki to this village that despise her for something she didn't have a choice. Let me handle that, but first let's meet your tenant inside of you, Naruto said as he used his Mangekyo Sharingan to look at Fu's eyes while Satsuki gasped that Naruto has the Mangekyo Sharingan like hers as she looked at Katsumi, who didn't react it as if she knew already. He has the Mangekyo and didn't told me about it? Satsuki thought to herself, finding a reason why he didn't told her. Calm yourself, Satsuki. He has a very good reason to hide it as well. Satsuki thought to herself again as they went into Fu's mind. Fu's mindscape. The mindscape was wide and filled with water. There were rocks formations surrounding Fubuki with his 6 wings and middle tail exposed as Kaguya appeared as he prepared a tail beast bomb towards her, but she absorbed it easily. How are you even here, you one-dimensional emotionless psycho? Fubuki shouted at her, which surprised Fu since Fubuki is usually happy-go-lucky most of the times and rarely spoke to her. I will ignore that comment since it doesn't affect me and I've come to make a proposition, Kaguya said as Fubuki gasped that she saw Katsumi here. How are you even here, Katsumi? Fubuki asked her sister. Simple, I am complete and free from Naruto-kun's seal. She told her since he remembered before they were captured by Hashirama that she swallowed Ginkaku and Kankaku when Kumagakure wanted to capture her for themselves but survived for 2 weeks by eating the flesh of her stomach. Gained some of her chakra after she regurgitated them and took 4 of the 5 of Hagoromo's treasured tools that he created with his creation of all things and sealed them on their arms before Tobirama was killed by them since Ginkaku and Kinkaku wanted to control Kumagakure due to the influence of Katsumi's chakra during a broker peace treaty between Tobirama representing Konohagakure and the second representing Kumagakure to be allies, and since her soul wasn't present inside of them they became so feral that the chakra was killing them due to her absence. That's why no person can use tailed beast chakra without the respective tailed beast controlling it, or at least most of it, unless the user has the Sharingan or Rinnegan to control the chakra, unless they have strong will to confront it. So what is the offer, Kaguya? He asked with venom on her name. Simple, I use your and your siblings' chakra to revive the 10 tails so I can be physically alive and you can be freed, but we need the demonic statue to revive myself properly. Your chakras are the only ones that are mine. She told him. What about humanity that we swore to protect to our creator Hagoromo? Fubuki asked worriedly as Naruto spoke up and filled with killing intent that changes into the form of the Shinigami as if Fubuki was looking at the god of death and also scared Fu as well. When has he ever actually helped you guys? Sure, he created you from the Ten Tails and Kaguya's chakra, but had he ever taught you girls from the good and the bad? He released you when people learn how to use chakra. He forsaken his own mother due to a toad telling him about her sacrificing people. Sure, it's bad, but humans by default with power can easily corrupt themselves. Now tell me this, what is the most important thing that an Otsutsuki can't do? Naruto ranted to Fubuki, never betray the clan. She answered in sadness since it was true that Hagoromo and Himura betrayed them as well as Kaguya smirked. Join us Fubuki and you shall never be used again, and this is an Otsutsuki oath, daughter of mine. Kaguya told her, smiling and telling her something that Hagoromo never said before to his own creations. What Naruto and Satsuki learned about Otsutsuki is that they always put family/clan above all, even if they do bad things to get what they want, as their loyalty is to family and those who they can truly trust. If she gets free, doesn't it mean that I will die from extraction? Fu said, being unsure to agree. Actually, I know the jutsu that Katsumi told me to safely extract tailed beasts into a temporary seal without you dying, Fu. Naruto told her, who smiled as Fu looked at Fubuki, who shrugged. None taken, and that surprised me that Katsumi actually told you about that technique. Fubuki told him while Katsumi pouted cutely as they leave the mindscape. Real world. What it said? Ada asked Naruto. She's a girl and she agrees. Naruto answered as he helped Fu to seal all her belongings on a sealing scroll as they went to the Takikage's office to steal their secrets and kill the cage while making look like he off himself. While Fu waited outside as other people gathered around her as she covered herself with tailed beast cloak to defend herself. Hey Fu, we can actually leave now since we got what we needed for you, Naruto said as he and Satsuki looted the office for their scrolls and valuables. This is all your fault, freak. You brought the Akatsuki here. They just want the bug bitch. I say we give her to them. Yeah, we don't want you here, insect whore, monster, demon. Leave our village. Go die, demon. Fu looked at them all with wide teary eyes as her tailed beast cloak slowly vanished and she fell to her knees, her spirit broken by the hurtful words. Sure, it wasn't anything new, but she had hoped that by coming here and willing to fight and protect the village, they'd at the very least be thankful. Instead, they still hated her and even considered just letting the supposed Akatsuki take her, who gave her a good reason to leave. It actually disgusted Naruto, Katsumi and Satsuki the most while Ada just looked. She had been willing to risk her life and protect them, and yet they just spat in her face. Namikaze actually did one thing right, he didn't made me into a weapon reliant of Katsumi's power. Naruto thought. The villagers already hated him for believing he was a failure and a nuisance. They knew he had also been Katsumi's container as Naruto shuddered at the pain and hatred he had endured before he and Satsuki met Kaguya. In fact, it's likely the villagers would have killed him more gruesomely. It just further showed Naruto how pathetic and petty humans are, and why they deserve nothing less than total annihilation. Without a word, Naruto knocked Fu out with genjutsu and handed her off to a reluctant Ada. You girls wait outside the village, I'll be there in a moment, Naruto said, with the girls nodding, though not knowing what Naruto was planning. Cracking his neck, Naruto prepared to do something big, but he paused when one of the ninja clearly didn't know how to keep their mouth shut. Why are you still here? You already took the demon bitch, now get out of our village. The ninja sneered, with the others nodding in agreement, wanting the supposed Akatsuki to leave their home. Hearing this, Naruto chuckled darkly as a golden aura started swirling around him. You want a demon, eh? Let me show where they come from, Naruto shouted, his voice mixing with Kaguya's. Immediately an aura of lightning and golden energy shot up into the sky and hid Naruto's form. Storm clouds began circling overhead as rain and thunder in masses was heard, with the pillar of energy in the center, while a lightning flashed in the sky. The wind howled and raged, ripping trees from the ground and creating deep trenches in the ground, with anyone who didn't escape in time. Then to the people's horror, a gigantic black and red being in armor with 2 locks of hair fall on each side of the face and a single horn protrudes from the chin, resembling Naruto's current facial hair. It possesses a sharp Tengu-like nose and a jagged mouth, giving it a demonic appearance. His Susanoo was much larger than other users, reaching a size to a mature 10 tails. Was holding 2 black blades that were created from truth-seeking orbs. Katsumi, meanwhile, had seen the gathering storm clouds and the pillar of energy after getting far enough away, while being forced to land and take shelter in a cave when the winds became too intense. Then her eyes widened in absolute shock when she saw the pillar expand and from it emerged Naruto's complete body Susanoo in all its glory. Oh Kami, he can do the full body Susanoo instantly, Satsuki whispered in shock at seeing Naruto using his Mangekyo and not tired out due to using pure nature energy. Without hesitation, Naruto unleashed a gravity beam on the village from the Susanoo's mouth, while his truth-seeking swords dove down and began turning people into ashes. The civilians screamed in horror and tried escaping only to be crushed by the Susanoo's feet or disintegrated by the swords. The Takinin tried desperately to attack the Susanoo, but all their attacks didn't so much as scratch it, where the weapons simply bounced off and their jutsu had no effect. Some had even been desperate enough to drink the hero's water in the hope that it would grant them enough strength to fight Naruto, but once again, it was useless as they all died. All of Takigakure were now feeling fear and true despair as they realized how hopeless the situation was, when the head suddenly stopped attacking and then spoke. "I was originally just going to take Fu and leave you worthless humans alone," said in a mix of Naruto and Kaguya's voices. "But after seeing how you spat on her when she tried protecting you, you have earned my wrath," said Naruto/Naruto. "Not that it matters, as I plan to wipe out you insects. You just sped up the process." Naruto/Kaguya said. "You have all sealed your fates." Naruto, Naruto and Kaguya said in perfect unison. With that, Naruto took flight into the air and called the biggest bolt of lightning straight towards him, his body lighting up as lightning coursed through him. Naruto unleashed 3 large gravity beams that combined into a single concentrated beam of lightning that struck Takigakure, engulfing the entire village in an explosion of lightning. Naruto continued to unleash his power for a few minutes before finally stopping. He then laughed sadistically when he saw that nothing remained of where Takigakure once stood, nothing but a massive crater. With that done, Naruto flew to where he could sense the girls and once was right above them. He started dispersing his Susanoo back down and landed right next to them. The Noiret looking at her lover with wide eyes that looked like they would fall out of her head. "Let's go, our business is done," Naruto said, with Satsuki being too stunned to say anything after what she just saw. "That power, it's unlike anything I've ever seen." With one attack, he destroyed an entire village and probably several miles of the surrounding area. That was with his power only, not using Kaguya's power to amplify it all. Katsumi thought in fear despite not that she is against Naruto but proud at him, while Zetsu was watching the whole. It made them worried that if Naruto never met his mother they would be against her. He doubts that Madara and Pain together could stop him. Hell, he doubted the entire Akatsuki combined could stop him. As Zetsu disappeared into the ground, Ada then looked at the unconscious Fu in her arms and remembered her broken expression when her own village denounced and was willing to let her be taken. No wonder Ishiki told them about humans being corrupt with having power and their intolerance for the unknown, Ada said to herself while reassuring to Fu that everything will be okay. Fu's mindscape. Fubuki was looking at the knocked Fu. "Don't worry Fu, once you are up they will free you the burden of containing me without dying," Fubuki said in sadness, as like her sisters, she also hates humanity for hunting them down, but Fu gained her trust because all she wanted was a friend. Later, outside, before he left, Naruto took Shibuki's valuables like their forbidden scroll and artifacts as he wanted to take the hero's water, but his was worthless due to having access to 6 paths sage mode already, but took it out of spite. "How about this if we find the masked man so you can torture him?" Satsuki told him as she kissed him, and he grinned maniacally as they left where the former village was. She doesn't care that Naruto killing people since they already accept him, for he truly is someone who puts his new family first and would do anything to protect even if they don't admit it. "Yeah, I would love that," Naruto said smiling. "Let's roll, girls," Naruto said as the group with Fu, who was smiling for real in years as they left Takigakure with her new friends. Fu looked back smiling as her eyes completely turned red like Fubuki's as she flips the bird at her former village. "Let's call our new future empire Black Sun," Naruto said as the girls thought it got a ring into it since the color refers to Amaterasu, which is hotter than a present yellow sun. Chapter 6. Katsumi's Mindscape. It was an endless void like when Katsumi was first sealed inside that bitch Mito Uzumaki, but without having the adamantine sealing chains fill with wood-style chakra, tasing her while roaming when Mito rarely visited. Always taunting her and persuading her to use her power to gain freedom, since even if she had to wait 9 years to resurrect to be somewhere peaceful, but then realized it would be worthless if they managed to find her and sealed her in another Uzumaki. Senju or anyone can have a tailed beast sealed properly but still would die due to tailed beast chakra. However, Senju and Uzumaki are the only ones who can contain the 9 tails without having ill effects. Ironically, despite complaining on being sealed 3 times, she was only contained, thus she never had a true Jinchuriki, and to her she was the lucky one. Better being inside a cage than on a leash, Katsumi thought to herself. For years she can sense the outside world while being sealed due to being an emotion sensor, while Mito blabbing about having love, but never talked to me on a personal level or hearing my side of the story, all while taunting her that her marriage was arranged and not out of real love. Katsumi looked at a wooden cage that has the familiar Uzumaki clan sealing symbol, but the closer she saw the array that has the kanjis for death god, as she knew that it was the Reaper seal, as there was a reason why Uzumaki should only use it and live to tell the tale that even Kaguya would never disrespect a true force of nature, especially one who was adored by the Uzumaki clan from when Katsumi saw Mito's memories. As if she and Naruto's souls are literally melded until the Shinigami destroys the seal, that is. But truthfully, she would stand by Naruto's side no matter what. As Katsumi saw a Rin Sharingan and thought it was Kaguya playing a prank until a second Rin Sharingan appeared next to the first one as Katsumi tried to back away in fear but couldn't due to wood tendrils trapping her feet. As Katsumi saw a young woman with a voluptuous figure and very long black hair with matching eyes. She is a woman with delicate facial features and her eyebrows are cut very short and round, a symbol of nobility. Her hair is tied in a loose ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs that ends in a spiral, with taut bandages to keep it in place. Her attire consists ironically of a traditional shrine maiden, and over that, she wore a white coat held closed by a red ribbon. What made Katsumi gasp was her Rin Sharingan eyes and that she has 10 black tails. "So Mayun finally meets me," the woman said to Katsumi. "Who are you?" Katsumi said, as her breath was visible due to the cold mood of the atmosphere present. "I am what we should have been in the beginning until that disgrace of Sage of Six Paths and his brother had to ruin it. Since all we wanted was to be left alone and look at the both of us. Even if we are complete, we are still split apart mentally," Katsumi's dark half said while Katsumi was quiet since her dark half was letting it all of their bottled emotions out. "Isn't there any way to free you?" Katsumi asked her dark half. "Why bother if you still keep secrets from Naruto and Satsuki, especially if you admit that Naruto is looking more like him?" The dark half scoffed since Katsumi knows whom she was referring to. "Naruto will never be like Indra and the curse of hatred doesn't apply to him," Katsumi yelled at her dark half until she was pulled closer to the cage with divine pull. "That's because you never told him about their full family tree, my dear yin half. The so-called curse of hatred is just an ideal made by Black Zetsu's convoluted plan to free Kaguya instead of telling the truth to the sage's sons, and I know since we have seen Indra until we ate him on Turtle Island when he tried to become our Jinchuriki against our will, but having only a pale imitation of our eyes didn't made his body strong to contain more chakra to control us with his Mangekyo Sharingan until we sensed Indra's corrupted chakra inside of him." The dark half said to her light half, who gulped due to being scared if Naruto and Satsuki react to find out that they are more related than they realized when she went into the hospital to find Kushina and Mikoto's records and found revealing stuff of their parents and grandparents, as the latter is what shocked her the most since it was sealed tight but being the most that contained Kaguya/10. Dale's chakra and memories formerly, since she has hacking skills due to helping absorb countless planets and inhabitants before, as one man's trash is another man's treasure to her. "I will tell them when I feel they're ready," Katsumi said as her dark half scoffed. "You may tell them eventually, but you are afraid of how they will react," the dark half said as her light half nodded. "Well, what are you doing to do now? Leave me here alone?" he dark half asked while pointing the cage that transformed into a collar with the kanji seal. "I let you decide what to do when you're ready, so see you later, me," Katsumi said as she left her mindscape while her dark half shook her head. She doesn't want to admit it that Naruto is more Uchiha than she realized, especially from his blood. The dark half said to herself in sadness, jut by the reference despite that he was the one who raised us years after the sage only created us so that the 10 tails wouldn't appear, but soon calmed down. "Osaka. If you were here you would have known what to do," the dark half said to herself, crying for the man she truly ever loved. Outside. "Hey Katsumi, you zoned out there?" Satsuki asked in concern. "Just thinking about something," Katsumi reassured Satsuki while Katsumi briefly saw Indra in Satsuki's place. "Are you sure you need someone to talk to?" Satsuki asked her back, who Katsumi shakes her head. Despite still hating the Uchiha clan for using their eyes to control her, there are a few Uchihas that are humble and could trust with one hand, and those are Satsuki, Mikoto and the first Uchiha she has met during her young years after being created, Amaterasu Uchiha, along with her husband Sako Uzumaki, Neisenju, who both were the founders of the Uzumaki clan. Just by seeing Naruto and Satsuki reminds her eerily like they're actually them, as those two were so powerful that they put Hagoromo and Homura to shame and practically cut a tailed beast bomb with only a flick of a finger. "I'm fine, Satsuki," Katsumi said to her, growling as Satsuki briefly backed away. "It's just the Susanoo Naruto did back in Taki is like I have seen it before," Katsumi said, trying to think of where she remembered that. "Yeah, Naruto, how did you summon a full armor Susanoo with the first try?" Satsuki asked. "I don't know, as like I have done it before, but I was an Uzumaki before, so how was that possible?" Naruto answered while inside Naruto was pondering. "Where are we going, Naruto-kun?" Fu said affectionately, ever since they left Taki. "Well, we have to pass Kusa first to get to Suna to find Kaede's Jinchuriki," Naruto said to them. Fubuki looks like a young woman with a tall, slim, and curvaceous figure. She has chin length, dark green hair styled into a bob, and her eyes are light green. Her main attire consists of a long white fur coat, a dark green form-fitting dress, thigh-high black boots and several necklaces. How do I look now? Fubuki asked. Ever since Naruto had extracted Fubuki from Fu using tailed beast transfer and using 6 paths Yang Seal to heal Fu from the slow extraction, and was surprised that Naruto filled her with natural energy and retained some of Fubuki's powers. Look, I got the feeling that I have seen that form of yours from somewhere and that I took your virginity? Naruto said while Katsumi began to sweat as if she was hiding something, while Satsuki and Fu blushed at the question. That is until Naruto and Satsuki sensed something or someone. What? What's going on? Ada asked, confused since she never seen this before. Naruto puts his index finger on the ground to sense something. I sensed 2 female Uzumakis and... No, it can't be, Naruto said while the girls were amazed of Naruto's sensing skills like the legendary Tobirama Senju who can sense miles and learn the ancestry of people without even looking. What else did you sense, Naruto? Katsumi asked. I sensed the Sanbi and Kuza. Naruto answered as everyone gasped. I thought she disappeared after Kakashi killed Rin, Satsuki said as she had heard that story that dubbed Kakashi as the friend killer. How come she's there? Fubuki asked. I don't know, but I can sense her chakra without even meeting her, Naruto said as they all rushed to Kuza, while inside Katsumi her dark half was stunned that Naruto can sense chakra that far. Kusagaku. As the group arrived to a small house where the 2 Uzumaki hat Naruto sense live as Naruto knocks the door. Who is it? A female voice said, in which the door opens revealing Karen Uzumaki. Yes, how may I help you? Karen asked the group. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto told her, but Karen got suspicious because Naruto has black hair as most Uzumaki have red shades of hair. Karen, is everything alright? A voice said, who has light brown hair and a chin-length bob cut that framed her face and brown eyes. Wearing casual clothing along with the Kusagaku headband protector. This is Rin Nohura. Katsumi made a jaw drop because Rin is alive. How are you even alive? Katsumi stared at Rin. Who are you? She asked Katsumi. You may not know me, but I have known you since you became a Konoha in Rin, Katsumi said while Rin was sweating. I don't know what you're talking about, since I'm a retired Kuza Jonin and a medic nin here teaching Karen to not rely on her healing bite technique, Rin said while trying to leave, but felt her chakra suppressed as she saw black chains coming from Naruto's back restraining Rin, who was trying to use tailed beast cloak. How did you know I'm a Jinchuriki? Rin asked while glaring at Naruto, but became dazed when she saw his Mangekyou Sharingan. Let me accompany him too, Satsuki said, touching Rin as well. Rin's mindscape. The mindscape was composed of a forest with a big lake that has the Sanbi sleeping. Wake up, Bosat, Katsumi shouted in her tailed beast form, which she became bigger than before, 500 meters, and more feminine. Woke up Bosat from her sleep. Katsumi? How are ever here, and when did you get those eyes, since I thought you hated the Sharingan? Did you get even bigger? Bosat, who had to look way up, told her as she tilted her head until she swam back in the lake to let her see her reflection. What are you even talking about, Bosat? Katsumi asked her sister. Katsumi gasped as she realized that she has the same Mangekyou design of Naruto and Indra's, which surprised everyone since Satsuki has never seen 2 beings with the same Mangekyou design ever unless is the eternal variant. Even if we are complete, our soul is still bound with Naruto-kun's. Katsumi's dark half spoke to her alone as no one heard it. Is she alright? Bosat asked Naruto, who shrugged since to him it was normal because he has Naruto and Kaguya inside of him for now. I have the same eyes as Naruto-kun, Katsumi said, which surprised Bosat that she fell in love with a human again. Katsumi? Do you love that guy? I thought you hated humans the most? Bosat asked while looking at Naruto. Yes. Got a problem with that. Some humans are still good, and the girls you sensed outside came with him by their own choice because he saved them. Even Fubuki is outside in her human form, Katsumi said threateningly as Bosat silenced herself and thought about the work choice, something that she never had, as they only existed to maintain the peace and so that Kaguya couldn't be revived. But seeing the rabbit goddess snuggling the male teen may possibly realize that Kaguya was never evil nor crazy with power from the beginning. This is the Nine Tails, Bosat? I thought she only knew destruction and hatred? Who would have thought she would love a human? Rin said as she was one of the few people outside of the elders that knew that Kushina held the Kyuubi. Not even Kakashi and Obito knew, while Katsumi growled since she insulted her, though who could blame her since it was humanity that made them this way. Yes, and she is my older sister Katsumi, Bosat said referring to Katsumi. Wait, the Nine Tails is a girl? That is awesome. Then who is that woman floating? Rin said, which cheered Katsumi as Bosat looked at Kaguya. That Rin is our grandmother and our genetic template from the Ten Tails Datara, which is her known as Kaguya Otsutsuki. Bosette introduced Kaguya to Rin, who shook hands that this woman with flawless skin and baggy clothing is the progenitor of chakra on the planet, and Kushina's son snagged her, and if Jiraiya would be here he would try to leech on Naruto like the pervert he is. The more Bosette looked at Naruto and Satsuki, the more she thinks that she met them before somewhere, but it gave her a headache just for trying to remember. Anyway, we have been meaning to ask, on how are both of you alive? Satsuki asked while looking at Rin, who was on top of Bosette. As Rin explained her childhood and the time when Kira kidnapped her to make her into Bosette's container, to the time that she moved in front of Kakashi to die but couldn't kill herself due to another seal not letting her, but realized that she forgot her dextrocardia, and Bosette healing her heart, but both got tired until some Kuzunin rescued me after seeing the massacre as I became a medic. Nin and Jonin even became the sensei of Karen as her mom Carla recommended, so that Karen doesn't get bitten by people to heal them. As the years go by, we came into an understanding that we could rely, since I'm one of the more humble ones and bear no ill will against Rin, Bosette said while glancing at Katsumi, who strangely didn't talk back until she realized something. Wait a minute. Now I remember when I was released, as there was only one person who actually taught the one who managed to control me, as it was the same person that controlled and sealed Bosette inside of Rin. Katsumi said. You don't mean that was actually him, Katsumi? Bosette said. How does this involves me? Rin asked. Remember about the Mangekyo, that the common way to awake it now is by seeing your closed one die near you or a moment of critical stress? Satsuki explained as Rin nodded, meaning that the one who released me from Kushina was someone who was taught by Madara himself. The chakra from the masked man was familiar, but it was foul with a certain wood-style user's DNA, albeit weaker to suppress our chakra but enough to control me with a mature basic Sharingan, Katsumi said as Rin was breathing hard, as she knew one Uchiha who was considered her teammate. No. It couldn't be him. He died during the rock slide. And it was impossible to revive him after that. Wouldn't? Rin said as Kaguya interrupted. It would have been impossible to revive after being squashed in half unless they used genetic material from a white Zetsu, Kaguya said, shocking everyone. What are those things that you're talking about, Kaguya? Naruto asked. White Zetsus are former humans. When I have used the infinite Tsukuyomi in order to build an army consisting of 100,000 white Zetsus that don't need to eat or sleep against the Otsutsuki clan, but the drawback is that they are extremely weak on their own without covering someone, and if someone with a lot of Yang chakra come in contact with them they turn into trees. However, their bodies are strong to use elemental jutsus, absorb chakra just by touching someone, and are practically undetectable against sensors since they don't have their own chakra, except for Naruto and Katsumi, who are emotion sensors. And from what I sensed on the one that is fused with Black Zetsu is that the DNA of the former transmigrant who was also your great-great-grandfather on your former father's side, Naruto-kun. Kaguya explained. You're telling me that Naruto is great-great-grandson of Hashirama Senju? So that how it all makes sense, as Asur's transmigrant has to be from his direct line, since Kushina is a pure-blooded Uzumaki, meaning that Minato had to have a parent who was a child of Hashirama, and Mito, meaning that I have to be a direct descendant of Madara Uchiha. But my mom told me that Izuna Uchiha was my great-great-grandpa, Satsuki stated as they still kept her more secrets. Thought is not as traumatizing as having her former brother killing the majority of her clan. Luckily her mom got a tip from someone as she made a blood clone that took her place, since she has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but only Naruto and Satsuki know of that, as they were the ones that made Mikado happy in the world and would have been devastated if she never see them grow up and spoil her with grandbabies. Indeed, as Black Zetsu gave me the memories of that fated battle on what it is the Valley of the End, as Madara Uchiha survived using a delayed Izanagi to his right eye after he bit Hashirama in the arm to gain a piece of his flesh, but after that it skipped for a few years before he made his way into Mountain's graveyard, where after 50 years of healing his injuries using the piece of flesh, summoned my physical body from the moon, taking out white Zetsus from my physical body. And when you combine Uchiha and Senju DNA currently to obtain, Kaguya said. The Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, Bosette yelled. But why he wanted the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths if he would have done what he wanted back then? Katsumi asked. Because Katsumi, the Rinnegan is obtained in 3 ways: transplanted, use DNA of both Uchiha and Senju, or having pure-blooded Otsutsuki DNA like Naruto and Satsuki have now from when I awoke their dormant powers. Even if he awoken back then, people would have recognized him that he faked his death, and I have the feeling that he was the one to have caused the death of Tobirama Senju and being indirectly responsible for the Uchiha massacre. Kaguya explained. Why the theory, Kaguya? Naruto asked. While I was sealed on the moon I could only sense things while the moon is full. That I have heard about the distant relatives of Hagoromo gaining a bit of Katsumi's power during the early days of Kumagakoer, Kaguya said. I remember that day when the Gold and Silver brothers Ginkaku and Kinkaku tried to capture me for Kumo, and I swallowed them, since during the centuries of existing after a certain incident that someone tried to control me with their Mangekyo Sharingan, Katsumi said while glancing at Satsuki. that they eat my flesh for 2 straight weeks until I vomited them as they gain some of my former chakra, as most people die when they consume flesh of tailed beasts, but those 2 were one of the lucky ones due to being distant relatives of the sage. Later, after my sealing inside that bitch of Mito, since her being my first container that only a few knew of it and it was an SSS secret, I heard that they attacked Dobarama and A the Second while trying to gain an alliance between Konoha and Kumo, in which the brothers staged a coup, but both Cage luckily survived until the first shinobi war that they were ambushed by the Kankaku forces. Dobarama named Teruzin Hokage due to had the guts because he wanted to be the decoy before Kankaku killed him, and it was rabid and wild even for them, from what the sources told, that Kankaku used the second version of tailed beast cloak since he and his brother were pseudo Jinchuriki, meaning that Madara manipulated the brothers in order to avenge Izuna for Dobarama mortally wounded him. Katsumi told her story about the latest time she ate people. Well, it explains why A the Third was trying to steal people with bloodlines, because he tried to replicate the brothers as most of his shinobi died from eating the 8 tails tentacles, Rin said when Kushina told her about the time Shikumo nearly kidnapped her for her Uzumaki bloodline, especially when she awoke the adamantine sealing chains. So about the massacre? Satsuki insisted, since there was more to it. The person I was referring to is none other than Obito Uchiha, Kaguya shouted as it made Rin and Katsumi gasped. It was Crybaby Abicho? No wonder the chakra was familiar. So he saw the incident without context to awake his Mangekyo, and Madara manipulated him even further. There is one thing I need to know, is that how Obito did knew about Naruto's birth, since it was an SS secret that only a few people knew? Katsumi shouted while Naruto laughed, because it's funny, the nickname for the guy that he will gladly kill. Think about it, Katsumi, who was the only person who watched Kushina in the shadows for 10 months? Kaguya asked her. Kakashi. Katsumi growled at the mention of that name. You mean Inu? Naruto asked while referring to Kakashi by Anbu code. Who didn't want the Uchiha clan to be involved during the attack? Kagura asked Satsuki. You mean the mummy guy that has his right eye and arm in bandages? Naruto asked while Kaguya nodded in shame, since she created Black Zetsu to free her. Isn't that the guy that visited me the day after the massacre? Something about helping me get stronger? Satsuki said as Katsumi's eyes rolled out of her sockets while looking at Satsuki. Of course he had to be him, as he was expecting Minato to die when he used the Reaper Seal, since it can summon an avatar that has a fragment of the Shinigami to seal someone at the price of the sealer's soul, unless you are an Uzumaki or have a mate seal by an Uzumaki. Then both sealer and sealed would fight for eternity until they resolve their conflict or someone frees them by using a Shinigami mask, but still need to cut your stomach to free the souls inside the avatar, and it still results death. Thus this is why the Uzumaki clan were feared by everyone despite being a peaceful clan that takes family seriously. No wonder he wanted Kushina en route after she became an Anbunin. How could Kushina told him about that particular seal to that sperm donor? No offense, Naruto-kun, Katsumi said to Naruto if he offended him, since he was a Surasanju, Naotsutsuki's transmigrant. None taken as the man is an idiot that he would sacrifice his life in peace for a village that stabbed each other's back like they did to Sakumo Hatake and Might Dui. About the Reaper Seal is that I somehow have seen before, not when I was born, like way long ago, Naruto said as Kaguya, Katsumi and Bosette narrowed their eyes. Okay, so Obito helped Itachi on killing most of the clan. Then how come no one realized it was him? Rin said as Katsumi showed images of both Madara and Obito wearing a mask from her memories. Madara Uchiha would never hide his face behind a mask. He always wore his red plate armor in battles after he became clan head. His 2 Mangekyo abilities were time rewind for a few minutes with his left eye and memorize the opponent's movements, and could even distinguish a clone from the real one with his right eye. While Obito was controlling me using a matured basic Sharingan, which is impossible unless he has a lot of chakra to maintain me controlled. He had something called Kamui, but he has the short range that makes him nearly intangible, but he needs to be tangible again to attack and even teleport anywhere without hand seals, but it's not instant as Yomatsu Hirasaka. In order to attack him we need to seal his chakra and take his eye, or for Naruto to use a truth-seeking ball to kill him instantly. Katsumi explained. Wait, Naruto knows the truth-seeking balls? Bosette asked as Naruto made 3 and juggled it. What are those things? Rin asked. Those balls, Rin, are composed of the 7 nature affinities of fire, lightning, earth, water, wind, yin and yang, also known as chakra in its purest form, and the user can make them turn anything into ashes like Kaguya's all-killing ash bones, but more controllable and can change into anything by the user's will. With yin-yang they nullify any jutsu except Senjutsu. Those balls are signs of a sage of 6 paths that only one who is chakra of all 9 of us willingly, or of the 10 tails, which is Kaguya, and can use them at their fullest potential, and he is the 6 paths yang power seal, which can heal anyone by using the person's own life force, even revive the recent deceased without sacrificing their life, and even take life. While Satsuki holds the 6 paths yin power seal, which can create and even refine the most basic of jutsus into the more deadly ones. It can shut off the flow of spiritual energy and subsequent special chakra within the brain that enables dojutsu, essentially forcing said visual techniques to be shut off as long as the yin power's influence remains over the victim. The yin power can be applied onto the user's own spiritual energy as well, allowing them to manipulate certain key aspects of their brain. In doing so, they can immediately rid themselves of genjutsu influence while also enhancing their five senses to overpower an enemy's attempts at fooling them. Bosette explained to her. Both Naruto and Satsuki were amazed of what those seals can do in their fullest and thought if they can obtain each other the seal that they lack to be equals to Kaguya. Okay, so what come here was if you two will join us to destroy the shinobi system, Rin and Bosette? Naruto said, as the atmosphere inside the mindscape got colder. So you are going to seal us inside the Ten Tails' husk to physically revive her when it is our duty to avoid releasing Kaguya? Bosette said angrily as she launches a tsunami towards Naruto and Satsuki until Naruto used one hand to absorb the tsunami as if it was never there, not even a drop. He absorbed a whole ocean's worth of water with his left hand? Rin asked herself while looking at the scene as Bosette was scared. The only ones who could do that were the founders of the Uzumaki clan. Bosette thought to herself, if you are wise then think about it. If Hagoromo never gave chakra to every human, none of this wouldn't happen. As before Ishiki and I arrived on the planet there was still wars and violence, but it was minimal and less gory. I can understand why they sealed me, but having the fear of a clan that its sole purpose is to destroy planets in order to gain power for an endless cycle of hatred in vain. As the saying goes, even with all the power you can gain, what will you do next with it? Kaguya ranted but composed herself as Naruto comforts, as Bosette just stood there not saying anything about what Kaguya said. When it was the clan wars, it was every clan for themselves until Madara and Hashirama made the moronic shinobi system, which was worse since shinobis and mercenaries are the same thing, only that the wars are more organized than before when the purpose was so that children would never fight. Satsuki yelled with her Mangekyo flaring as she calms down. We had 3 wars for what? Money? Power? Land? After Kaede was sealed, Hashirama made the moronic choice of hunting from Katsumi to Kuroka, and just by seeing in your eyes, Bosette, is that Hashirama pulled you with his wood style when you were in the sea and you begged, cried and tried to use tailed beast ball as he put his hand on your forehead and knocked you out. For people who preached about loving chakra, they hate it when chakra talks back. I can relate to that as I held Katsumi's soul after that idiot Minato declared and people wanted me dead by the first minute until Kaguya gave us the power and the most important thing, the right to choose, Naruto said. As Bosette shrunk down to reveal a fair-skinned, blonde-haired woman with blue eyes, horns, fangs, black heels, blue a spiked collar with matching armbands and a black strapless dress. Then Naruto came closer to her and Rin. You can join us if you want, so take the time to think about it, Naruto said as they left the mindscape while leaving Bosette thinking of the proposition. What do we do, Rin? Bosette asked his container, who was thinking of an answer. Real world. As Naruto, Satsuki, Katsumi and Rin woke up while Karen looked worried of her sensei who had tried to heal her mom with mystical palm jutsu along with Karen, but the bite marks are still present as Carla became weaker by the day. As Naruto puts his right hand as the 6 paths yang power seal does its thing as it heals all of Carla's bite marks, as Naruto went towards Karen and did the same as well. As Carla wakes up, Naruto? Bosette and I agree that we will help you if you help Bosette be free from my seal and to never be sealed on another person again. Rin told Naruto as he nodded. Of course I will, since Bosette and I are family, Naruto said with sincerity that while inside Rin, Bosette smiled at the statement because not even the Sage of 6 Paths never referred them as family. What about Ryuzetsu? Rin asked. Who? Satsuki asked. Is a friend of mine that I befriended here in Kusa who is an Onbu prodigy, but I haven't seen her in a week and it worries me so much, Rin said as Naruto tries to sense her and found her. Meanwhile you guys pack your stuff and scrolls because you will come with us, Naruto said, and the 3 nodded since he saved Karen's mother from dying. I will go to her right now, Naruto said as a swirling vortex covers from Naruto's right eye sucks him as he left using Kamui. Meanwhile in Hozuki Castle, a woman with fair skin, waist-length white hair that is covered by a green bandana that has a long curved white stripe which had belonged to Muku, and gray eyes with multiple circular patterns. She wears a sleeveless kimono over a green top that only has a long green sleeve covering her left arm along with the green bandana. Both her arms are bandaged up to her elbows. She also wears black trousers with shinobi sandals. This is Ryuzetsu, former Onbu of Kusagaku. What do you want, Mue? Ryuzetsu asked the father of her best friend who disappeared and showed her the box of ultimate bliss, a box that corrupts anyone who enters it in power to take over the world. However, It requires a ton of chakra of minimum of the One-Tail's chakra reserve in order to open it. He was going to sacrifice her to the box. As Ryuzetsu tried to escape, Naruto suddenly appears and kills everyone except Ryuzetsu as he was phasing the attackers while using Kubi Karabocho as he can attack without being tangible. Meanwhile, giant trees appeared from the ground as they started to absorb the convicts' chakra while leaving them like dry husks. Meanwhile in Konoha, Tenten sensed someone having one of the 7 swords of the mist. Lucky bastard, Tenten said. Back with Naruto. As Naruto saw the box, he made a truth-seeking ball and swallowed it as it caused him to shoot a large beam like a tailed beast bomb to the box, thus destroying it. Wow, Ryuzetsu said while feeling aroused while blushing. Come with me if you want to live, Naruto said as she gave her hand to him and returned to where the rest are currently. Back with the group. Ryuzetsu, is that you? Rin asked as she hugged her tightly. It's because Mui ordered me to do something at Hozuki Castle. Realizing it was a trap to sacrifice me to the box of ultimate bliss. But this guy rescued me by killing Mui and the guards with Kubi Karabocho while being intangible and made some black ball that he ate and shoot a large beam that destroyed the box once and for all. Ryuzetsu explained. Naruto, don't tell me that you have Kamui as one of your Mangekyo abilities? Satsuki asked, surprised ever since she saw him made an armored Susanoo that was the size of an adult Ten-Tails. Suddenly Naruto was hugged by Karen, who had hearts in her eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, she said to him while crying. You think that I would leave a fellow clan member to die like that? Naruto told her as he helped using shadow clones to help Karen, Carla and Rin to move out until Zoji blocked them, until Satsuki poked Zoji on the forehead and fell dead on the floor because with its simple poke of the forehead fling Zoji's brain afar all the way to Konoha and landed on the head of a certain pink-haired banshee that Naruto and everyone present, even Bosette inside Rin, had to cover her ears due to the scream that pink-haired banshee produced. Ah! Sakura yelled with all her might while Kakashi, who was reading happily the filth and garbage of smut that he calls art while wearing earplugs, as Arashi and Menma were trying to take the brain out of her face, but she kept screaming. Somewhere in Earth Country, a girl had to cover her ears because the scream was so high-pitched from here that Luminous tied her tails around her head inside the seal. It was better being the Ten-Tails than this, Luminous yelled. Back with the group. Damn it, she's still alive. Naruto cursed that Sakura is somehow alive, but the longer she lives the slower she will be burned with Amaterasu, as Satsuki was rubbing her hands evilly at Naruto's idea. Naruto, we have made our decision to join your cause, Rin declared. Good, since we need to find the other Jinchuriki to extract their tailed beasts and use most of their chakra into Kaguya's body to physically revive her. I have a question, did you ever use Bosette's powers before? Katsumi asked. Actually no. Since no one in Kuza aside from Karen, Carla and Ryuzetsu know that I contained Bosette. Rin answered. Good, since the more you rely on a tailed beast's power the less you live even if you have their consent, and that's how Hagoromo got a disease for having the Ten-Tails sealed inside him even if he was a half-breed, unlike Naruto and Satsuki are actually now. Katsumi explained while Naruto gulped at the implications as Katsumi sensed his fear. No need to worry Naruto-kun and Satsuki-chan, since both of you are a full-blooded Otsutsuki now. Katsumi answered as Naruto felt relieved. Well, let's go, since I destroyed Hozuki Castle as well and we need to go to Suna to find Kaede's Jinchuriki since we need the tailed beast's consent. Therefore, the group went towards the land of wind to find Kaede now. Unknown to them, a woman with curly blonde hair saw them leave and grinned as she disappeared. Thought Naruto and Katsumi growled since they sensed that someone was watching them. Come on, no time a-wasting, Naruto said as he used a truth-seeking ball to turn Zoji's body into ashes that even affected the spilled blood caused by Satsuki. She has more strength than the old hag, Naruto said inside Naruto, with Kaguya agreeing. Indeed, I believe that she can also learn 6 paths Sage mode, but most Uchiha have weak bodies ever since Indra and Asura drifted apart. Or maybe she is Senju/Uzumaki ancestry, like Naruto having Senju/Uchiha ancestry that I didn't know about, Kaguya said. Did you notice that Katsumi that the same Mangekyo design as me and Naruto-kun? Naruto asked her technically grandma/harem sister. Curiouser and curiouser indeed, Naruto. Kaguya kept thinking on why is also affecting Katsumi. In an unknown realm, a fair-skinned hand is only seen but the voices of a woman was looking at a giant TV screen. So the man that my cousin has fell in love with has returned to the land of the living, just like he said after he incapacitated that one-horned parasite son of the current clan head. I knew it would happen when I spared that Minato fella due to having the Uzumaki mate mark. Thought the love of Kushina for him is slowly withering away, and it's a perfect was as karma than having him sealed inside my avatar alone as he watches his wife being taken by his youngest son. The woman said as she also looked at Satsuki using Amaterasu as arrows. It is her. My cousin Amaterasu has returned from her mourning as well. The woman said. Maybe it's time to return to the elemental nations, confess my feelings to him as well and give him more women to love since he has the biggest and purest heart she has ever met, even if he has some unorthodox methods to protect his family, but that's why I love him, since to him family is above all else. Just like you have said, Sokka. The woman said, giggling to herself. Konoha, Hokage Tower. As a message hawk from Taki, who is the Leaf's allied village, left a message that someone killed various shinobis of Taki and hung them upside down under the giant tree, as that the killer left a symbol of a black sun. Even pictures of Naruto's complete Susanoo that was impossible to not notice it. Who would do something so gruesome even by our standards? Minato asked Jiraiya. I don't know, Minato, but my spy network told me that someone took their Jinchuriki and destroyed the whole village in less than a day. Maybe it was Kakuzu? Jiraiya said. If it were him, then he should have taken their hearts intact. Maybe it was a rogue Uchiha, but not even Madara could make a Susanoo that big that surpasses the nine tails standing up, and the Susanoo was black, not dark blue. By the way, who authorized to exterminate the majority of the Uchiha clan? Minato answered back. You did, Minato, Jiraiya said, since only he, Minato, Itachi and the elders knew about the order, but he doesn't remember that he signed the order for Itachi to kill all of his clan, even the ones who weren't involved at all. He remembered when Kushina heard that Mikoto died, she made Minato sleep on the couch for a month. Narumi, the less said the better. Didn't you heard that someone destroyed Hozuki Castle? Jiraiya asked his former student, who did a comical face, that someone destroyed the most secured prison in all of the Elementals nations like nothing. What of it? Minato asked him. My networks also found out that someone teleported there, killed everyone, even the warden, and destroyed the box of ultimate bliss. Jiraiya answered. Aside from that, when will I do the 3-year journey with Urashi and Menma? Jiraiya asked his former student. After the Chunin exams, Jiraiya. Minato told him. And teach them right, Jiraiya? More specifically, everything you know aside from them controlling the Kyuubi's chakra. If not, I will tell Tsunade and Shizune for what really happened to Nawaki and Dan, Minato said threateningly with his signature kunai in hand, as Jiraiya gulped but smirked. Well, you don't want Kushina to know what really was the cause of the Uzumaki clan that Hiruzen told you before becoming Hokage, wouldn't you, my former student? Jiraiya retorted at Minato smugly as he left the office, unknown to them, as a small bird heard the conversation and puffed out. Suddenly, someone throws a bag of Ryos to Jiraiya's balls. Which has been happening ever since the deaths of Naruto and Satsuki, and since Narumi made destroyed the organ that made Urashi and Menma males, that Tsunade healed them but made them sterile, thus making Narumi the only one who would continue the legacy, as she disowned them but kept the Uzumaki name since she's a firm believer of the Uzumaki creed, also known as the will of the maelstrom, instead of the will of fire. Son of a bitch, who keeps doing that? Jiraiya yelled. If it were one of the hidden Anbu in the office or Root, since Danzo still uses them because they are a necessary evil for the betterment of Konoha, when it was obvious that Danzo only cares about himself and his own vision of Konoha by being the sole ruler of the nations with an army of his Root Nin and Jinka Urikis, since they had the feeling that he didn't want the Uchiha clan to help during the Kyuubi's rampage, which they doubt that the masked man was the real Madara Uchiha, since Madara was mostly seen with his left eye exposed, not the right one. Meanwhile, with Naruto got the memories of his shadow clone that he transformed into a simple bird to be up to date on Konoha, and heard an interesting conversation between Minato and Jiraiya of his actions from Taki and Kusa. He even made more to spend time with his informant Sino, because she is trustworthy and actually wants to be strong on her own. Megan, Ino's mom, Yakumo, because he and Satsuki saved her and her mom from a fire caused accidentally by Ito due to assassination attempts towards Yakumo due to her potential of her bloodline. Uroku, the Konoha core, Sai Shimura, female Sai looking like Momo Yaoyorozu, Shin Shimura, Shikati, female Shikamaru who looks like Nico Robin, Chacho, Shino, female Shino looking like Suzuma Bachi from Bleach, Hinata, Hanabi, Tainishi, female Tonari, Flare Haruno, Mebuki, she is a widow, Yoshino, Tenten, her mom Chunli, her aunt Katlia, Sume, Hana, Sango, female Kiba, Leia, Lee's sister, Nelly, female Neji, Tuchi, Ayame, Anko, Kurenai and his sister Narumi. By using shadow clones, thought his sister was acting weird when she was blowing his shadow clone's ear and nibbled it before it dispersed. That Naruto and Kaguya were betting that Naruto will bang his sister when she gets older. Naruto was going to protest but couldn't since his sister is too precious to him. Plus he couldn't lie since she isn't her sister anymore, as he is Kaguya's son along with Satsuki being her daughter, but being raised as shinobis made them have less of moral compass. As the group neared Tsuna, they saw a bandit camp near the border of the desert. How come you two can stand the heat? Fu complained since she didn't see Naruto and Satsuki sweating. The answer to that is that we are now pure-blooded Otsutsuki and we can withstand any weather easily, and we don't even need to breathe at all. Naruto explained to them Sansada since she know about Otsutsuki. So where is the Jinchuriki of Suna? Fu asked while drinking water from a canteen she brought. Kaede is near. I can sense her that she is near in this very place. Strange, that she is tranquil since she always tries to threaten her Jinchuriki to release her by making them an insomniac psychopath, Katsumi said since Kaede is too prideful and short-tempered than her now that she is free from her seal. As they near the bandit camp, Naruto cracks his knuckles and neck to start a killing spree until they saw sand floating towards the bandits as each one were surrounded by sand into balls drenched with blood. Sand-binding prison, someone said, is all the bandits that were deaf due to someone made their ears explode so they wouldn't hear the sand moving as they were crushed inside, while some had their heads sliced by the sound waves. One tried to escape but was tied up with a jaio and the girl mummified the bandit with a flaming orb. Naruto saw 3 girls, as one was a petite girl with maroon hair that went just a little past her shoulders, along with normally obscuring the right side of her face, blank sea green eyes with black rings around them. Her attire was a black and red battle skirt, over her shirt that cover her low D-cup breasts that she wore gray mesh armor that stopped above her midriff, red boots rather than sandals, and a large gourd on her back. The second one has straight chin-length brown hair, dark eyes, fair skin, pair of C-cup breasts, fair ass, wearing a blue-green blouse that hung off her left shoulder, a white and pink sleeveless shirt underneath, a short yellow scarf tied around her neck, black short skirt and her headband on the neck. The third one was peculiar, who is fair-skinned girl, high D-cup breasts and plump ass with blonde hair that is straight and reaches her thighs, which is mostly covered by the hood of her jacket. She has a large bang that partially covers her forehead protector. Has gray eyes, which are accented by red markings, and she wears pink lipstick. Her attire consists of a dark red full-body suit, which is worn under a lavender jacket with a large hood as well. She is wearing headphones. Her hood and jacket are worn to protect her from dust clouds and the heat. She also wears black gloves and bandages around her ankles and right thigh. "Way to ruin the fun, don't ya?" Naruto shouted as it attracted the attention of the 3 Suna girls as Gaia commanded her sand to attack Naruto, but Naruto created iron sand to nearly cover Gaia's sand that retreated back into the gourd. A man with sandy blonde hair, fair skin, and violet eyes, which made him look somewhat feminine. He wears bandages around his head. As an Anbu, he dons the traditional uniform of the Sunanin that includes a turban, the village's forehead protector, flak jacket as well as a cloth that hid the lower half of his face, leaving only his eyes visible. This man is Yashamaru Sabaku, uncle of Gaia, Kankuro and Tamari and brother of the late Kurora Sabaku, and is the Jonin leader of the first 5-men team of Sunagakure, consisting of himself as the captain, Gaia, Mitsuri, Yodo, and Kaede. "Why did mother didn't kill them?" Gaia said surprisingly. "Mother? Since when she is a maternal figure?" Katsumi said, which surprised her since Kaede was too arrogant to be a maternal figure. "I heard that. How did you made iron sand from thin air?" Kaede's voice was heard from under the sand as she emerges. Kaede's human form has pale skin, short pink hair, dark red eyes, horns that resemble cat ears from certain angles as these horns are a mixture of bone and cartilage. Wearing a pink shirt under a black dress. Has a red string bow, black and gray striped high knee socks and black boots. Has a bandana on her head with Suna's symbol. "How did you get out of the seal without her dying?" Katsumi asked her brother while Naruto looked at Gaia's seal, while she blushed since this is the first person not including her brother and uncle to touch her. "Who the hell made this pathetic excuse of seal who should be killed, take their liver to dip it in hot oil and feed it to their family?" Naruto said since he was an Uzumaki and sealing arts is in their blood, and seeing this sorry excuse of a seal pissed him off. "Chio," Mitsuri and Yodo blankly stated. "She only did a glorified storage seal and gave Kaede all the control, but I don't see her going crazy." "Sorry for not introducing ourselves, as my name is Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto introduced himself, and so does the girls, Naruko, Kaguya, whose presence scared Kaede, and even Satori, who took the form of a well-dressed Muku, was the demon of the box of ultimate bliss that Naruto freed from before destroying said box, who sensed something familiar in Naruto and rescuing Ryuzetsu. When Kaede saw Kaguya, who used Naruto's shadow clone transformed as her without her horns, the slit of her red Sharingan and shorter hair that reached to her neck, as the Suna team thought she was a Hyuga as Kaede hid behind Yashamaru while trembling. "What's with you, Kaede?" Yashamaru asked the One-Tails in human form. "I knew this day would come since I stopped having the bloodlust during full moons before Gaia was born, all because of her," Kaede said, scared, pointing at Kaguya. "All I see is a harmless lady and her lover," Yashamaru said, with Kaede giving him a "are you shitting me?" face while Kaguya blushed at the statement. "Harmless? You don't even know who she actually is, and good thing you aren't a censor, since you would tremble and piss yourself at the amount of chakra she still has." Kaede warned them. Can someone explain me why is Gaia sane and absolutely beautiful because she has gotten her beauty sleep? Naruto said, not noticing that Gaia had a nosebleed, while Kaede noticed the resemblance on Naruto from someone he has met a very long time ago. That would be us. Ever since when we were kids we always saw Gaia alone, not even with her older siblings, since they had to wait until Razo or Anbu wasn't spying on them. Even we were shunned by almost everyone since they saw us as out of place too due to our bloodlines, since I have sound style and Matsuri has scorched style like her mom Pakura. Heck, if it weren't for Kaede, Aunt Pakura would be dead already due to Raza and the council finding ways to eliminate her. Yodo said to Naruto, since Insuna the higher-ups hate her since she has the potential of becoming Kazekage but would never elect a female Kage to lead despite her aunt having an isolated life in the village despite being loyal to it. Yodo is a descendant of Bunpaku, something that Kaede sensed in Yodo, but she hated on becoming a priest since it's not her style. I understand that since a Jinchuriki entailed beasts are not weapon but beings who have feelings and ambitions. But the question is, how is that Kaede is not rampaging now? Naruto told them as Gaia was amazed that someone could relate to her while Kaede rolled her eyes. Well, is because we met her before inside the seal, Matsuri said, since the group seemed trustworthy, especially Naruto. Come again? Katsumi said, since this surprised her since Kaede would never do that unless she was threatening them too. Flashback a few years ago. Little Gaia was alone playing with sand in the park when a boy threw a ball near her and caught to give it to the boy, but the sand on her gourd reacted violently and scared the boy away, which saddened Gaia. Two particular girls got near her and waved their hands to say hi to her as Gaia was looking around and pointed on herself, and they nodded. Do you want to hang with us? Matsuri asked Gaia, who stood there and cried as they came near, but Gaia's sand didn't react. No, please don't come near me, Gaia shouted as she shed tears while the two girls were near her unarmed. There, no need to cry. What's your name? Yodo asked Gaia while hugging her. Gaia. She answered back shyly since it was foreign to her to be hugged, that not even her family never hugged her without the fear of being killed due to something. Inside the seal. I sense someone familiar to me, Kaede said from inside the seal as she made Gaia spit sleeping gas from her mouth. Outside, the three girls suddenly became drowsy as Kaede cackles, as she will finally meet her jailer and her new friends just to scare them. Where are we? Yodo asked as they woke up on water, as it was endless and saw little rock peaks, bigger than the girls, around a giant tanuki dog made out of sand and strange marks that seems like cursed marks. Finally my jailer finally meets me, eh? Oh look. She brought friends, Kaede said towards Gaia as Yodo recognized Kaede from her mother's stories about her great-grandpa Bunpaku. You're Kaede, the one-tailed sand raccoon, Yodo said pointing at Kaede, who faced fault about being called a raccoon. How dare you call me a raccoon? I am a tanuki, you brat? She shouted as she tried to attack Yodo until he saw a giant flaming orb in front of both as she saw Matsuri controlling it. One more step and you become pure crystal. Got it? Matsuri told her with a voice of maturity as Kaede huffed and went back to the rock formation, since even if she can be dead for a year, as being in crystal is like being the Ten Tails again. All you humans are the same, with using our powers to just kill each other ever since Reto captured me when he ordered Suna priests and sealed me in a teapot when I wanted to be alone. She shouted as Gaia began to cry again. Then she looked at Yodo again as he looked at the closely, not like a pervert, as she laughs again. I can't believe that the old man actually has a descendant, she said to Yodo. Me? Yodo asked. Yes, you, as I can smell a bit of Bunpaku within you. Kaede said as a rule from Kages is that the Jinchuriki has to be someone from the same family as the Kage or a loyal friend, as Bunpaku was the father of Reto, which he disowned him for being her Jinchuriki, as erased all documents of their relation, but tailed beasts always remember. To Yodo it made sense, as she always wanted to learn sealing arts to incorporate it on music, but Suna has been low on funds ever since Konoha due to the current Wind Daimyo have been accepting more missions with cheaper prices because of Hiruzen Sarutobi. That technically somehow makes us family, Gaia, Yodo said as she looked at Yodo with a smile on her face as Kaede looked at her hands that formed two kanjis, accept and heart, on the palms of his hands, and looked back at the three girls because Bunpaku was similar to the man that taught her and her brethren, and she's not referring to Hagoromo. I won't mess this up, Kaede thought to herself. End of flashback. So you guys are lucky to have each other, as I envied that before, he said as he looked at Satsuki, Katsumi, Ada, Karen, Carla, Rin and Fu as he smiled. Gaia even told them about her uncle tried to kill himself because Raza ordered him to kill her, as he tried to separate her from her two best friends. That Gaia nearly snapped and nearly left Kaede gain control, but she didn't, and on that day they awaited the perfect moment to kill Raza and Chio, especially the latter for making a mockery of a seal that she was made to do despite her lack of experience in sealing arts, as she was a puppet and poison expert. That Yodo tried to fix her friend's seal, but Uzumaki has the expertise to make fine sealing with ease, as she overheard from Gaia's older sister Tamari from Suna spies that that the last Uzumaki was Kushina Uzumaki, that despite the Leaf being allies of Suna, they didn't want to suffer the wrath of the Red Death after what she did to Kumo, Iwa, Kiri and their own village on her own, as she is more dangerous than Minato Namikaze, and the only one equally dangerous as her was Mikado Uchiha, also known as the demonic lightning princess of the Sharingan, who was on the same scale as the Madara Uchiha, as she was the only Uchiha so far to gain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan without changing her eyes that could make even the Kyuubi obey her with a mere glance without using it, and the ability to use hot pink lightning without hand seals. The good news was that Kaede used her human form to knock some sense to Yashamaru to not kill himself, because he's the only relative aside from Yoda who isn't afraid of Gaia, and that Korora is protecting Gaia with the sand of her gourd when Gaia was born. In that very moment, Yashamaru swore to love and protect Gaia like a real father. "If you guys need refuge, you can come with us to Suna," Yashamaru said, and Naruto accepted it. Sunagakuer. As the group arrived at Suna, as they began to explore the villages, they arrived to Mitsuri's house where Gaia and Yoda also live after they became best friends. While Rin and Ada went towards Sunagakure's hospital and Katsumi went to see how they use puppets for combat. "Oh Mitsuri, I didn't know that you brought new friends and a man that is quite the looker?" a voice said coming from the kitchen as the person come out to greet herself, as she stared at Naruto and couldn't leave her eyes out of them. Thought she confused him with a younger version of Madara Uchiha briefly due to having the hairstyle and showing his left eye only. A woman fair-skinned with pupilless brown eyes. Green hair that is tied in a bun on top of her head with a hair needle running through it, and one short and long strands of hair with orange tips framing each side of her face. Wearing an attire that consists of a sleeveless, backless top and short tight pants, with two lapels on the front and the back. Wearing an obi around her waist, as well as purple arm warmers, which extend up to her shoulders, and his bandages around her tights and ankles. This is Pakura of the Scorched style and hero of the Hidden Sand, but the council and Raza fear her due to her potential in becoming the first female Kazekage who is not from the Subaku clan. "Good news, Pakura, Naruto here will free me from Gaia's faulty seal made by that bitch Chio," Kaede told her, which made her worried since containers and Jinchuriki die when the tailed beast is forcefully extracted from them. "Don't worry, since I did the same thing with Fu over here, had Fubuki safely extracted," Naruto said as Fu greeted her while Fubuki, who was floating, gave a two-finger salute at her. "How would you do that, since extracting a tailed beast would cause their chakra to spike and wouldn't people noticed it?" Pakura said as Naruto's eyes shifted into his new Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that looks like the typical Uzumaki 4 seal symbols, or Reaper Death Seal, while Satsuki's has an additional 3-pointed shuriken in the center of it, in which Kaede have seen those designs somewhere but can't remember it. "Kamui," Naruto said as she sucked everyone present and himself to his right eye. Naruto's new home dimension. Unlike a typical Kamui's dimension that Naruto, Naruto and somehow Katsumi share due to having the same ability. However, unlike Obito's, this one where it is shown to have the same atmosphere as Earth, but Naruto, Naruto and Katsumi can manipulate the dimension at will. It even has a huge manor. Imagine the Croft Manor of the Survivor timeline, but bigger and painted black, with the Uzumaki swirl located at the front door, within the dimension that can also be sealable to any place. In order to do the extraction, Kaede has to be inside of Gaia again, since I need all of Kaede inside in order to not leave traces of him inside of her. Naruto explained as Kaede understood and puffed inside of Gaia's mindscape in order to be fully extracted from her as she transformed into her tailed beast form that lacked her natural cursed marks so that she would have temporary freedom. Naruto extracted Kaede fully from Gaia's body as Satsuki and Karen were using mystical palm jutsu to keep Gaia alive until Naruto do what he was going to do, as he did with Fu, as red and blue fire as energy appeared in Naruto's hands as Kaede gasped at what he was seeing. "Is that what I think it is?" Kaede asked, shocked. "Yes, it is, sister. Naruto knows the creation of all things." Fubuki answered as Naruto created an exact copy of Kaede's purified chakra as Satsuki and Karen canceled the jutsu they were doing as the chakra went inside Gaia as she was breathing normally again, as she felt more tranquil with herself. Not that she hated having Kaede inside her, but the new chakra feels like it is her own and also felt more powerful, like she was absorbing nature into herself. "I finally feel normal without having nothing to hold me back." "No offense, Kaede," Gaia said. "None taken, since this is the first time in more than 50 years to have real freedom." Kaede answered with no ill will towards her since she gained his respect and trust. "What the fuck was that?" Pakura asked when Naruto made a copy of Kaede's chakra. That Pakura was the creation of all things. A simple but very powerful jutsu that the user can create anything they can imagine and breathe life into it, as it was the same jutsu that created us from the chakra of Datara, the 10 tails, and even the sacred tools of Kumo, which were originally from the Uzumaki clan. The user needs to know yin-yang style in order to do the jutsu to its full capacity. Kaede explained to them. as they were amazed that Naruto knows the same jutsu used by the Sage of Six Paths. Wait a second, if you know the jutsu, why not use it to revive Kaguya then? Kaede asked as he paused as Kaguya and Naruto shook their heads. Because she needs her original chakra that we still have. Fubuki answered bluntly, since Katsumi's chakra is new as Arashi and Menma still have her original one, as she told Tabo said as well. There is something that I need to do that will make Gaia happier, Naruto said as he used creation of all things again as he created a human being, and by the looks of it showing the form of a woman that has shoulder length, sandy brown hair that framed her kind-looking face, and indigo-colored eyes. Wearing a simple outfit along with a long, light yellow scarf draped loosely around her neck. The woman opened her eyes and Gaia the face of Gaia as she went closer to her and hugged her. Gaia, is it actually you? Kurora asked her youngest daughter as Gaia began to cry in joy for seeing her mother since her birth, which was 17 years ago. Mom? Kaede was right, you were always protecting me with my sand. Gaia asked her as Kurora smiled of seeing her biological mother alive. Welcome Kurora to the land of the living again, Naruto said to her. Gaia, is this your boyfriend? When can I expect grandchildren to spoil? Kurora asked her, which made her blushed. Mom, you were alive for less than 10 minutes, Gaia stuttered since it was unexpected. As they finished, Naruto took them out of his dimension and back to Pakura's house as Kaede was keeping Kurora up to date, and boy, she was pissed that Raza ordered Chunin, Jonin, Anbu and even her own brother on trying to kill Gaia because Raza thought she was a failed experiment, but was glad that Kaede managed to persuade Yashamaru to not kill himself since Kurora would never wanted that to him. Later after that, Naruto went on a date with Gaia in a classy restaurant of Suna as people present were looking at them and prayed for the man if he dies in the hands of Gaia, since they still think she is still Kaede's container, but Naruto and Gaia ignored them while Raza was there spying on them, but Naruto sensed Raza's killer intent towards him as he unleashed his own, which scared the men and aroused the women. I know you are there, Raza, and get the hell out of here, Naruto yelled at the disguised Kazekage while Gaia made an orgasm face in front of him, and it embarrassed her since it was her first consensual date with a man. Suna Kazekage's office. We see the fourth Kazekage, Raza Subaku, user of the gold dust, talking with the missing nin created by a certain warhawk, Benzaiden, or better known by her male alias Orochimaru, and her right-hand girl Guren of the crystal style. As they were planning to invade the leaf during the Chunin exams with Gaia and Kaede as the secret weapons during the third round of the exams. Unknown to them, as Naruto was hovering invisible outside by the window as he heard the conversation and smiled evilly. Interesting, Naruto said while smirking as he explained to his group, now dubbed Black Sun, with now Gaia, Matsuri and Yodo joining as they heard about Benzaiden's plan to invade Konoha. As Satsuki saw the gleam in his eyes that sent her shivers, and then she feels arousal, while inside Naruto's former seal Kaguya and Naruto are seen masturbating again as she felt Naruto's true power, while Satori was muttering that his new summoner is lucky bastard. Inside Naruto, fucking yes. I want him inside now. I need that hard rod on all my holes pronto, she shouted as she had a dildo on her pussy with one hand fondling her breast to climax as she come on the water of the pond. Inside the Kazekage's office. Really, Benny? You started a plan without me? Naruto said, shocking the ones in the office as they see Naruto with Gaia tightly holding his right arm, while Kankuro and Baki were shocked that Gaia found a boy without murdering them. As Kankuro fainted while Tamari sensually licked her lips as Gaia gave her a glare of "This is my man now and you must worship your new god." Raza remained neutral with Gaia and Kaede since having them both would make the village look strong when having a perfect Jinchuriki at their disposal, but feared that they would leave the village due to the assassination attempts he ordered towards her, and judging by her movements, she looks stable and more powerful without having Kaede inside of her. Naruto's group made their presence in the reunion as Benzaiden and Guren began to make out with Naruto while Gaia glared at Raza using killer intent. Orochimaru is a woman? Everyone, sans Naruto, Satsuki, Katsumi and Guren, thought at the same time. Gaia, Raza said neutrally to her. Kazekage-sama. Gaia answered coldly back at him since her love for him was destroyed during her birth when he ordered to have Kaede sealed inside of her during premature birth while Kaede had her arms crossed. And they say that I'm a monster? Kaede murmured. Oh, and Kazekage, I brought you something as well, Naruto said, cackling as he showed a box containing the head of Yura. Why did you kill him? Raza was shocked due to Naruto killing an advisor. Naruto used a bit of natural energy on his hand to attract something from Yura's brain as a small metal needle that Naruto was holding, but he quickly melted it. I sensed that he was a sleeper agent, Naruto answered. I knew something was suspicious of that guy as he had memory concealing manipulative Sanjutsu needle on his brain, and I know only 3 people who ever used it before: Chio, Iroh the third Kazekage, and the guy that killed him known as Sasori, Kaede said while Benzaiden stood quiet. But why Sasori needed a sleeper agent? Tamari asked Kaede. Because of her as there is an organization with the objective of collecting tailed beasts in order to create a super weapon for world peace, Benzaiden said, pointing at Kaede. You don't mean... Kaede yelled. Yes, because I was a member of the Akatsuki in order to gain protection from hunters and a body of an Uchiha with a Sharingan to gain more knowledge, but realized that he was damaged goods, both physically and mentally retarded at following orders to a T. That I have seen the supposed weapon made of wood with 9 closed eyes, Benzaiden said as she looked at Satsuki if she got angry of the indirect mention of Itachi, but all she was a calmed face while Kaede screamed as she began to hyperventilate. No. No. How can it be on the planet and not on the moon anymore? Kaede yelled frantically as sand was forming to make a sandstorm inside the office until Naruto touched her on the forehead to calm him down because Naruto energy was familiar to her somehow. What the fuck she is talking about? Gurren inquired. You guys think that I'm dangerous when you have never seen a true monster in action that can turn a single planet into a lifeless wasteland in mere minutes, Kaede said, which truly scared Raza. Wait a minute, is there such thing more powerful than the 9 tails? Tamari asked as he nodded. Yes. Kaede simply said while glancing at Kaguya, who shrugged. Having that aside, what is the plan that you're referring to? Naruto asked Benzaiden. I'm planning to invade Konoha with Suna as our allies and kill Hiruzen for not making me the Yondaime Hokage, Benzaiden said while most had a really face. All of this just to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi? Raza yelled angrily. Well, since he and Danzo were the ones who ordered Rutenin to contaminate your village's water supply despite being your allies, then yes. Benzaiden answered back until Raza looked back at Kaede. Wait a minute. Why did you explain about a beast more powerful than the 9 tails now? Raza asked the Sand Tanuki in human form. Because it's the only truth you will ever hear from me before you die, Kaede said, laughing crazily at Raza, who was confused at the statement that he didn't notice the presence of someone behind him. When suddenly Gaia uses cursed seals of Kaede to seal Raza's movements as she killed him with a kunai made of iron sand that made him fell on the floor nearly lifeless. That's for ruining our lives. Killing Mom, ordered my uncle to try to kill me, nearly sell out Pakura, and that were not your weapon, Gaia shouted at him as she cuts Raza's head as she finally killed the man that ruined her life as Naruto pulled out a truth-seeking orb to pierce Raza's corpse into ashes. Like I was saying, that the plan won't work if Minato is present, as he can use his flying thunder god and that he is also a Fuinjutsu master but not superior to mine, and you don't need the first 2 Hokages to kill Hiruzen since he will use that technique to seal them, and since Hiruzen is way past his prime he would possibly seal your arm's soul fragments instead with it. If you have seen what technique Minato used to split and seal the 9 tails, Naruto explained to Benzaiden, who gulped while glancing at Katsumi. Time skip 2 hours later, Pakura's house. What do you propose then, since you are already an Auto Jonin along with Satsuki and Katsumi for what you did in Taki and Kusa? She asked him and he smiled at her. We use the invasion as a distraction and take the good people who are worthy in my eyes out of the village. Naruto answered as Naruto made his 6-pass chakra cloak and began making out with Benzaiden, that even with the white Zetsu body she managed to acquire that included the facility of transforming into anyone by mere touch and even use wood style, but not in the same potency and the power to calm tailed beasts and the life force that oozes from Naruto, that even him touching her she would turn into a tree. So with her knowledge and Naruto usage of yin yang style, he used creation of all things to give Benzaiden a proper body, as she did living corpse reincarnation for the last time to a body that grants her Senjutsu to greater heights than from the snakes and toads, and even gave her the Mangekyo Sharingan that won't blind her to help her with request for knowledge during her immortal life. However, she can't transform into a giant white snake nor switch bodies, but the advantages surpasses the disadvantages, as she only used white snake form to switch bodies. Naruto and Kaguya kept watching the makeout session after Naruto changed back as Satsuki, Katsumi, Fu, Ada, Karen, Gaia, Mitsuri, Yodo and even Gurren invited themselves as he prepared shadow clones to not make them feel out, since he has a huge heart and that he is possibly the last living male Uzumaki with an intact reproductive organ that can make sperm on the planet. Meanwhile, Pakura was staring at the makeout session and the loads that Naruto was giving them. As outside of Mitsuri's room that her daughter shares with Gaia and Yodo, as she was blushing a storm even with a stone face and fingering herself because her husband died on a mission when he was escorting Raza when some missing nin of Kumo ambushed them. Just by seeing Naruto with all these girls and even Benzaiden, she got jealous at the love she is seeing. Feeling jealous that you weren't there with them, Pakura? Kaede said smugly while lightly scaring her. Oh, it just you, Kaede. Pakura said to her despite being a tailed beast that she thought are mindless beasts of power, but she was grateful that he, with help of Gaia who was a bit younger, saved her from leaving the village from a peace treaty with Kiri when it was actually a trap meant for her to be killed when Kaede saw the file in Anbu. Thus she was forever grateful for the Sent Tanuki even if she has to stay in the village that had tried to backstab her and would leave Mitsuri and Yoto as orphans, as they need to be strong enough to leave this forsaken village. And she laughed that Gaia killed Raza and that Gaia isn't a Jinchuriki anymore. You and I know that this village will never accept us Pakura, as they only treat us as nothing but tools and weapons, Kaede said calmly. Despite that, she had hatred against her sister Katsumi for always bragging about being more powerful, for having the most tails, that she grew resentful, which caused a rift that bit their asses with their brethren, that they left her in the mercy of Madara Uchiha as Hashirama started to hunt down his siblings, even Cathal, who was the second strong SD, with Kaede actually being third due to also using her natural cursed markings. Years of being contained until Shaman the Nidaime Kazekage started to improve Suna by using the terrain, poisons, puppetry and trying to use Kaede's powers for greed with the excuse of for the betterment of the village. Then Kurora came along the conversation while drinking tea calmly. You fear for her life as well Pakura, and thank you for being there for Gaia as well, that she even found real love even if she has to share other girls with Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun, Kurora? Are you gaining a crush on Naruto as well? Kaede grinned at her as she blushed. At least let me wait a few years or so, Kurora said as Kaede giggled while Gaia smiled at her sleep. Suna. At Pakura's home, Gaia was worried despite that she killed Raza, as she asked herself where do they go, since if they find out that she killed Raza the village would rampant and kill her, despite them still think that she is still a Jinchuriki. So Baki became the Gadaime Kazekage because Gaia would not become the leader of the very village that nearly made her into a monster and would backstab their own heroes or even forgive her own father by nearly turning her into the village's weapon or having an awful hairstyle. In the Prime Universe, Gaara suddenly sneezed as someone was offending him while he was doing paperwork while Shukaku inside his tea kettle was helping him. She was one of the lucky ones since Naruto until he learned to use the adamantine sealing chains on his own at 3 and Fu didn't had a type of defense without using a side of flying or Fubuki's chakra and told her that they were raped in their own villages. Thought it was worse to Naruto since he formerly contained Katsumi's soul as he cried in his own room alone at night ever since he could walk, in which Katsumi, despite hating humanity for hunting them down into weapons or cattle to be sold to, especially when it was a descendant of the man who saved them from Indra the first time in the name of peace, and had to console him since he reawakened her maternal instincts when the first words he told her was "Thank you mom," as he fell asleep on her head and ignored the fact that he awoke. A Mangekyo Sharingan that is exactly like Indra's, but ignored it, that even having them he would never use it against her, and that Naruto called her mom, which made her happy that he doesn't hate her despite that she doesn't have most of her chakra. You will do great things and I love you Naruto, Katsumi said as Naruto smiled in his sleep despite that he is Asura's chakras. That would be stupid to hate someone who is also the victim. Still Satsuki, after the time skip, Satsuki has double H cup breasts, went to therapy, coped the loss of her clan till near extinction as her mom was also spared but had to act to not attract attention especially from the higher-ups, and she needed to focus on something else instead of thinking to kill Itachi like being there for Naruto despite losing her clan, saying that Naruto doesn't her pain, but she has seen Naruto being beaten up and raped as she couldn't help him because they would do the same to her for being an Uchiha, that her hatred was massive like Naruto, that it developed a dark half that she named Jalter, Wicked Dragon Witch Ver. Shinjuku 1999, who is a woman with pale complexion, F-cup breasts, yellow eyes and cut short white blonde hair, who is stern and cruel towards mostly everyone except for those she can trust, as they think that being shinobis is about being good, which is wrong. However, when she has seen Naruto from Satsuki's eyes, she sees someone who knows the cruel truth of life and that she secretly loves him, something that only Zero knew, as they had to suppress their chakra and emotions in order to not get noticed by Katsumi. However, after the massacre she somehow attracted the Zero Tails as it entered into Satsuki, thus becoming her Jinchuriki, as she reminded her of Asura Otsutsuki as the man held in her hatred towards his father. She gains the appearance of a curvy woman of average height and G-cup breasts. She has dark blue hair and a courtesan hairstyle, but with her forelocks parted over her right eye. She wears a rather sultry, red kimono with a splotch pattern, a brown belt with gold arrows pointing in opposite directions, a butterfly-styled choker, and a white silk scarf that floats around her in the shape of a heart. To the right of her head, she wears 2 flowers, one red and one white, with gold ornaments, while on her left are 3 gold beads. Additionally, she has a pair of gauntlets and goes around barefoot, Kurenai Kogetsu from Eden Zero. She met the pseudo-tailed beast when she was looking at her reflection in the pond as her reflection shifted into Itachi as she sensuously tried to punch it as she fell into the pond as Zero told her to find the person with the most hatred and train with them as they would help her achieve her goal of avenging her clan and live her life like she wants. That even her darkness agreed with the Zero Tails, not knowing that they will also get what they truly yearn. Even Katsumi had to go to therapy along with Naruto due to always bottling up her emotions like Naruto does. That the only one who was brave enough to help those three was Megan Yamanaka, who is Ino's mom, as Katsumi tried to alter the name since she doesn't want Megan to know that she was part of Kaguya Otsutsuki, but Megan told her to be completely honest since she said that she isn't human at all. As Megan is a Martian by the name Gonmers and even took an interest in Naruto since Ino has been telling her that she also likes Naruto because unlike his brothers has a pure heart despite the darkness he has. Surprisingly, Katsumi was a lot calmer as if all the hatred she had bottled up for 3,000 years of being alive are gone. Sure, she can get angry, annoyed or hate, but she isn't blinded by all that hatred she had before. These events are what cemented Naruto to give up his humanity as the first given opportunity, meeting Kaguya. As the years go by, seeing people of the very village that his pathetic man-child and racist brooder of ancestors disregarding family and trust just to become the most powerful village in the nations, that it made him curse the pathetic excuse of Hagoromo Otsutsuki. If I see Hagoromo, I would rip out his penis and shove up his ass in front of his children and use a shadow clone to pluck his Byakugan/Rinnegan at the same time with a spoon and force-fed him his own eyes and telling him that he wishes to destroy the planet while leaving it dry as a hollow husk void of life for messing our lives for a fucking prophecy and his pathetic ninshu. Naruto said to himself, thought he prefers to rule it to shove it in the people who wronged him in their faces. To Gaia Sabaku, she was born prematurely to become a weapon in the front line of Suna's defenses without her and as always Kaede's consent. She is killed in self-defense as the first time she went into her mindscape with Mitsuri and Yodo she saw her mother Kurora and looked in shame for killing people like Raza wanted, but her mother told her no matter what path she chooses she will be always proud of her, even if she has seen Gaia making out with Mitsuri and Yodo. As Kaede in her real form watched the scene, as it reminded her of the first person that taught her and her siblings and even loved them for who they are, as the man saved them from a parasite who wanted their powers, as the man saved their lives in exchange of his own life but swore that he will return before the Shinigami at his soul. After meeting Naruto and Satsuki, they swore will help them destroy the shinobi system, the same system that nearly made her into a monster as she wanted dibs to kill the Wind Daimyo, but Naruto told her that he framed the Warhawks fucktoys do the dirty work by having a shadow clone disguised as one of the Daimyo's samurai in this very moment while leaving a root mask to frame Danzo as the clone. Did the job and dispersed as Naruto got the memory and fist bumped Gaia, as in that moment she felt happy and blew his chakra rod that made Mitsuri and Yodo jealous as Kurora blushed since she told the three of the birds and the bees as Kaede used her sand for physical demonstration as it was enticing but weird. Naruto was in bliss as Gaia gave him one of the best blowjobs to his 18 inches penis as Satsuki was fingering herself because Gaia sucking up to the base without gagging, which impressed Tamari, while Kankuro that he took a photo as blackmail while Gaia showed while giving Naruto blowjob her copies of Kankuro's using Tamari's makeup. I knew it was you, Tamari shouted while hitting Kankuro with her mom's war fan as she was chasing him. Women always love man with power and good personality, Satsuki said with pride, as despite that, Naruto is stronger than she is, but he has been teaching her how to master Six Paths Sage Mode that they earned their respective marking they lacked before, such as Yin power for Naruto and Yang power for Satsuki, as she knows that she can defend herself but she always feels safe with Naruto. Meanwhile, Benzaiten and Guren went back to Oto to prepare for the Chunin exams to appear legit as both women kissed Naruto as they left. After she left the Akatsuki, she has sneaked a few times into Konoha courtesy of Danzo as she has seen Naruto and Satsuki sparring while holding back despite that they sensed her as she was going to find Aiko to get rid of her cursed mark but realized that she actually got rid of it before she switched into her new body and even tried to summon Manda, but the snake she summoned told her that Manda was killed by someone as it couldn't be Garaga nor Ata since the former, as aggressive he may be, would never stoop low to kill a fellow member no matter how boastful or malicious as Manda was. While Naruko was finally happy to have her own body as she can be with her Naruto-kun as Tamari, Kankuro, Yashamaru, Pakura, Maki, Mitsuri, Sari, Yukata, Gaia, and Yodo were sealing their stuff in scrolls as Naruto sent the stuff into their personal dimension as Naruto marked the girls during his sessions with a mark that looked like a kitsune inside a black sun. The mark has the flying thunder god seal in it as Naruto and Katsumi created the marks so they can locate them and teleport to them when they add chakra to the mark or in serious danger. serves as a locator seal for others possessing the kitsune marks and gives them access to Naruto's dimension. Especially when a girl has this mark, they belong to me and only me, as no other man is allowed to have sex with you except for me. Even if they try, they die gruesomely, Naruto said to the girls, as Satsuki and the rest of the girls understood Naruto's dimension. As the group saw the huge manor that Naruto created as their main home that he can control like his mindscape, and with help of Kaguya they created a special training room that can manipulate the time like a pocket dimension at will. For example, they can make it a year, while outside the pocket dimension it only passed a day, meaning that could learn everything they want without distractions. As Benzaiden was having an orgasm to learn the secrets of chakra from Kaguya, that she cried in happiness that she doesn't have to betray her real friends/harem sisters. As the group felt relaxed and at the same time they can train here without unnecessary distractions and holding back. Even Naruto looked like a mini version of Madara Uchiha in teen form, except having his hair that reaches his back, while Satsuki looks like Mikoto in teen form but with double H cup breasts and plump ass that he loves to put his face into. When the girls saw Naruto and Satsuki sparring, they were amazed that it made Madara and Hashirama's battle look like child's play, since both were sparring against a supersized Katsumi in her fox form with majestic attire, Susanoo that nearly reached the size of an adult, and tails in seed form. And since Katsumi is also an emotion sensor, as she can sense where would Naruto and Satsuki attack and evade them, as she was focused and not controlled by a Sharingan. But Katsumi knew that Naruto and Satsuki are the most unpredictable couple on the planet, as the girls saw them use the Byakugan with ease as Kaguya taught them. Since they are her new children now, even if she wants to plow Naruto as he told her to wait later after they finished sparring, as he wanted the sex with Satsuki, Katsumi and Naruto to be special, as they already had sex with Naruto before. They saw Katsumi used fire style, great fire annihilation at them as they went straight on, as they absorbed the fire like nothing, since they can absorb chakra and nature energy instantly. As Katsumi only saw Satsuki in front of her, meaning used Shunpo to sneak on her, as he surprised her by using 80 God's vacuum attack with help from his Byakugan, as it was too fast for her to evade or escape. Wow, I didn't know that the three have the Byakugan as well, Satori said as Naruto showed hers as well. Meanwhile at Konoha, Hiroto Hyuga had a heart attack because he felt that the demon boy and Uchiha bitch has the Byakugan, while not noticing that there was a transmission seeds on his footwear, as Flare was hearing the agony of the former Hyuga clan head. His near lack of heartbeat or music to my ears, wouldn't you say so, Naruto-kun? Flare asked. The wood clone transformed as Naruto nodded as it was eating her pussy, while two more were showing his 18-inch third leg as she gave them handjobs, not caring that another roommate named Saiten Shiotsutsuki, who is an extremely beautiful young female of pale skin, DDD cup breasts and small frame. She is gifted with thin, white eyebrows and thick, superlative white eyelashes surrounding round Stensigan eyes that are the very eyes of Homura Otsutsuki, who is known as the second sage of 6 paths of earth and the first man on the second moon. Her hair, which covers her forehead, leaving only several portions visible, is kept in messy standard, moving to the center of her face. A pack of hair falls directly to her small nose, in between her eyes. She possesses a small neck and thin lips, as well as ears that are hidden under her white hair. Next to her is Yukino, who is a slender, well-endowed young woman with short, light blue hair and fringes framing her face. Wearing a blue rose ornament, on the left side of her head. Wearing a more casual attire, which consists of a plain light teal tank top that cover her DD cup breasts, with black straps, and a plain dark teal mini skirt. What the other girls don't know is that Yukino is actually Homura's will ever since her creator died at the age of 400 due to the usage of 6 paths chakra, as it is toxic to human even hybrids the more they use it. In regret, as he told us to wait for a worthy Otsutsuki to give them his eyes and usher a new version of the clan and to find the true transmigrants of his brother's children. So Yukino waited in the shadows as the branch side of the clan started to rebel each other, until she saw a man with red hair and 2 women, as one had black hair and the second with dark blue hair, along with the parasite known as Black Zetsu in his real malleable form. At the center of the moon as 3 humans hugged the statue while calling Kaguya cousin, which confused Black Zetsu, since the man named Sako Uzumaki, who has the Rinnegan of Hagoromo, and the black-haired woman named Amaterasu Uzumaki, ne Uchiha, who has the EMS, and Tsukuyomi Uzumaki, ne Hyuga, who has the Tensigan and Dead Bone Pulse, were missing Kaguya, despite that said woman nearly caused genocide to the land of the ancestors, as the rest of the people of the clan thought that Kaguya was a heartless shallow bitch that doesn't care about humanity. How wrong they were, as it was weird that Black Zetsu said that Sokka couldn't summon Kaguya's physical body because he lacks Hagoromo's chakra. They were trying to find Naruto and Hinata, since Saitenshi and Yukino want to force him with them to repopulate the clan, but had to wait for them to see if they were worthy, since Naruto and Satsuki despise with a passion fangirls, as well as Minato, Arashi, Menma, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Koharu, Homura and Danzo since the Warhawk wants Densegan users for his route, but the only thing he always gets from them is his ass being handed to him. Why some of the most powerful ones have to be perverts? Saitonchi asked blandly since they are accustomed to Flare doing her sexual fantasies about Naruto since the man is worthy to bear their children. It's like a rule of life as the strongest are the ones to rule all. Saitonchi, Yukino said since that is true as she was reading the history of the hidden villages outside of the condominium that Flare owns along with her friends. Even Mikado and Akana live there. That is near the Senju compound as Jiraiya was trying to spy on the girls as always, but as he looked in his binoculars to write his art that is pure smut, he was shot in both eyes as he fell on the ground dead. Fucking bastard, spying again on my harem sisters, but as always the pervert never learned his lessons, Sai said wearing hunting clothes while counting that is the 69th time that he has spied on them as she got a hobby with her brother of sometimes killing Jiraiya and drawing him back while retaining the memories of him dying because she fucking can as she winked at the readers. Back with the group, Kaguya changed her clothing into something more casual as she is wearing a light purple short-sleeve jacket as she wasn't wearing a bra since it makes her M-cup breasts uncomfortable as she uses seals to make them look smaller in public, and Naruto likes it when she jiggles her chest with a long-sleeved white shirt underneath, light brown shorts that cover her plum pass, and purple open-toed boots since the robes are too old-fashioned for her now along with hiding her horns. She even made her hair shorter that reaches her hips, as her old length was always hard to brush it and honestly creepy even if it is prehensile and useful for combat. As the people present were watching a sparring match between Naruto, Satsuki and Katsumi as the three of were wearing Susanoo armor mode, which is a smaller version and less straining version that is faster than the mecha-size version as hers is a light blue color with white wings while Katsumi's is gold-colored. Which is surprising since Katsumi and her sisters came from Kaguya and Carrot as Katsumi gained her own chakra as she gained the Tomad Rinnegan like Naruto, Naruko, and Satsuki. Satsuki tried using wood style ever since she found out that she was part Senju/Uzumaki and learned quickly since she used Madara's memories and found out something surprisingly about her ancestor that she was giggling to not tell Naruto yet as she tried to suppress Katsumi with wood style and expected for Katsumi was covered in gold Susanoo armor to fall asleep as they waited for a few minutes as Satori checked his watch as Naruto figured out that Katsumi gained immunity by learning Fuinjutsu to create a seal so that the Sharingan Genjutsu, wood style nor the adamantine sealing chains don't affect her and her sisters. She made a crater in her shape and expected to be pissed but saw her laughing that she never had fun in centuries ever since Sokka, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi Uzumaki when they were alive. You know, this reminds me of Sokka, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi back then when we sparred, Katsumi said as Kaede, Boset and Fubuki gasped that she remembered those names. Inside Katsumi, the Reaper seal glows as the woman inside saw the wooden cage destroyed after Katsumi said those three familiar names, as she became pure energy, as Katsumi was feeling weird as she fell on the floor right side up since this Hinigami inside the mindscape while Katsumi was sleeping as she destroyed the seal. Something came out from Katsumi revealing a young-looking woman dressed in a red battle kimono with black hair, amber golden eyes and 9 white tails flowing behind her. 3 red whisker marks adorn her cheeks, similar to the ones Naruto had only more pronounced. They had to stop the sparring as the roots receded into the ground as the woman dusted herself while licking her lips at Naruto. Katsumi, who is she? Naruto asked her as Satsuki lifted Katsumi as the woman smothers Naruto with her peacup breasts as the other girls were blushing at how forward she was as Kaede was glaring at her E-cup breasts since she is the youngest of the 9 now 10 as Naruto was groping her plump ass as they kiss each other as Satsuki was smiling since she knows that Naruto will attract a lot of women. As she, Katsumi and Kaguya are willing to share only who they deem worthy since they are the alphas. Really Katsumi, you didn't tell Naruto about little old Dari? The woman said as she continued to make out with Naruto, as she had to suppress the feeling to have her way with him as she felt killer intent of the rest of the girls since they agreed that Satsuki, Naruko, Katsumi and Kaguya be his first since they wanted to be special since Ari knew about Naruto's childhood that not even her who was the darkness of Katsumi would even do to someone who was also a victim as they could relate to them despite being the descendant of both Indra and Asura. I wonder what Narumi is doing right now. Satsuki thought. Konoha. Narumi waking up from her bed since she lives with Anko, G-Cup, and Kurenai, G-Cup. Now ever since she was 10 as Narumi demanded Minato and Kushina to sign the adoption papers so that Anko could adopt Narumi as they accepted since they don't want to be dead before their prime as Minato complied as he saw the image of the Shinigami grinning at him. Narumi looked at Kushina as the woman was trying to reconcile with her as she was pleading and Narumi knew that her feelings were honest as she had the decency to redeem herself towards Naruto before faking their deaths but is Naruto who will judge her if he wants her back despite the changes that he and Satsuki had done since he doesn't consider her as his mother anymore. anymore. I can't believe that you, the strongest woman who was considered an outsider, actually caved in just from a few sweet words of a prophecy and preserved the balance along with empty promises of helping Naruto," Narumi said, angrily glaring at as she puts a lot of chakra into her hand and slapped Minato all the way towards the Hokage monument. That the impact broke Tobirama's nose as Kushina cries that she failed her daughter. As they left, not noticing that Narumi's eyes turned purple with ripple patterns with 6 domos spinning around the pupils as they instantly turned back to her normal eyes as Kushina thought she was seeing things as both Narumi and Anko left. Narumi graduated at 10 with the use of shadow clones, which her brother taught her before his death in order to learn faster, even to learn Fuinjutsu in order to help Anko of her cursed seal, as Naruto promised the snake mistress to get rid of the cursed mark as he sent a shadow clone to do it and kill the snake that held Benzaiden's soul fragment and protect herself and her loved ones, because Narumi knows that Jiraiya have been blackmailing Anko and Kurenai for sexual favors. She decided to wait for her friend Hanabi to finish to form a team with her, in which Hanabi blushed deeply that she fainted as Narumi caught her and fainted in her arms, as Narumi knew about her crush on her and Naruto. After she graduated the top of her class as she got the highest scores, as she became the third person with the highest scores in Konoha history, with the first being a tie of her brother Naruto and her adoptive sister Satsuki, and in third were Minato and Itachi. She became the apprentice of Anko Mitarashi along with Hinata in order to give her confidence and taught her as well her teachings, as most male Hyuga covered their groins as someone did the unthinkable. Flashback. Ryuchi Cave. Anko brought them to Ryuchi Cave as moral support as the White Snake Sage Hakuja told Anko that she doesn't have the cursed mark anymore, meaning that Orochimaru died or someone remove it, as Hakuja knew that Anko was ready to become a true sage of the snakes. As Narumi and Hinata watched as Hakuja injected nature energy to Anko, as it didn't affected her due to her strong will since she passed the trails easily, as her eyes gained purple markings, black sclera, slit pupils on her eyes, and no drastic appearance, as the first time in more than 2,000 years to ever gain a true sage of the snakes with one-upping. Gamamaru thought she knew that Anko would be her first and last student of snake scene jutsu, as she passed her knowledge to her when she bit her, as she saw greatness in her, whether for good or evil is her own choice. "How do you feel, Anko-sama?" Hinata asked her. "I feel powerful and calm while sensing even the most subtle vibrations and even the snakes inside the whole cave system," Anko said as she manipulated the ground into a bench so the 3 girls could sit down. As Hakuja looked at Anko. "Anko Mitarashi, you have proved and showed us that you have the will, strength and perseverance in becoming a sage of the snakes, something that I always knew," Hakuja said with pride as Anko reverted her markings to normal. "Thank you, Hakuja-sama," Anko said, bowing to the great white snake sage as she began to sleep peacefully with a smile on her face as her work was done as they trio left the cave. End of flashback. Anko and Kurenai became a legit couple after becoming a sage, despite that some villagers still shunned and disliked them for being a same-sex couple despite being both bisexual, aside from still calling Anko snake whore that she and anyone who interacts with her must be killed, even if her adopted daughter was the Yondaime Hokage's daughter, as they fear she would become the second Orochimaru and mark the children with cursed marks. After gaining the mark, she nearly caused her to kill herself to end her shame, just like Sakumo did until she met a young Naruto years ago that was going to do the same thing, since he was hated by nearly everyone for something he didn't had control. That the 2 voices in his head, Katsumi and Naruto, told him to not do it since they like him and set about Hinata not wanting this, but his mind couldn't bear the suffering any longer until Anko asked him if he wanted to go out with him to eat dango, as the owner was at least civil to Naruto, in which he happily accepted as he became her hope in this forsaken and hypocritical world. Strangely, after the events of Taki and Kuza, her cursed mark suddenly disappeared, as she was finally happy that the corrupted nature energy and the snake Sanin's influence were gone from her system. After Naruto and Satsuki died at Wave, since they don't have the demon boy to pin the blame on, as they put it, towards Anko, as 20% of the civilian population were killed by Narumi for insulting her new parents Anko and Kurenai, who is also part of Uchiha, that only 4 living beings knew and 3 are her lover Anko, Narumi and Naori, since if others knew that Kurenai is part of Uchiha, she would be a breeding stock, or worse, being with Asuma Sarutobe. While Jiraiya gets his balls bitten by Anko's snakes after being hit by bags of Ryos courtesy of her best friend / lover Kurenai since the academy, as they adopted a girl named Naori Mitarashi, who is a girl that didn't had a name before, that Anko adopted years ago and gave her the name Naori due to her resemblance to Naori Uchiha, who was Kurenai's grandmother. She has the same age as Narumi, has short purple wavy hair with cropped bangs covering her forehead. She was more silent and loner type before, but the more she interacted with her adoptive family she became more open to people she could trust, but she is still cold and sadistic towards people that tries to hurt her family and friends, especially when she uses Susanoo with shadow clones that looked like a Daitengu. Even Anko became Jonin. She actually deserved the rank for everything she had done, sensei of her own team consisting of Narumi, Naori and Hanabi. Since Hanabi wanted to learn outside the box since she has doubts of only using her clan's techniques and traditions ever since Hinata left the clan compound and lived with Sakura's cousin Flare and her friends. The other reason is that a branch member saw her kiss Narumi and alerted the elders. Flashback. Hyuga compound. The clan wanted to brand Hinata and Hanabi with the caged bird seal for having bisexual heiresses, but Flare persuaded them by using wood style as she shot a seed from her into a Hyuga elder that hated Hinata the most and couldn't evade the homing seeds as branches were formed as a tree grew inside the former elder, as Flare told them that it was a warning as she sported a motherly smile that would scare Madara. As another elder tried to complain, but Flare broke the elder's right hand finger by finger as they saw her opened eyes turned green with black sclera as she was giggling with sadistic glee as the elder's pleas fell on deaf ears as some of the branch members tried to intervene as Flare realized their intentions as they looked into her eyes as the branch members fell to sleep as she only glanced even with their Byakugan activated as Flare looked at Hiroto Hyuga, father of Hiyashi and Hizashi, who is alive since Kumo made peace with Konoha since Hitomi. Hinata's mother knocked the ambassador as the fourth Raikage never ordered his ambassador to kidnap the Hyuga heiress as it was suspicious that the ambassador knew how to get into the compound without Byakugan users not noticing him during the patrols, as it had to be someone from the village to have gave him the info that he was working for someone else, as Minato wanted to say Danzo but he never found evidence. Would have wanted war against Konoha but didn't since he respects Minato as he outfasted him many times during the Third War and would kill his shinobi without even moving. Now Hiroto, if you ever lay a finger on Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan I would gladly tear you limb from limb as I take your precious dojutsu and sperm along with the ones who try to oppose against me to Kuma faster than the Hiraishin. If I ever hear another threat to Hinata, Hanabi and Nelly I make sure to make the Uchiha massacre look like child play but to the Hyuga clan. Flare said with a demonically voice that sent shivers to the living elders as Flare knew that well-kept secret while Hiroto saw the image of the Shinigami behind her as few of the main members watching soiled themselves. Good thing that Hinata, Hanabi and Nelly weren't present since that would scare and arouse them at the same time. As of that day, the Hyuga clan had no heiresses since those three would never lead a clan of people with huge stick up their asses. End of flashback. After the event, under Konoha, Danzo was sucking his thumb and cradling himself as he felt the horrors Flare did at the moment. At first he wanted her en route for having a superior version of wood style than her grandfather Hashirama that can suppress tailed beasts and Jinka Urikis instantly than Tenzo, the intellect and can manage her emotions far better than his hero and father figure Tobirama, the cunning of Madara Uchiha, the strength and medical and poison expertise of Tsunade and Chiyo Asuna, the extensive knowledge of Fuinjutsu nearly at Mito Uzumaki's level and can even sense negative emotions. Flashback. Training Ground 43. As Flare was strolling through the training ground where she met Naruto when he was 4 as when she was 6 years old that she saved him from the mob that once again were trying to kill him. On the day when she saw his eyes she has seen greatness that even with darkness and hatred in his heart he still is pure, that she developed a crush on him as the boy is a chick magnet and would gladly share him with other girls. Suddenly Danzo's fuck toys tried to ambush her as the cannon fodder were stabbed by trees she made without even using the snake hand seal nor moving from where she is standing, a feat that Hashirama never did. Is it because of the photos of you autoerotically asphyxiating yourself while wearing a copy of my granduncle's armor? Flare smirked while showing a pic as a few of his Rutanen felt nauseous at the image of it, while in another village in the land of fire Tenzo was vomiting at a restaurant bathroom during a date with his girlfriend Yukimi Ibari since he retired of being a Konoha shinobi to find himself and met again with the first girl he developed feelings as she finds him funny. How did you get those? Danzo threateningly asked. I have my ways, Flare said as Danzo was fuming but tried to appear emotionless. Danzo even tried to use Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan to make her join Root on her own free will, but it didn't affect her at all as she sits on the floor doing a Madara pose. The perfect genjutsu, and it didn't affect her, Danzo yelled internally since Flare is already immune to mind control techniques. Really Danzo? I didn't had to use Sage Mode, which makes me sad, she said calmly as she made Senbons made of water mixed with wood-style chakra from her mouth. Water style. Heavenly weeping, Flare said through telepathy as water Senbons from her mouth as they penetrated the locks and cut Danzo's implanted right arm that has Sharingan in the face of the moronic Hashirama that was turning into a tree that spouted flowers showing Sharingan eyes. So that's why you wanted the massacre to happen, to harvest my cousin clan's eyes, Flare said menacingly towards the Warhawk. It was for the good of Konoha, Danzo yelled, as Flare looks pissed. Good for Konoha? The only good you did was by weakening us and creating more enemies, and I know that you blackmailed Banzaiden when she put that mutated arm on you, tried to replicate my grandpa's wood style and nearly corrupted her. Allying yourself with Hanzo in order to become Hokage and corrupted the Akatsuki into a terrorist group. I have more dirt on you that can make a one-sided war against you. You never actually cared about protecting Konoha, only your own benefit, and your version of Konoha with you as its sole ruler. Thought it doesn't matter since it would have the same hypocrisy and backstabbing ways as always. Flare shouted demonically as she released a lot killer intent towards Danzo that made him add more gravity on him, as he needs to eliminate the girl as she knew too much and use her DNA for a better and controllable wood style. He summoned Baku, in which she produced a Titan Arim, corpse flower. That Baku became entranced at the beauty as it started to bloom as Flare puts on a gas mask out of nowhere, using yin-yang style. As the flower started to bloom near Baku's mouth with the vines holding it down with the mouth forcefully opened as it lets go a very dreadful smell that Baku breathed as it was poisonous. Even the Sharingans from Danzo's right arm began to bleed blood as they become useless as Danzo tried to use Izanagi to escape Flare, but the Ten Eyes got destroyed by Flare as he was in agony as Baku reversed summoned itself but somehow came back as Danzo ordered Root to help him get away from the training ground as Flare left happily while whistling as the scene pans towards a dead Baku with bleeding eyes and foaming saliva as Danzo orders his Root to burn the body. While Danzo didn't show it in his face but inside he developed a fear of Flare as she used her arm and plucked Shisui's old right eye and squished it with her hand and burned the blood so not recreate it, rendering him useless without Makuten to extend Izanagi as Flare destroyed of the Sharingans from his Makuten arm. No wonder they call her the sadistic Senju. Danzo thought to himself as he saw her leave as he ordered his Root to take him to heal as his teeth fell out. Well, that takes care of that for now. I could have killed you at any moment but Naruto and Satsuki got dibs to kill you, and I even reconfigured your reverse 4 symbol seal when you were monologuing. So enjoy the few years of life that you have, you backstabbing bastard, Flare said as she flipped at him and left to her home as she called her closest friends Elisa Chinaike, Sanasu Noyami, Eri Nanakiri, Chifusa Manuo, Kage Fusa Manuo, Kirakami Sono, Shurikira Gakoer, Yuki Ande, Asukoga and Mia Stewartson for their usual Yuri time as they are bisexual and the only man they accept to fuck them is their Naruto-kun. While Danzo gulped at what she said, Naruto and Satsuki, as Danzo knew as well according to his informants that they are more powerful than Hashirama and Madara in their prime as what they did in Taki and Kuza respectively. End of flashback. Since Anko has been more of a mother than Kushina and Anko gave her and Naori the choice to become a summoner of the snakes since Narumi sensed something shady about the Toads and Jiraiya. However, Naori declined the offer since she already has a summon in the form of a crow by the name of Kuju. Narumi has seen that Kushina at least is repenting for what she has done for neglecting Naruto during his childhood since Minato as always was busy with being Hokage as Arashi and Menma stared to fear her since she made them sterile as they tried to use the Kyuubi's chakra, but every time they tried she uses her sealing chains to suppress them. As they along with Hanabi, Alexis, Akiza and D who wanted to support her as they went to the Forest of Death as Narumi summoned on her first try something unexpected as a being of 1,000 meters made of wood that looks like an 8-headed snake with 2 giant claws and legs. What surprised them the most are the 10 tails that are like a rattlesnake's tail, and in the chest, it has a gigantic eye that is a mix of the Rinnegan and Sharingan with 9 tomos. Anko had to suppress her fear due to the sheer size of the beast that makes the 9 tails look like a baby in size, while Hanabi was nearly blinded due to the sheer amount of chakra that she looked with her Byakugan, which was less than what Naruto has. Meanwhile with Katsumi felt that someone was comparing her and it pissed her off, while to Naruto and Satsuki, the chakra felt familiar to them. Back with Narumi and Anko. What the? How could someone summon me? The 10 tails said as it looked below with its eye in the chest as it looks at Narumi and Anko as it shrank down. It transformed into a tall, voluptuous, and beautiful woman with an hourglass figure with H-cup breasts. Her outfit mostly consists of a small bikini-like top and a skirt-like bottom. 7 dragon heads curl around her body and all of them are venomous. First time and you summoned a being stronger than the Kyuubi without trying. I'm impressed, kiddo. Anko commented with a smile on her face as Narumi now wears knee-high kunoichi boots, a dark orange thigh-length skirt with a slit on the right side, a tight black short-sleeve shirt that exposed her midriff, over top of that is an open short black jacket with the Uzumaki swirl on the back in red, and on her hands are black fingerless gloves. Thanks Anko-chan, Narumi said as she hugged Anko who blushes, but since No is there she hugged Narumi back as the woman who is a 10 tails coughed. Eh? Who and what are you? Anko asked the woman. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yamada no Orochi, the 10-tailed Hydra snake, Yamada said to them as her snakes tried to do poses. 10 tails? I thought there were only 9-tailed beasts? D asked as Yamada's eye twitched since the academy had to up their quality and multiple civilian students quitted since they weren't capable to continue ever since the deaths of Naruto and Satsuki, as Alexis, Akiza and D are already experienced Shinon of Team Shin who he deems the to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams, who is somehow Danzo Shimura's second grandchild in size, looks like Momo Yaoyorozu, brother who was thought dead but was rescued by Konoha and Bu from one of the root labs near the Land of Lightning, but Danzo covered his tracks as always and outright denied his own relatives even from doing DNA tests to prove that they are his grandchildren. The siblings may look normal, but Sai can create life by using ink and even excellent swordsmanship, while Shin can transform into an ink monster, can nearly defy the laws of physics, teleport through ink portals, and even is a sensor that is nearly undetectable, as it took some time to have him adjust despite calling him an ink demon, but his sister and friends have defended him. In which he appreciates. He has noticed that his sister Sai having a crush of Naruto, that it took a week to recover from her depression as he had a feeling that Naruto and Satsuki are still alive. Even the rookies had to help them since they lacked social skills, especially Sai, but as the years went by they became from Chunin to Jonin to Sensei's, with their own Jonin teams of Alexis, Akiza and T being on Team Shin, while Yakumo Kurama, Lust Kurama, Yakumo's former Ito that only a few know about, that she gained her own body with help of Naruto, and Maka Albern being on Team Sai. Back with Narumi, as Yamada was explaining her story about why she is on the planet due to fighting against the Shindo god of the storms, and shockingly Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi's brother, Susanoo, as he chipped a fang of her mouth of her into the Kusanagi sword during a rampage while having escaped from Otsutsuki duo in space. She would have told them about her origins, but that would be too much for them as they were not ready yet. Suddenly she sensed someone she knew very well. Hila? She asked herself as she ran to follow her as the others chased her through the outskirts of the village. Uzumaki's mask storage temple. The group was shocked to see a dilapidated shrine, but Narumi got a feeling of something or someone powerful is inside the shrine. What is this place? T said, scared of the place since it felt cold, as Anko is remaining vigilant despite the neglect that has this place, that not even her former mentor knew about it. What are those masks hanging inside? Akiza said, pointing inside, while Narumi was suspiciously quiet as if she was in a trance. Damn it, I thought she was here? Yamada asked herself. Who was here? Hanabi asked. Hila. Yamada answered, the snake mistress. You mean my brother's personal doctor along with Retsu Unohana? Narumi snapped out of the trance and asked the ten-tailed in humanoid form who did a spit take, since Naruto was extremely cautious that two women volunteered to be Naruto's personal doctors, that when Naruto met them he trusted them like he known them for years or something. What? You don't know of the Shindo deity that your clan worshipped? FYI, I wouldn't use wood style on that, Akiza, Yamada said while looking at Akiza, who created a vine from her hand as it touched one of the masks as it withers and had to cut it before it spreads to her. You are from a clan, Narumi? T asked as Narumi nodded that their idol and her sister are from a powerful clan, which is weird since they never mentioned it during the academy at all, aside from being destroyed by Kumo, Iwa and Kiri due to fear of Fuinjutsu and their stamina. Not even the Sage of Six Paths had the good graces of her, let alone interact with the deity. Hagoromo was a good man but foolish to give chakra to his disciples, thus easily spread to everyone, chose his duty above his only family, betrayed his own mother and denied Indra's birthright because of someone manipulated her. She said in sadness as the specter form of the Shinigami, the one from canon, appeared as it scared the group except Yamada and Narumi. Who dares disturb one of the places that links me to this mortal realm before I seal you inside my stomach for all eternity? The specter said as the temperature dropped while releasing killer intent, while the girls unleashed their own to even as Shinigami while Yamada yawned. Yo, Yamato said to the specter with a two-finger salute. Way to ruin the mood, Yamada. The specter said in a female voice as it disappeared as Hila came from behind Anko, which scared her as the brunette woman with pale skin and green eyes greeted them. Hello. I am Hila, the Shinigami and the Shindo goddess of death, as you now tremble at my presence and kneel before me, Hila said bombastically while the girl's sweat dropped. Well, if it isn't Narumi, and I can't believe that you grew up so fast since the day you were born, as I was the first person to touch and bless you with help from my best friend Retsu, Hila said to Narumi, who tilted her head. You helped Kushina give birth to me, and how come you look like that and not even recognized you? Narumi asked the beautiful goddess of death herself, who giggled. Because this is my true form, Narumi, and that no one could even sense me, not even Katsumi, even on plain sight, since I'm an actual goddess when Katsumi is actually a, Hila said, until Yamada shook her head to not tell them about where they originally came as Hila rolled her eyes. We already knew that Katsumi is the Kyuubi when she told us, Alexis said, and now re-nodded as Hila looks at Kujo, who was sweating bullets as Yamada was glancing at the crow as well, that began to call loudly. Don't you dare seal me inside of your chakra construct, as I heard stories from Danzo-sama about the Uzumaki clan and their sealing arts but failed to obtain it from Mito and Kushina. Just please, as I beg you, so that you don't seal us inside your stomach, that in which Naori and I have to fight against our wills for an eternity until someone frees us. Kujo spoke to Hila while pleading, which shocked Yamada that a ten-tail speaking this young. Relax. I wouldn't seal you inside my real stomach, as that would hurt a lot, as I had special person inside to keep him safe until he found the perfect body to actually reincarnate. as the specter you just all saw is in fact a pocket dimension that I manipulate and also use to gather energy like using Sage Mode. He'll explain as they said it made sense as Yamada interrupted while looking at Kuju. That's a 10 tails. However, his power is strong but not enough. Maybe is one of those seedling? No. You're a clone, Yamada yelled, which shocked the other girls that Naori is a 10 tails Jinchuriki. As said girl looked in shame that they would hate her since she is a Jinchuriki, as people mostly hate them. Show them Naori and I know they will still accept you, Narumi said to her sister as she took out her headband to show her Rin Sharingan that opened like a normal eye and showed her black feathery wings to them. You must think of me as a freak for having these. Maybe I should go, Naori said until the girls came closer to hug her. So what if you are different since you're still you? Even if you have a tailed beast inside you it doesn't change who you really are, Akiza said as Naori cried in joy at the acceptance, as she was afraid to lose her family. Girl, you look awesome, Konoka said as T nodded while petting softly Kuju. So this is what it feels to have friends, Kuju said. Yamada was looking at the scene, which was familiar to her as it reminded from when she and her sisters were created. Fascinating that you are still alive and not sick, Hila said, which Anko was confused since being the 10 tails Jinchuriki makes you immortal. Can you use Kuju's chakra onto your stomach please? Hila asked Naori as she used chakra showing the Reaper seal as they gasped. Naori, why didn't you told us that Kuju was inside you by that seal? Narumi said in concern to her sister. Who would use a suicidal seal aside from me? Not a baka on you, Anko asked. The question is that how come Danzo never noticed you being a Jinchuriki of a Juubi, since that is one of the ways to obtain 6 paths chakra? Hila thought to herself, since she knows the first 2 beings that harness the true powers of 10 tails and one of them is Kaguya, as most of that clan were too lazy to realize that is by training in order to become powerful despite that they can absorb nature energy. As she was grateful that there are currently less than 10,000 of them as a way to balance the universe, and if the current clan knew about the multiverse then is the end of everything. The strange thing is that only a god like me can seal a powerful being like the 10 tails or Otsutsuki, but I didn't seal it on her unless there is a rogue Shinigami that I don't know who sealed Kuju inside you, Hila said. I don't know, but after accepting him the seal got destroyed, that it made me unconscious for a whole day as I freed Kuju as he became my summon by his own free will, Naori said as Narumi and Anko confirmed it. I deal with that later since my twin sister Morticia is calling me now asking me about Naruto-kun, Hila said as she told Narumi to use a storage seal to store the masks and burn it so that no one would be stupid enough to summon her avatar again. As they left the shrine, as Hila snapped her fingers and made the wood turn into dust that scatters into the wind. Don't forget to say hi to Naruto, Satsuki and Kaguya for me, Narumi. Since I need to find some souls for something special, Hila said as she disappeared to her home dimension as she grinned towards the bush behind her. Who is Kaguya? Konoka asked, as Narumi shrugged, as the only Kaguya she knew was from the extinct Kaguya clan of Kiri, where are also their cousins. Let's get back to village, Anko said as they agreed and left the former shrine, unknown to them that they were spied by someone who has a left eye that is navy blue on the outside and yellow on the inside, with a green, slit pupil. The right eye is green on the outside with designs and black on the inside with a yellow, slit pupil. I must report this to Danzo-sama now, the mysterious figure said as it shunshined to Root HQ to report to Danzo. Meanwhile, with Naruto's group, as Black Sun were inside Naruto's complete Susanoo as they traveled to Kiri, while Kurora and a few stayed in the Land of Waves to rest since Kurora doesn't want to set foot in Suna unless her children or Naruto are with her. The rest trained to hone their skills since they have seen Naruto and Satsuki sparring in a pocket dimension for safety reasons and to avoid suspicion. The group consisting of Naruto, Satsuki, Katsumi, Ren, Bosette Gaia, Matsuri, Yoto and Kaede went to Kiri to find if Mirajane the six-tailed slug and her Jinchuriki are roaming the Land of Water, as Naruto landed in a town near Kirigakura due to the civil war that continued due to Obito Uchiha because he thought Rin died when Kakashi killed her, not knowing that Madara planned it. Something that Satsuki told them ever since Kaguya got rid of Indra and Ashura's chakra from inside them but kept the knowledge of every person they chose as host, sans the first transmigrants. Weird, I could have sworn that I sensed someone familiar, Naruto said as this affected Satsuki and Kaguya as well as Naruto and Katsumi tilted their heads. Meanwhile at Amiga Core, as Naruto created a safe house there as well in other places like in Kumo, Iwa, Kiri, Suna and Nirame in order to gather intel of the tailed beasts and a place to relax as his mastered blood clone technique to combine it with shadow clones that can absorb nature energy to become more durable and able to give the memories to the original Naruto as it dispels into blood. The clones gain the trust of their present leaders and people by using his current form to blend in, that even learned about the remaining Jinka Urikis that he interacted as they were all women named Yugito Ni, who has Kuroka the Nibi sealed inside her since too. Samui Ni, who is Kathal the Hachibi, and the most surprising of those two is that they are sisters and even cousins to Naruto as well. The reason that Heiatsuki IV didn't try to invade Konoha is that it would be a waste of resources and lives, since his spies told him that Arashi and Menma are only Stuo Jinkuki, since his father A III told him about the Gold and Silver brothers, who are also ancestors of Yugito and Samui, but even still they are well loved by the villagers, despite that the Kuma Council are trying to make ways to have them killed as they are more powerful than the Raikages told by himself, especially the Naruto clone who was trained by the very Raikage himself. However, he didn't told A that the tailed beasts are freed from their containers while the girls were training on Turtle Island, and that he had sex with the girls including Mabui, the Raikage's secretary, and Karu, who he found out that she is an Uzumaki as well. While Aniwa is that they are treated like tools mostly towards Suzumabachi Kamazaru, who has Luminous Valentine the Gobi despite being relative of Aniki and of Ishikawa, and the very fence-sitter's granddaughter Kurotsuchi, who has Zabimaru the Bee inside her, and despite being hated by their village both have good relations with their tenants since they are females and innocent than their first Jinchuriki ever since the incident, as they took a liking towards Naruto and even told the two girls that he was Namikaze's son, and also despise him for choosing backstabbers than his own family, which was different to them because the Zabimaru and Luminous chose Kurotsuchi and Suzumabachi as their containers. While Aniki was scared, pissed and proud, as he was scared that he thought Naruto was Madara Uchiha, pissed that his Jinka Arikis are in love with the son of the Yondaime who was presumed dead, and proud that he is a new apprentice, as he swore that he won't betray the village. Naruto thought for a moment, imagining of him using Tsukuyomi on Aniki by making him watch Naruto plowing Kurotsuchi and Suzumabachi for weeks non-stop, and then wedding with finally looking at his grandchildren at the age of 100, as it only passed a second, as Naruto plainly said no as he was worried due to Andra, who is a missing nin who is also her sensei's granddaughter and that man's bastard daughter, as he will not say his name near Naruto, not realizing that Naruto saw Aniki's body language and deducted that Andra is a relative of him. Meanwhile in Konoha, Minato sensed that something awful would happen to him in a later time, which made him scared. Aniki was impressed that Naruto learned everything he knew, as well of Muse techniques such as dustless bewildering cover, fission jutsu, and even particle style, detachment of the primitive world technique. When Naruto showing him is his Kekkei Takef sky style, which consists of the elements affinities of wind, water and lightning style, which is stronger than particle style as it destroyed a mountain just from Naruto using sky style. Pressure cannon that Aniki demanded him to marry his grandniece and relative, who looked at Aniki, who once again broke his back while Zabimaru was laughing her ass off while Illuminous carried her sister back to the village. The only one that he didn't find is Mirajane's Jinchuriki until the blood clone met Hotaritsu Shigumo saying something, finding the current host of Mirajane, the six-tailed slug Izudakata, died from the extraction, as to finding the new host as part of his will tour. Back with the group, Naruto leads the group through the town towards the Kiri rebels while suppressing their chakra, as people were glaring at them but ignored them as they heard a certain pink-haired banshee screaming as Naruto and Satsuki transformed themselves into civilians towards the location, as they saw Sakura being held by two Kirionbu as she was crying as they saw random civilian women being raped by Kiri nins and bandits, as they know what's going to happen. When Satsuki saw this, it reminded her of what could have happened if she never had anyone but her arrogance, as she activated Amaterasu to burn the scum and women who lost their ways, while Naruto got extremely angry that they would try to rape Sakura, as this reminded him of the times he got raped when he was a child, that even then Minato and Kushina thought he was lying. Naruto, please calm down, Katsumi said through telepathy so that Sakura couldn't know who he really is. Katsumi, you and Naruto have been with me all my life so far. Do you think that I would keep calm about this when it happened to me a lot during my childhood? Naruto thought back to her, as Katsumi already knew since he was born, despite hating humanity for hunting them down ever since Indra tried to enslave them, as she sensed that Indra was manipulated, as with having most of the 10 tails and Kaguya's memories she knew that evil is taught, not born with it. Black Zetsu was mostly misguided. Despite hating her before for being a fangirl, but as the years of them training and talking with Satsuki, Naruto, Katsumi, Kaguya and even Zero, and learning on who to actually trust or not, even him who was trigger-happy when in battle, calculating, cold and sadistic, he would never rape a woman. He and Gaia began killing the rest of the Kiri nin and bandits as he burned their corpses and freed the women and children from the human trafficking. Suddenly Sakura sprayed pink corrosive acid to Kiri nin's face that was in front of her, as vines strangled the second one until he was decapitated, as Sakura punched the first one that he saw with his disfigured face. That Sakura held his heart and squished it, leaving the nin dead on the floor, as the others gasped that she uses wood style wisdom wolf decay. But only 5 beings know how to do it. Katsumi asked as she saw the jutsu in action. You got to be shitting me. Naruto cursed himself that he never expected that a diehard fangirl would be the container of the six-tailed slug Mirajane. As Naruto came close to Sakura, she immediately hugged the disguised Naruto, who surprisingly hugged her back. Thank you, Naruto, she said, crying as it surprised him. Satsuki and Katsumi, she knew that it was actually him as she blushed. Wait? How did you know it was me? Naruto said as he and Satsuki dispelled their disguises. Mira-Jane told me, Sakura said as Kaguya face fault on the floor as Kaede did a jaw drop as a poof was heard as a slim young woman of below average height. Having long, white hair which curls slightly at the ends, with two bangs framing her face and reaching down to her chest, her hairstyle's most distinctive trait is a short, upward ponytail obtained by gathering and tying the hair covering her forehead. Due to her always adopting such fashion, her hair seems to have adapted to it, with the hair on her forehead remaining pointed upwards even when not tied. She has large blue eyes and a curvy, voluptuous body, with large breasts. Wearing a sleeveless, ankle-length maroon dress with a pleated skirt. The chest is adorned by a large, pink bow, and similarly colored trimmings frame the rather ample neckline, acting as straps, and circle around the waist. Mira-Jane also wears high-heeled shoes that match her dress, and accessorizes with a small chain necklace with a blue oval gem attached to it, and a bracelet made of white flowers circling her right wrist. Salutations Naruto-kun, as we finally meet, Mira-Jane said, waving cheerfully. But how come we didn't sense you when we were in Konoha, as you know that I can sense emotions? Am I losing my touch? Katsumi told her younger sister while Naruto was comforting. Honey, you aren't losing your touch. It's just that it was unexpected, Naruto said, kissing Katsumi on the lips. Oh Naruto-kun, you always know what to say to cheer me up. Katsumi answered back. Okay Sakura, you can take out the disguise now, Mira-Jane said as Sakura nodded as she became taller to their current height, wearing a sleeveless red cheapao dress that reaches her upper thighs, with white trimmings and a white circular design on the back while it is tied with a black obi. She wears black shorts underneath the dress, black gloves, and pink elbow and knee protectors. She has also changed her previous boots to regular black, high-heeled ninja sandals as her eyes became livelier and her hair cut short as her tips were light bluish. The most surprising were two things, as Sakura has double E-cup breasts and a plump ass that is bigger than Satsuki's. Naruto was impressed by her mature appearance as he looked at Satsuki, who has also matured during the years of training as well, that she also befriended her dark side, who was also busy with Zero inside their mindscape after taking and inspecting the memories of the events of the massacre, and were also glad that Mikado was still alive along with a newly reborn Shisui who changed her name to Aokino. The Aokino Hajime from high school DD, even wearing the Kuo Academy uniform, that never knew who made her reborn, as someone left the Mangekyo Sharingan of her great-great-grandfather Kagami Uchiha, as Mikado found her and brought her to live with her at Satsuki's old apartment that she bought as she helped Akino to transplant the eyes of Kagami on her to evolve it into the EMS. It has another four-pointed shuriken but in the opposite direction. While she was sleeping, she began to regret about her past life as Shisui, such as from withholding her rival's need of aid out of envy, of telling Danzo about her Mangekyo ability, and even spied on her own clan, all for the good of the village that hated her clan because of one action of Tobirama Senju, who despised Madara Uchiha. As she swore to be loyal to Naruto and Satsuki, as it was the shinobi system for worsening the world, and would gladly help them, as they are her family now. Sorry for everything, Naruto. It's because ever since I was 5 that my mom, Dad and cousin Flare visited Kiri for a vacation until some Kirinin captured and turned me into a Jinchuriki to destroy Konoha, but failed when Mom and Flare killed them. But the deed was done as I became Mira-Jane's container with a better seal that lets her come and go whenever she wants, so she doesn't feel imprisoned. After that, with help of Flare's wood style and helping me suppress Mira-Jane's chakra so she isn't detected, and even started to train me in wood style and yin-yang style ever since I learned of my affinities of earth, water, yin and yang in order to become a medic, as Mom started to train me to improve myself, that even I became worthy to sign the snail contract that Mom has, and they even helped me raise my personal summon that I named Kishimichi, that she grew into a snail dragon. She has also helped learn Sage Mode at Shikotsu Forest during my free time while using shadow clones to absorb nature energy faster with help of Mira-Jane as well. Sakura explained as Naruto was surprised that Sakura also has wood style and learned Sage Mode. Sakura closed her eyes as she opened them, as they saw her eyes being gray, meaning that she mastered her Sage Mode. If Flare is your cousin who is part Senju like me, that means that you are, Naruto said while remaining composed, since they never expected Sakura to be from his clan. Our cousin Naruto-kun and Satsuki-chan, a voice said, as it also came from Sakura in the form of a shadow clone transforming into a young girl with white hair, which she styles with a red-pink ribbon on the left side and red eyes. She wears a long black dress made of black ribbons that are trimmed in red that covers her E-cup breasts. The length of the dress and the length of the ribbons it is composed of vary. Her face, dress and legs are covered in red markings. Naruto did something unworthy and out of place to him. He fainted. Chapter 9, Kirigakure. Oh, what the hell happened? Naruto said, waking up. Well, you fainted when Sakura said she is our cousin, Satsuki said as they remained calm that former flat-chested Sakura is their cousin and Mira Jane's container. The question is, how is it that you're alone here in Kiri instead of with Team 7? Naruto demanded, since he has spies in the village along with Benzaidans who has various in the village and 3 Anbu who are the most trusted trio that Minato has, as he taught them the Flying Thunder God. Naruto's Shunpo surpasses the Jutsu and Kamui. For Kami's sake, even some of the clan heads are his spies, and even Benzaidan was amazed that he persuaded some of the daimyos of the 5 great lands, as he started with the Land of Wind after his clone killed the former daimyo who was replaced by his younger sister Nahenda by her brother's wife, as she is honest, can defend herself, and is a capable leader who is helping Suna to its former glory. She is also secretly helping to Naruto's cause as well. If the main hidden villages of the main 4, except Kiri, knew that he was already in control of them, they would get a nasty surprise. Naruto thought to himself evilly, while Naruto was proud that he would do that, confused since she was his darker half, which scared her. Naruto restored Nahenda's missing eye and right arm, that he mechanized it like his Asura path, as she was amazed at the work, and even told her about his plan to destroy the shinobi system as she looked at her former metal arm, and then to Naruto as she swore loyalty to him but had to act like nothing happened. The answer is simple. Ever since Sakura had an epiphany, nearly got killed by Ino, she started to train hard with help from her parents and Flare, especially accepting herself and befriending Mira Jane as family. That she raised the ranks to become a Jonin. Matu said as Sakura showed her Jonin vest with the Uzumaki swirl, as Naruto sighed, and gritted his teeth that they still had his clan's symbol like Konoha were still their allies, and looked at Satsuki, who shrugged as they already knew about her becoming a Jonin, as Kakashi took Arashi and Menma as his apprentices due to the Sharingan, since Flare would not do it with her wood style due to personal stuff. I should forgive you, Sakura, since at least you never physically abused me, but you have to prove yourself to us. Oh, and one more thing. Don't betray my trust, Naruto said as he despises fangirls, but seeing an innocent girl nearly raped would set him off, especially if it is a Jinchuriki, as he was that Katsumi and Naruto had to hide those memories from the Yamanakas, because if Ino saw them she would go ballistic and would finish what Katsumi did involuntarily when he was born. As they say, one is dealing Naruto Uzumaki Otsutsuki is like walking on eggshells, because betraying him is a death wish. If he knew what Konoha actually did to his clan, it would make a Juubi's rampage look like a tantrum. Under Konoha Root HQ. Inside Root HQ, Danzo gulped while some of his Rootnin tilted their heads, and that he needed to change his robes again because he soiled himself. Ever since Flare destroyed his mutated arm and Shisui's Mangekyo, he had to resort to use a prosthetic arm covered in genjutsu and a glass eye, since he couldn't make a new one since she sealed those parts of his body. Even when Obito managed to help him to gain an alliance with Hanzo of the Salamander to help him to overthrow Hiruzen back then. You may ask, how would I? The Danzo Shimura knew that the masked Uchiha was Obito, as it was obvious since the real Madara would never cut his hair, and that I was the one that gave rin to the real Madara Uchiha during the Third Shinobi War, as no one would expect an old guy to do that, as it is all for the glory of my Konoha. Danzo monologued to himself as a Rootnin with flowing blonde hair appeared and kneeled in front of Danzo with a scroll. Danzo read it while he remained neutral. The Rootnin sensed that he was pissed that some whore destroyed the Uzumaki shrine, as he would have done it since he, along with Homura and Koharu, made sure that they were no knowledge about the Uzumaki clan, especially from Naruto Uzumaki, as he has shown to be a threat to his plans to conquer the whole elemental nations and becoming its immortal ruler with an army of Juubi Jinchuriki and destroy Ishiki. Were you no Juubi? Danzo said to his shinobi, who stood up and saluted. Yes, Danzo-sama, she answered. Since the Chunin exams are near, I need Dragoness, Panda, Tigress posing as Janan along with Nico as their sensei, and I want the others inside their cages now. Danzo tapped his Ken on the floor as she flew away, leaving Danzo alone. Itachi may have told me to not harm Satsuki, but he never said about a clone of her, as I already captured his crow clones into frozen stasis, Danzo said, trying to laugh, but all he did was cough as he drank water, while a Rootnin with a Tengu mask nodded while having frozen the last clone. Talking with Juubus leaves a bad taste. Like they were living intellectual beings. All of my shinobis are only tools that I use until they are worthless, no matter how powerful they are, as me, and screw Itachi as he would die at the hands of his ex-lover, Danzo said as he went into the prison cells of his HQ, as no one notices a blue puddle with 2 eyes moving away. I better tell Tsuyu about this, the puddle said as it disappears from the HQ. Back in Kiri. As Naruto neared the rebel bases, he meets Materumi Uzumaki, leader of the rebellion and user of 2 bloodlines, Lava and Boil, and her right hand Ao, as Naruto made an all-killing ash bone so tiny that Ao never expected or felt it piercing his finger, as he suddenly turned to dust instantly as the winds, controlled by Satsuki, blowed the ashes away. Why did you do that? Mei shouted that Ao died. Really, Mei? You're an Uzumaki, and wasn't it weird that he joined your rebellion too quickly? Since I already told you that he was a spy working for Kara. Naruto told her, which shocked her. "Naruto-kun, shouldn't you have to find information that he had in his brain?" Rin asked. "You know that my sensing skills are so powerful that just by glancing at a person I know everything they known since birth, and having shadow and wood clones using transformation as spies also help to be updated just in case," he whispered to Rin. "We came here to stop Yagura and free Kiri, as well as to control it our way," Naruto said as Katsumi, Ari and Naruto grinned. While Mei was eyeing Naruto as she couldn't avert her eyes, as the man is so sexy and has a powerful presence as she is an Uzumaki, and sensed that his chakra is infinite, along with the white-haired girl and the brunette who has slight down skin, Satsuki. He didn't know where is the main base of Kara at all, Naruto said. Mei saw Naruto closely and thought he was Madara, as a few members of the rebellion had seen a masked Uchiha at the Mizukage Tower with Yagura, but her thought changed as Naruto saw her and winked at her as she nearly wetted herself that she is still sexy. "Everything is according to Ka-chan," Kaguya thought to herself as she licked her lips as Gaia coughed. "The reason we can't stop the civil war is that Yagura can somehow transform into the Sanbi without the tailed beast," Mei said, which shocked Boset. "What?" Boset screamed. "How is it that Yagura can transform into my beast form if I'm right here?" Boset said, which confused Mei, since most people don't know that the humanoid forms are the tailed beast's true forms. "Yes, something is suspicious about that, since most people aside from us can't do a transformation unless," Rin said, until they didn't notice Naruto left. Then Naruto went outside towards the Mizukage Tower as he saw 30,000 Kirishibobis loyal to Yagura preparing to attack Naruto. As Yagura was looking at Naruto, who made his mini Susanoo armor while having his Byakugan activated, as the Mizukage saw his bloodlines. "A bloodline user. Kill him," Yagura yelled as he went back to the tower. Meanwhile, Gaia was using her third eye jutsu to look closer at Yagura and gasped as she saw a black diamond on his hand. "Kaguya-sama, we have a problem," Gaia said as she dispelled the jutsu. "What is it, Gaia?" Kaguya asked. "Yagura has a black diamond on his hand," Gaia answered, as Kaguya looked worried. "So that's how Yagura can transform into Boset's beast form easily," Kaguya said as she sends a message to Naruto telling him that Ishiki marked Yagura. As Naruto was killing Kiri shinobi that consisted mostly of Anbu, Jonin and Fuchunin using pure taijutsu while blindfolded, as he was so fast that he beat the record of most kills in less than a minute. All Naruto did was yawned as Yagura just stood there as the Mizukage showed his hand that has the Kama, as Naruto felt, while to Yagura he only saw a being so powerful that it was unbearable to watch as Naruto used his sealing chains. If Yagura used the tailed beast chakra as squeezed Yagura so hard that he chopped him and burned him into ashes, and made sure that the witnesses can't remember that he existed as well. Suddenly he sensed a Kamui opening as he sensed the second person who touched him when he was born, Obito Uchiha. At first Naruto wanted him to suffer slowly by making out with Rin and Katsumi in front of a powerless Obito, but the guy is a crybaby without his enhancements, so he chooses to kill him quick and painless. As Naruto wouldn't let him do the crappy monologue, as he used Minato's marker and used chakra rods to pin Obito on the ground, and used his 6 paths yin seal to cancel Obito's Mangekyo and Spear Sharingan that he would use for Izanagi, as he used particle style, detachment of the primitive world, and created a white Zetsu head to turn it into Obito's decapitated head as proof that he killed him. Back at the rebel camp, Naruto came whistling with a 2-finger salute as the girls hugged him. "Did I missed anything?" he asked them. "That Yagura was marked by Ishiki," Kaguya said. "I burned him already, and looked who I have," Naruto said as he showed them the head of the man responsible to extend the bloody mist and the man responsible to cause the Uchiha coup that lead their downfall. Thought Satsuki, Katsumi and Ari were a bit mad that Naruto didn't let them maul Obito, but realized that he would have escaped and came back later even if he can't control them anymore. But knowing that he is dead and also sensed that the head was a white Zetsu's, they were glad. A few of the girls left to kill the remaining loyalists of the Bloody Mist as Gaia made her evil smile, is Shinki's grin, which is less deranged, as Kaede listening to the beautiful Blue Danube on her earbuds that she got on her birthday a few years ago while killing people. "They deserved it since I killed 30,000 shinobis," Naruto said while Mei was drooling. "If you guys excuse me, I would like to commemorate the Godime Mizukage a gift," Naruto said as he kamuied to his manner to rock Mei's world so hard that she would need to be on a wheelchair for a week. Naruto just stood there rubbing her hands. "This day keeps getting better and better," Satsuki said as she went to join in on the fun. That's the end, guys. If you enjoyed, then make sure to leave a comment. This is Chaos Shinobi signing off.